2 worlds I studied at Hogwarts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 Under the Red Mist. The next morning, before the moon sank into the sea, Lieutenant General Xilin had already woken up from his sleep. Years of military service had helped him develop good habits of work and rest. Even if he was seriously injured and needed to rest, his brain would habitually wake him up at this time. But today, Lieutenant General Xilin was woken up by his old comrade-in-arms. Last night, after the young high priest left, Leighton did not sleep all night. When the tribal warriors and the army outside woke up, there were some joyful shouts, and the old general could not help but sigh. It was during these sighs that Lieutenant General Xilin could not help but get up and blame his old comrade-in-arms. The situation is good now, why are you sighing? Leighton looked back at Lieutenant General Xilin, and after finding that he was full of energy, he walked to the door of the tent again and looked at the soldiers outside. Didn't you notice anything wrong? What's wrong? Is there some conspiracy by the faithless? Or does the young high priest have some new plan? Neither. Look at your injuries, Lieutenant General Leighton said, and walked back to the chair and sat down. Injuries? What's so good about it? Wow, Lieutenant General Xilin was still a little confused. He subconsciously raised his arms, and then found that all his injuries were healed. He touched his chest, which was the most seriously injured, and patted it hard a few times. The pain caused by the fracture was not felt at all. I'm healed. It seems that I can teach those faithless bastards a lesson today. Lieutenant General Xilin was surprised and happy, with an expression of disbelief on his face. His hands were unconsciously clenched into fists, and his joints were cracking. He was very worried at first, thinking that he would miss the next battle because of his serious injuries. But now he can go and wipe out the faithless again, which is simply his biggest wish at the moment. Leighton sat aside, quietly watching Lieutenant General Xilin's reaction, but his brows were unconsciously twisted into shape. After Luciman applied magic medicine to the old general yesterday, he felt something was wrong with the potion. The potion was so effective. After learning that the potion was made by the mysterious young high priest, Leighton was filled with worry. In just a few days, he had been shocked countless times by the high priest. Especially when he was fighting the molten scale sea serpent yesterday. After feeling the power of Moon's magic, he knew that he had completely underestimated the other party. He originally thought that Moon's position as a high priest was due to his bloodline, but now he knows that this is not the case at all. Years of war experience have made Leighton develop the habit of reviewing after the war. After returning last night, he has been thinking about Moon's fighting style in his heart. Fast attack ability, powerful and unknown attack angles, and absolute air supremacy. These are magics that the federal casters have not mastered, and they are also the key to victory on the battlefield. Of course, after seeing these magics, Leighton has been thinking about how to deal with them. Over the past few decades, the Federation has suffered from the attacks of the Manila Empire, and has also made great achievements in defensive magic. The Spellcaster Academy has created a lot of defensive magic circles. Whether it is to resist the evil magic attack of the court wizard or the sky threat brought by the old fire dragon, these magic circles have performed well. Now that I think about it, it will also be effective in dealing with the rapid magic attack of the tribal wizard. But last night, the young high priest showed his extraordinary ability to refine potions, and the effect of the medicine was very significant. This surprised and disturbed Leighton. How much can this young high priest know? Leighton has a soldier's consciousness. When a powerful and mysterious force appears near the country, he will unconsciously consider the other party as an opponent. Although the war against the unbelievers has not ended yet, Leighton has considered the tribal wizards led by Moon as future opponents. What's more, in his opinion, the island where the tribal wizards are located is originally a land under the jurisdiction of the Federation. This further meets the conditions for both sides to become enemies. This potion is so good. Aren't you fully recovered from your injuries? Hearing Leighton's concerns, Lieutenant General Xilin has not yet come to his senses and asked subconsciously. It's because it's too good. That's why we're worried. Leighton had already torn off all the bandages on his body, and his wounds had all healed. He had originally thought that if he encountered tribal wizards on the battlefield in the future, he might be able to crush them with numbers. But the magic potion that Moon mastered was equivalent to giving the soldiers a second life. In this comparison, The Federation's advantage was even less. Thinking about the serious injury of Lieutenant General Xilin yesterday, according to Layton's original prediction, he should have rested for at least 100 days before returning to the battlefield. But now, only one night has passed, and this powerful spellcaster has recovered his combat power. This is what makes Layton feel uneasy. I know your worries, but the tribal wizards only occupy a small island, and our strength is 10 times theirs, so don't worry. Lieutenant General Xilin obviously saw what Layton was thinking and comforted him softly. But wasn't the original strength of the Manila Empire also 10 times that of the Federation? Now it is still blocked by us outside the Snow Eagle Mountain defense line. Layton's words left Lieutenant General Xilin speechless. When the Federation was first established, only 5 cities responded. At that time, the strength of the Manila Empire should have been 100 times that of the Federation. However, after the war, the god of victory has always favored the Federation. Now mysterious tribal wizards have appeared in the territory of the Federation again. This is like a cycle, which makes Layton feel powerless. Don't think about it. It's not bad to drive the unbelievers out of the archipelago. At least we can recover the territory. Hearing Dylan's words, Layton nodded helplessly. Driving the unbelievers out of the archipelago is also in the interests of the Federation, which is why the two of them agreed to participate in this war. But could we really recover the territory? Layton's doubts arose again. It was just dawn, and all the senior leaders of the tribal wizards gathered again. Next, they had to discuss how to attack Fort Colin and rescue the hostages inside. The two spellcasters were late, and Moon did not blame them. He just smiled and nodded to each other. How are the injuries of the two lieutenant generals? Can you still participate in the battle today? After seeing the magical abilities of the two spellcasters yesterday, Moon noticed them. Although this is the first time for the tribal wizards to go out of the island, in order to avoid too many casualties on his side, Moon still hoped to have more comrades. In Moon's view, with the participation of two spellcasters, many casualties of the tribe can be avoided. It's completely fine, High Priest. I didn't expect your potion to be so useful. Lieutenant General Xilin no longer has any prejudice against tribal wizards. As soon as he saw Moon, he praised him generously. It's good that it works. The level of this potion is not high. It's beyond my expectation that it can work. The level is not high. How is it possible? Lieutenant General Xilin reacted a little too much. After being reminded by Layton in the morning, the two carefully preserved the potion residue on the bandage. They originally planned to take these bandages back to the Federal Spellcaster Academy. Let the potion instructor in the academy analyze it to see if the refining method can be restored. Now Moon's words that the level is not high make them feel that they have finally stolen a golden bean, but it turned out to be a small stone that others don't want. In fact, what Moon said was true. Most of the potions he currently mastered were basic potions for the first grade at Hogwarts, including hemostatic potions and bone-setting potions for treating external injuries. Judging from the senior potion teaching materials provided by Cedric, the refining of this kind of potion will be optimized in future potion classes. By then, the effect of the potion should be much better than it is now. But Moon did not explain it to them. The two judicial officers also walked to the conference table with doubts and discussed today's combat arrangements. I will now tell you the exact information of the enemy. Seeing that everyone was present, Xilin gestured to Moon and walked to the sand table. According to all the information now, there are 17 remaining wizards in Colin Castle, 3,000 soldiers, and 5 cannons on each of the 4 walls. There is a turtle-like magical creature with unclear magic skills in the castle. The number of magical monsters transformed by the Faithless is unclear. According to the intelligence reported by the 4 main cities, the number should be more than 20. In addition, after midnight last night, a strange red fog rose outside Colin Castle, and the scouts entered but failed to return. After Xilin finished speaking, all the participants expressed their opinions. In terms of the number of personnel, Xinjiang Island has both advantages and disadvantages. Among them, in terms of wizard manpower, although the Faithless lost a lot of people, they still have the advantage. In particular, the Faithless also use magic to transform a group of monsters, and the strength of these monsters is far greater than that of ordinary people. In addition, there is a magical creature that needs to be dealt with, which will disperse the strength of the tribal wizards. As for ordinary people and the army, Xinjiang Island has a clear advantage. Last night, the rescued members of the Gospel Society and the oppressed islanders all came to the camp to support Moon. Even now, some islanders from far away still heard the news and took the trouble to rush to the outside of Colin Castle. just to drive away the unbelievers completely. Now the number of troops on the side of Xinjiang Island has reached 30,000, which is 10 times the number of soldiers in the castle. However, in terms of weapons and equipment, the unbelievers are more sophisticated. Under Xilin's suggestion, Moon only copied weapons for a few believers who could use muskets. Most people still use cold weapons such as swords. The musketeers will shoot in sections in the front, and the spearmen and sword and shield soldiers will be ready to support a charge at any time in the back. As for the wizards, after Xilin finished talking about the arrangements for ordinary people, he looked at Moon again. It was no longer his task to arrange for the wizards. High Priest, if it were me, I would just let me lead the people to rush in. Anyway, there is a thick fog and they can't see clearly. Lang was still as reckless as usual. But just as he finished speaking, the great wizard Xilin patted him on the back of his head. Listen to the arrangements of the High Priest, don't act on your own. After a series of battles, the tribal wizards have more and more confidence in Moon. They know that although the plans made by their high priests are sometimes not perfect, they often give priority to ensuring their own manpower. On this basis, they can still achieve good results. This also makes the young tribal wizards more and more convinced of Moon. We must now figure out what the unbelievers under the red fog are doing. Chapter 277 Save Me. Save Me. After the battle meeting, 30,000 ordinary soldiers marched towards Fort Colin like a long dragon. The equipment of these soldiers was uneven, and some of them held rusty spears in their hands. Because of the rush of time, they only had time to sharpen the tip of the spear to make it sharp and bright. Some people were wearing tattered armor, which was covered with mottled marks. Many of the joints of the armor were loose, and they were barely connected with rough hemp ropes. However, these did not affect the confidence of these ordinary soldiers at all. They came to Fort Colin not only for victory, but more for revenge. At the forefront of the team, the tribal wizards were full of confidence and exuded a powerful and mysterious atmosphere. Their presence made the soldiers behind them surge with an indescribable warmth and courage. Look! The one in the front is the Son of God. There were believers of the Gospel Society who came from Moor City in the team. After experiencing great suffering, their trust in Moon became deeper and deeper. The Son of God will definitely drive away these demons. The believers' eyes flashed with fanatical light, and their words were mostly praise and dependence on Moon. At the back of the team, Layton listened quietly to the surrounding soldiers' praise for Moon, with mixed feelings in his heart. He unconsciously recalled that when he was young, he was also the one rushing to the front of the army. Wherever there was the most danger, he would go there. He also gained a lot of honors and praises for this. Later, as time went by, his status rose higher and higher, and his power became greater and greater. But he unknowingly stayed away from the smoke and fire of the front line, and gradually got used to commanding and dispatching in the rear. Now seeing these ordinary soldiers who have only met once, and some have not even seen Moon's face, they are so convinced of a wizard. Layton's heart is filled with an indescribable envy. However, the confidence of the soldiers was shaken a little when they arrived at the castle. After learning that a thick red fog rose outside Colin Castle, Xilin deliberately postponed the time of the attack. I hope to use today's fierce sunshine to dispel these strange red fogs. However, things did not develop as he expected. The red fog outside the castle is like a cursed ghost, bright red like blood. It looked very thick and oppressive, as if it was going to swallow up everything around it. Not only that, no insects or birds could be heard around the thick fog, and the whole world seemed to have been muted. This strange silence made the soldiers behind him feel scared. What the hell is this? The voice of the great witch of Xilin sounded. Even though he was experienced, he had never seen such a strange scene. Blow it away. Moon knew that unknown things were the easiest to make people fear. Now only by dispelling the fog can we see the enemy's arrangement clearly and eliminate the shadows in everyone's hearts. Hearing Moon's order, the 4 wizards of the Xilin tribe took the lead. They are all good at prayer for wind, and Xilin Dao and Lang are the best among them. Moon also mastered a wind magic, whirlwind sweep. Although it was not as powerful as prayer for wind, it could also be used. As the spells of the tribal wizards became more and more urgent, the air around them began to tremble violently. A low whistling sound came from afar, weak at first. But it increased at a very fast speed. The strong wind swept over the sand and stones like a beast, rushing towards the strange red fog. As soon as the red fog came into contact with a strong wind, it began to roll violently as if it had encountered a strong enemy. The fog, which was originally as thick as substance, seemed to be torn open by a big hand and gradually spread to both sides. The ordinary soldiers standing in the back looked at the magic battlefield in front of them, their eyes full of surprise and shock. Under the continuous impact of the strong wind, the concentration of the red fog gradually decreased. The castle, which was originally completely obscured, also revealed some light and shadow at this moment. However, after the magic was cast, the red fog was not completely dispelled, but the concentration was reduced so that people could see the situation on the opposite side clearly. Under the fog, some huge figures were looming. The outlines of these figures were very vague, and only thick limbs could be seen, as if they were some kind of monster. There were many strange figures around the monster. Some twisted or struggling, as if they were trapped in the red fog, and bursts of terrifying screams were issued. This fog is so strange that it can't be blown away. This should be some kind of magic, and it is still affecting those inside. After performing the prayer for wind 3 times in a row, the red fog stopped moving, and the tribal wizards had no countermeasures. Since we don't know, let's fight first. At least we can see the enemy's figure now, Moon said, and asked all wizards to wear masks to prevent the red fog from affecting them. The black-robed wizard behind the monster should be a high-ranking member of the Faithless. Great wizard, you go deal with him first. Moon quickly locked the opponent's highest combat power through the length of the wizard bar. Don't worry, leave it to me, Lang and Lu. You two fly to the top of the city and deal with those artillery, okay? Others try to attack those hooded wizards and monsters first. As for the soldiers, use the muskets to lure the enemy out first, and try not to get close to the red fog. After assigning everyone's combat tasks, Moon immediately rode on a flying broom and flew high into the sky. He had just discovered that in the center of the castle, the red fog was still being produced continuously. He had to stop this strange magic fog, and now there was still a leader of the unbelievers who had not appeared, so he had to find him out. After receiving the order, the wizards took the lead in launching the attack. Flames, water waves, and ice cubes blasted towards the wizards and monsters on the opposite side. Then Xilin's order was heard. Fire, bang, bang, bang. Fire sprayed out from the muzzle, and the pungent smoke instantly filled the air. Bullets and magic energy all shot into the enemy team like meteors. Some smaller monsters fell to the ground and made painful sounds after being hit. Some larger monsters completely ignored the bullets, just paused for a moment, and then rushed towards the crowd with their fangs and claws. The light of magic shuttled through the red fog. Some monsters were instantly blown away, and some continued to rush forward frantically after dispersing the water waves. Roar kill. As the distance between the two teams got closer and closer, the soldiers also picked up cold weapons one after another. The sword and shield soldiers were close together, using their shields to form a solid line of defense. The spearmen thrust their spears through the gaps in their shields to attack the enemy's vital points. Because of the short time, this was the only tactical formation training that Xilin conducted on them. Boom! Boom! The cannons on the city wall made 2 deafening roars, and then 2 shells smashed into the crowd, setting off a wave of blood. But then, explosions came from the city wall one after another. This was Lang and Lu destroying the enemy's cannons. After seeing the 2 wizards successfully solve the cannons, Moon accelerated to the center of the castle. The red fog here became thicker and thicker, and it was almost pitch black. Moon rode on a flying broom and groped forward in the red fog with difficulty. As he gradually approached the core of the red fog, a strong and pungent smell of blood came to his face. This smell reminded Moon of the laboratory on the Montoya ship, and this smell made him sick for a long time at the time. After continuously casting Whirlwind Sweep to blow away the thick fog around him, Moon finally saw the amazing scene in front of him. A wizard in a black robe and black hat was standing in front of a huge crucible. He was muttering something, and his hands were dancing constantly, controlling the blazing flames below. The potion in the crucible was as bright as blood and kept rolling. As the bubbles on the surface of the potion burst, a strong smell of blood emanated. Through the strong smell of blood, Moon knew that the raw materials of the potion must be countless living lives, and the red fog was just a byproduct of the potion. Looking at the 4-grid wizard bar on the head of the black-robed wizard, Moon was sure that this was another high-ranking member of the Faithless. Next to this person, there was a huge turtle lying. The turtle's body was as big as a small house, and its shell was engraved with strange patterns. 2 of you are together, just in time to deal with you together. Moon took out the 3 bottles of spore powder he had prepared earlier and threw them down without any hesitation. As the bottle broke, white powder drifted in the red mist. The black-robed wizard had obviously noticed the movement above. After seeing Moon, he first flashed a flash of surprise, and then a mocking sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand calmly, patted the turtle's head gently, and shouted a few incomprehensible spells. The turtle slowly raised its head and opened its huge mouth. A strong suction came out of its mouth, and the scattered spores were like being pulled, rushing into the turtle's mouth. "This little trick can't stop me." The black-robed wizard's voice was hoarse and cold, full of disdain. However, just when the black-robed wizard was getting carried away, the originally majestic turtle shook its head, slowly closed its eyes, and its huge body fell down. Boom! A cloud of dust was raised on the hard stone slab. The black-robed wizard's smile froze on his face instantly. He looked at the scene in disbelief, and the expression on his face changed from smugness to anger in an instant. "Damn it!" he cursed loudly, and just as he was about to cast magic to punish Moon, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He had been struggling in the dark magic world for many years, and he reacted instantly. He quickly retreated, swung his magic robe violently, and covered his entire body. Boom! A loud noise shook the entire center of the castle. Although the magic robe successfully blocked the frontal impact of the thunder explosion, it was also overwhelmed and exploded in an instant, turning into countless black fragments flying in the air. The black-robed wizard was shocked by the impact and took a few steps back. His face became very ugly. "What kind of weird magic is this?" The black wizard was surprised. He had never seen a spell cast so fast. Fortunately, his tortoise-shell shield was strong enough, which gave him the confidence to face Moon's attack. However, the explosion also attracted the attention of the tribal wizards. After Lang and Lu dealt with the artillery, they followed the explosion and rushed here. Seeing the three wizards flying in the sky, the black-robed wizard's expression became terrified. When the three magic wands pointed at him, the black-robed wizard immediately shouted, "Save me, save me, is there anyone else?" Following the black-robed wizard's gaze, Moon looked at the strange huge crucible. Chapter 278 The Real Backhand. After the black-robed wizard shouted, a black shadow slowly floated up from the evil crucible. When it gradually emerged from the water, people could see that it was a blood-red cocoon. Every time it rose a little, the fog around it became thicker. It seemed that the blood fog near Fort Colin was controlled by this strange blood cocoon. Moon squinted his eyes and tried to see the wizard bar flashing on the top of the blood cocoon through the lingering blood mist. 5 grids. Not only did the high level of the unbelievers have one more, but their strength was far beyond their previous estimates. This length of magic bar was the only one Moon had seen in this world. It was almost the same as the magic bars of the professors at Hogwarts. Although Moon knew that the development of magic in this world was far inferior to that of the other world. But this gap in strength still gave him a sense of urgency. We must stop this blood cocoon from coming out. As soon as this idea came into his mind, Moon quickly chanted the spell, and the magic wand drew a sharp arc in the air. God's Edge Shadowless was shot out instantly. This spell played a great role when he dealt with a molten scale giant snake. However, when the spell hit the blood cocoon, it only caused a weak ripple. The blood cocoon was safe and sound. It was as if the spell just now was just a breeze. Moon frowned unconsciously. He had never encountered such a difficult opponent. And he still had no idea what kind of creature was bred in the blood cocoon. He fired several God's Edge Shadowless in succession, but the blood cocoon still had no reaction. Deal with the other one first, Moon made a quick decision. Since the blood cocoon could not be broken, he would control the black-robed wizard on the ground first. Then combine the strength of the 3 people to deal with the blood cocoon. When Moon went to deal with the blood cocoon, Lang and Lu were also attacking the black-robed wizard. However, their spells were all bounced off by the opponent's tortoise-shell shield. Seeing Moon joining in, the black-robed wizard's face instantly became solemn. He unconsciously held the shield tightly, trying to block the combined impact of the 3 spells. But he still underestimated Moon's spell. Although God's Shadowless Sword could not break the blood cocoon, it was very effective against the shield in his hand. The continuous magic attacks caused more and more cracks on the surface of the tortoise shell. The 5th, God's Shadowless Sword, combined with 2 thunderbolt explosions, directly shattered the shield of the black-robed wizard. The powerful impact made his hands numb and he retreated several steps. "If you don't come out, I will die." The black-robed wizard had nothing to defend himself at this time, and he just roared desperately at the blood cocoon. Just as he finished speaking, The blood cocoon floating on the crucible made an extremely sharp cry. This sound was like thousands of steel needles piercing the eardrum at the same time. Moon felt a sharp pain in his head and almost fell off the flying broom. Then, the blood cocoon swished and quickly unfolded, so fast that people were caught off guard. Seeing the scene in front of him, Moon couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. It turned out that it was not a blood cocoon, but a pair of huge blood-colored wings. When the wings were fully spread, a creepy monster appeared in front of him. He had a bat-like hideous and twisted face, and his blood-red eyes flashed with cruelty and madness. His body was covered with snake-like scales, which emitted a cold light under the reflection of the red mist. There was also a pair of sharp and curved blood horns on his head, like two sharp blades. As soon as the monster appeared from the wings, it roared to the sky. The powerful breath shook the surrounding blood mist violently. The blood-colored monster hovered in the air and looked down at the embarrassed black-robed wizard on the ground. "My dear brother, don't worry, leave the next thing to me." After listening to the monster, Moon realized that it and the black-robed wizard on the ground had a similar face. It turns out that the leaders of the Faithless are twins. No wonder everyone thought there was only one. Lang did not realize the danger at this time, especially since the black-robed wizard was beaten so badly by them just now. This made him subconsciously think that the strength of the blood-colored monster in front of him was also the same. As soon as the monster appeared, Lang cast the tide summoning technique. As Lang's spell fell, a wave of seawater wrapped in red mist rushed towards the blood-colored monster fiercely. However, when the wave approached, the monster did not panic at all. His huge blood-colored wings quickly spread out, and then swung forward fiercely. A powerful force was released instantly. Under the impact of this force, the wave was cut in half. All the seawater slid down from both sides of the monster without causing any damage to it. Don't be careless. This monster is not easy to deal with. After seeing the powerful strength displayed by the blood-colored monster, Moon's heart tightened. "Lu, you go to deal with the black-robed wizard below first, and Lang and I will deal with this blood-colored bat." "Okay, High Priest, be careful. I will deal with the one below first, and then meet up with you," Shaman Lu said, holding the magic wand in his hand tightly, and flew towards the black-robed wizard on the black ground. Moon and Lang looked at each other and waved their magic wands at the same time. Two powerful spells, God Shadowless, and Thunder Explosion, shot towards the blood-colored bat like lightning. However, the blood-colored bat just gently flapped its wings and easily deflected the two spells. But he seemed to have sensed a little danger, because he had never seen a spell cast so quickly before. "I didn't expect that I could encounter such a surprise in this inconspicuous archipelago." The blood-colored monster stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. "I wonder what effect it would have if I added your blood to the potion. I really want to try it." "Really? I think it should taste good." Moon was calm on the surface, but he was thinking about countermeasures quickly in his heart. While responding to the blood-colored monster, he quietly took out the spare wand with his other hand. While the blood-colored monster's wings had not yet closed, he cast a spell with his left hand and launched a surprise attack. Swoosh! The invincible, God Sharpness, only left a shallow mark on the scales of the blood-colored bat this time. "This is too hard." Moon was secretly amazed in his heart. The scales of the monster in front of him were much harder than those of the molten scale sea serpent. The blood-colored monster was also enraged by Moon's spell. It opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar. This sound was several times more powerful than the sonic explosion that Moon learned from the high-level members of the Faithless. The blood mist around was violently rolled, and Moon felt a roar in his ears, and his head was a little dizzy, and his ears kept ringing. Moon quickly waved his wand and cast ear blocking on himself and Lang behind him. Although the effect of this spell was limited, it could block some of the sonic attacks of the blood-colored bats. "Be careful, get out of the way." When Moon cast the spell, the blood-colored bats had already seized the opportunity to pounce on him. After Lang noticed it, he immediately cast Wind Prayer to push Moon away, and narrowly avoided the opponent's attack. Keep a distance and deal with him, and then find an opportunity to attack. When the blood-colored monster kept chasing Moon, he keenly noticed the opponent's disadvantage. Although this monster can fly, its speed is far less than that of the flying broom. Because of the blood mist, Moon and his team could not fly quickly, but they were still able to keep a distance from each other. Moon rode on a flying broom, like a falcon, relying on his superb flying skills to dodge left and right in the air. The blood monster's attack was able to integrate sound waves into a beam, constantly attacking Moon and laying some at the walls of the castle, causing a burst of bricks and stones to splash. Others hit the air and disappeared through the blood mist. Do you think you are the only ones who can fly? After not catching up with Moon, the blood monster became furious. He stopped in the air and made a sharp and loud cry. This cry was particularly harsh in the blood mist, as if it was a call of some evil. This time Moon did not feel tinnitus. Subconsciously looking around, he saw noisy chirping sounds coming from every corner of the castle, as if countless birds were startled. Then a scene that made people's scalps numb appeared. Groups of bats swarmed out of the cracked windows of the castle, densely packed like a black tide. Shrouded in blood mist, their eyes flashed with strange red light, looking extremely crazy. Under the guidance of the bloody monster, these bats quickly flew towards the direction where Moon was, covering the sky. The already dim battlefield became even more gloomy and depressing. After discovering this scene, Moon quickly cast several thunder explosions in the direction where the bats were flying. Although there was some effect, the number of bats was too large, one wave after another. His spell was quickly submerged in the group of bats. Then, these bats rushed towards him quickly again, and the huge number suppressed the speed of the flying broom. Fortunately, Moon had learned the beast-driven curse of the Spirit Tree tribe. After killing the lying bat last time, his bone whistle was also ready. Seeing the group of bats getting closer and closer, Moon blew the bone whistle, and kept pinching his hands. The whistle spread among the bats like an invisible wind wave. Those crazy bats gradually regained their sanity under the influence of the whistle. However, those farther away were not affected. The two waves of bats collided with each other, and their flight paths became chaotic. Where did all these strange magics come from? After hearing the whistle, the blood-colored monster immediately realized Moon's strategy. He chirped again, causing the bats that had regained their sanity to fall into madness again in an instant, and rushed towards Moon regardless of everything. He flew into the blood mist and hid. Moon tried his best to maintain the effect of the Beast Drive spell. After pulling away for a distance, he immediately cast Flame Raging to clear the surrounding bats. Seeing the bats behind him flying again, Moon was ready to chant and cast a spell again. At this time, a sharp claw suddenly stretched out from the red mist on his side. Moon was startled and hurriedly controlled the flying broom to retreat quickly. But he didn't expect that the bats behind him had already gathered. They densely blocked his retreat and formed an airtight bat wall. Since you can break into the castle, you should know what I can do. The blood-colored monster's voice was low and hoarse, as if it came from the abyss of hell. Then, the monster's pupils changed strangely. In the originally blood-red eyes, the light kept flickering and twisting, emitting a kind of heart-pounding magic. When Moon heard this, his heart was shocked, and he suddenly recalled the information about the leader of the faithless. But before he could react, a powerful confusing mind magic surged towards him like a tide. Moon only felt dizzy and his consciousness began to blur. His body gradually lost control, and the flying broom was shaky in the air. Chapter 279 Mirror Image Reappearance. Moon's brain was in chaos. His consciousness was about to be completely swallowed by the blood mist. However, at this moment, a mysterious force began to surge deep in Moon's brain. Memory recall. The magic was quietly activated. Although this magic was created by Moon, it was not from magic battles. It could not stop the attack of the leader of the unbelievers and the magic of confusing the mind. But fortunately, this magic can protect Moon's weak consciousness, sneak into the depths of his mind, and avoid the harm of the blood mist. At this time, Moon only felt that his brain was becoming more and more out of control, and his thoughts were as chaotic as a wild horse. The body began to fall rapidly and uncontrollably, falling towards the unknown dark magic abyss. After an unknown period of time, Moon woke up slowly. He found that he had left Colin Castle and appeared in a strange and weird forest. There was a dead silence all around, and the thick night was like a heavy curtain, covering the entire forest. There was no wind here, and the leaves did not move. Even the chirping of insects and birds, which should have appeared in the forest, disappeared completely at this moment, and the silence was creepy. "Is anyone there?" Moon asked subconsciously. The voice echoed in the silent forest, but no one responded. Although Moon was a wizard, he was still confused by such a strange and weird scene. Suddenly, Moon saw a light in front of him, which seemed particularly abrupt. With a hint of curiosity, Moon walked towards the light. As he got closer, he found that the light was a ray of moonlight that passed through the thick clouds and fell on the path in the forest. But this moonlight was strange. The originally bright white turned into a strange red. And on the ground, there was no shadow of his own. Moon had an ominous premonition in his heart, but he did not stop and continued to move forward. When he passed through the dense woods, the scene in front of him shocked Moon. In the sky, a familiar crimson moon hung high. And in the center of the crimson moon, a black crack was shocking, as if it was an unhealable wound. This seems to be what I saw in the mirror of Aries. Looking at the cracks on the scarlet moon, which were still leaking black air, Moon became more and more certain of his judgment. But there should be something missing here. With doubts, Moon walked forward along the path under his feet. The surrounding plants seemed to be cursed by evil forces, and they were all dead and lifeless. The branches were twisted, like a pair of dead bones stretching towards the sky. The flowers and plants on the ground had long withered and turned into pieces of black debris. Moon took every step carefully. I don't know how far I walked, but suddenly I heard a heart-wrenching scream. I walked a few steps faster and turned a corner. Moon saw a familiar magical creature. Thestral. This Thestral was completely different from the one Moon saw in Hogwarts. Its body was thinner, as if a gust of wind could blow it down, and it exuded a strange aura. The Thestral's eyes were completely filled with blood red. When it screamed, its sharp teeth were exposed, with flesh and internal organs still hanging on them, making it look particularly ferocious. There was a hole in the wings of the Thestral. The white bones were exposed, flashing a cold white light under the strange moonlight. Moon had heard Hagrid say that the Thestrals also eat meat. But the behavior of the Thestral in front of him was crazy and morbid. In order to find out the situation, Moon quietly went around and found that the food of the Thestral was actually his companion. And its gnawing movements were rough and fierce, as if it was in a state of madness that it could not extricate itself. Crack! The branch under its feet was stepped on and broken, and the slight sound attracted the attention of the Thestral. After hearing the sound, the Thestral raised its head instantly. Seeing Moon next to it, a trace of excitement flashed in its blood-red eyes. Before Moon could say anything, the Thestral flapped its broken wings and flew towards him quickly. It kept making sharp screams. Seeing the crazy look of the Thestrals, Moon felt a chill rushing from his feet to his head. He subconsciously wanted to raise his wand to repel the opponent. But when he reached his hand to his waist, he was horrified to find that there was no shadow of the wand on his body. Without time to think, Moon squatted down in a hurry and narrowly avoided the flying attack of the Thestrals. Then, he turned and ran deep into the woods. Moon knew that without a wand, he was no match for this crazy Thestrals. He could only use the surrounding trees to slow down the speed of the Thestrals. While running, Moon's hands fumbled around his body in a panic. Suddenly, he felt a bulging object in the cloth bag of his magic robe. Is this an invisibility cloak? Looking at the figure of the Thestrals getting closer and closer behind him, Moon didn't have time to think. He quickly covered himself with the invisibility cloak and hid behind a big tree, not daring to breathe. The Thestrals circled around for a long time, constantly making hissing sounds, trying to find traces of food. The moon in the sky had not moved, and Moon did not know how long it had been. Finally, after not finding Moon, the Thestrals snorted unwillingly and left in a huff. Moon took a breath carefully until the Thestrals gradually disappeared. Why is Dumbledore's invisibility cloak on me? But without a wand, not only was there no wand, but also the notebook that Moon usually carried with him, and the mask he wore when fighting outside. These things were not on him. Forget it, it's important to get out first. Although Moon did not know where this place was yet, he knew very well that the battle outside must still be going on. He had to find a way out as soon as possible. Moon walked towards the path again, but this time he walked in the opposite direction of the Thestrals. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Moon suddenly found that he was back to the same place. In the distance, the Thestrals were still frantically biting the body of their companion. After Moon found the other party, he immediately put on the invisibility cloak. The Theris looked up and looked around. After finding nothing wrong, he enjoyed the delicious food again. Moon breathed a sigh of relief. As he approached, he found that he had overlooked a place worth noting. Not far behind the Theris, a big willow tree with a black body stood on the side of the road. This big willow tree was taller than the spiritual tree on Xingjian Island. However, all the leaves on it had fallen off, and the trunk was black, exuding a strange and frightening aura. It all matched. Moon was now sure that this was the mirror image he saw in the mirror of Aries. Recalling the scene when the scene in the magic mirror changed, Moon guessed that the key to his escape might be hidden in the big willow tree. While Moon was thinking, the Theris, who had a full meal, finally fell asleep contentedly. Hearing the Theris occasionally snoring, Moon walked towards the willow tree carefully. He took every step very cautiously. As Moon got closer and closer to the willow tree, he felt more and more clearly that the tree was different. Its breath of life was very weak, as if it would go out at any time. What shocked Moon even more was that he seemed to feel that the willow tree was sending him a signal for help. The vague sense of urgency was like an invisible hand, pulling him forward. Is it really alive? Moon was full of curiosity. After a brief thought, he decided to keep moving forward. At this moment, whether the willow tree was alive or not, it was very likely to be the key to his leaving this mysterious world. Finally, he came to the willow tree. Moon gently lifted a corner of the invisible cloak, revealing a hand. Then he slowly stroked the rough trunk. At the moment when his palm touched the trunk, Moon felt a powerful magical energy. However, this magical energy was full of evil, which was very similar to the curse he saw on the spirit tree. How can I save you? Moon asked silently in his heart. But there was only deathly silence around him, and no sound broke the silence. Just when Moon was full of curiosity and at a loss, he suddenly found to his horror that he couldn't take his hand off. The willow tree seemed to have life, tightly sucking his hand. No. It's not a willow tree, it's the magic energy. At this time, without any warning, the huge black magic energy, like a flood, continuously transferred from the willow tree to Moon's body. What's going on? Moon's mind was in a mess, and he had no time to think. This black energy came like a tidal wave, unstoppable. He wanted to stop it, but he was powerless. Even if Moon struggled hard and tried to break free from the shackles of this energy, it was all in vain. His body was firmly fixed in place and couldn't move. And the willow tree, which was originally dying, seemed to have gained a new life in the process of the magic energy transfer. The black color on its body slowly faded away, and the dry branches began to sprout. The tender green buds popped up like bamboo shoots after the rain. The Thestral, who was originally guarding nearby, was awakened by the sudden movement. It opened its eyes in a daze and saw the strange scene in front of it, especially when it saw Moon. A fierce light flashed in its eyes. Instinctively, it flapped its wings and flew towards Moon. Its bloody mouth opened, and its sharp teeth flashed with cold light, as if it wanted to swallow Moon in one bite. Moon was in a desperate situation. The huge curse magic energy sucked him tightly, making it impossible for him to avoid the attack of the Thestral. Seeing the bloody mouth of the Thestral stretching out in front of him, Moon closed his eyes tightly. However, at the critical moment, a green willow branch fell from the willow tree like lightning. It entangled the Thestral at a very fast speed and threw it hard. The huge body of the Night Theris was thrown out fiercely, and fell heavily to the ground with a dull crash. Moon, however, was still absorbing the remaining huge dark magic energy from the willow tree. His body trembled slightly under the impact of this energy, and a painful expression appeared on his face. At this time, the battlefield was like a purgatory on earth. The smoke was filled with shouts of killing, the sound of weapons colliding, and the roars of monsters intertwined and could not be heard, because of the overwhelming and huge number of bats that joined in. Whether it was a war between ordinary people or a war between wizards, victory had already leaned towards the side of the unbelievers. Chapter 280 Victory at last. Outside the castle, the thick blood mist, as thick as ink, has spread over the entire battlefield. Wherever it goes, everything is distorted and polluted. Under the stimulation of the blood mist, the unbelievers and the hideous monsters seem to be injected with crazy demonic nature and become more and more violent. There is a strange red light flashing in their eyes, their expressions are distorted and hideous, and they are unaware of the pain. Like a group of irrational killing machines, they rush towards the tribal army without any regard for their lives. Although the soldiers on the tribal side fought hard, the situation was extremely unfavorable to them. Especially those islanders who joined in temporarily, they fell one after another without combat experience. But no one retreated. The most tragic among them were the followers of the Gospel Society. Each of them had a strong belief in revenge for their loved ones, and at the beginning of the war, they rushed to the front without hesitation. At this moment, the originally neat and orderly battle formation had already collapsed, replaced by a chaotic and bloody melee. On the battlefield, an ordinary islander brandished a long knife and fought hard with the unbelievers who rushed up. He was already injured in many places, and his clothes were stained with blood, but he was gritting his teeth and persisting. Why? Why? This is my home, how can I lose to you crazy people? The islander's voice was full of unwillingness, and he chopped the enemy with a long knife in his hand, but he was exhausted and gradually fell down. Not far away, a member of the Gospel Church was full of grief and anger, and stabbed a monster with a long spear in his hand. After being hit, the monster just shook its body, and then pounced on it again with its teeth and claws bared. "Come on, monster. I can finally avenge my son," the member shouted and stabbed with a long spear, but the monster was thick and rough, and his attack had little effect. As the monster approached and attacked, he couldn't dodge and was knocked to the ground. At the last moment, his eyes were full of despair and unwillingness. Son. Revenge. In the area where the tribal wizards fought, the blood mist around became thicker and thicker. When the blood mist and bats appeared, the faithless knew that their real leader had taken action. Suddenly, they all became more and more crazy. The magic cast by the faithless was twice as powerful as before under the blessing of the blood mist. Lieutenant General Xilin struggled to block a fire magic attack, and his heart was full of surprise. He and the faithless had been fighting for many years, but such a strange scene had never appeared before. It shouldn't be, with such a killer. Why didn't they use it before? In previous battles, Lieutenant General Xilin could always deal with these ordinary faithless members easily and with ease. Now in the same situation, he was in trouble and even had multiple injuries on his body. Bang! Layton took action in time and knocked away an explosion magic behind Lieutenant General Xilin. The situation is not right now, we have to find a way to retreat. After approaching Lieutenant General Xilin, Layton immediately stood behind him and shouted. No, those tribal wizards haven't retreated yet, and don't be silly. Look at the blood mist in front of you. The wizards who flew into the castle haven't come out yet. Doesn't this explain the situation? There were 3 wizards who flew into the castle, but Lieutenant General Xilin knew. Layton was talking about the young high priest. After seeing Moon's powerful magic yesterday, they thought that today's battle would be much easier. But they didn't expect that the situation on the battlefield would change so much. Now it seems that the high priest must be in danger. If they don't evacuate now, none of them can leave. Lieutenant General Xilin listened to Layton's words and remained silent. His heart was extremely entangled at the moment. According to his original idea, he should completely eliminate the unbelievers today and protect the people on the island. But now, Xilin looked unwillingly in the direction of the castle, where the blood mist was even thicker. At this time, the sound of magic fighting inside could no longer be heard. Lieutenant General Xillin's lips trembled slightly. He wanted to say something, but finally swallowed it back. The development of the war seemed to have really become what Layton thought. In this war, the tribal wizards and the unbelievers were in a situation where both sides suffered losses. This may be a good opportunity for the federal spellcasters. A great opportunity to drive away the unbelievers and then go to Xinjiang Island to trade flying magic and small fire dragons. Of course, there must be a prerequisite for doing this. That is, the tribal high priest is trapped in the castle and will not come out again. In Layton's opinion, this premise seems to be no longer necessary. Xilin, Great Wizard, as one of the most powerful wizards in the tribe. After receiving Moon's order, he has been fighting fiercely with another high level of the unbelievers. With a rich experience accumulated over the years, he had successfully defeated the opponent and fell into chaos. But the spread of blood mist changed everything. Under the influence of the blood mist, the high-level unbelievers actually underwent strange changes. His body began to twist and deform, and gradually merged some biological characteristics of turtles and crabs. After the transformation, the unbelievers not only greatly increased their magic power, but also developed magic resistance. Xilin, Great Wizard, had to give up looking for the high priest in the castle and continue to fight with the opponent in front of him. Later, countless bats came to help the unbelievers. In desperation, Great Wizard Xilin could only join forces with the other 2 tribal wizards to resist together. The appearance of blood mist and bats made the tribal wizards even more short of manpower. More and more people were injured, and the situation became more critical. In the square inside the castle, Moon was lying straight on the ground, his eyes closed, unconscious. Lang and Lu were surrounded by dense bats, as if they were trapped in a black cage. Shaman Lu held the magic wand tightly, with beads of sweat on his forehead, and continued to cast the Beast Exorcist spell. However, this magic can only barely maintain a vacuum zone with a radius of more than 10 centimeters in front of them. The bats that surged like a tide put their situation in a precarious situation. As for the huge blood-colored monster that exuded an evil aura, it was standing aside at this moment, looking complacent. It stretched out its claws and took the old willow magic wand and flying broom from Moon's hand. After quickly turning the wand with his fingertips, he looked at it carefully. Although the bloody monster didn't know the specific usage of these two magic creations. But through the battle just now, it knew that these two things would definitely come in handy in the future. You two should stop struggling in vain. No one has ever escaped my blood-breaking gaze. They will only sink forever in their own illusory world. The bloody monster's voice was filled with a chilling confidence. Bullshit. The High Priest is the chosen one, Lang retorted loudly. Although he was tough on the surface, Lang couldn't help but feel uneasy at this time. The bloody monster in front of him was too powerful, and the High Priest was still unconscious, which shook his faith. The chosen one? I think only you stubborn old wizards will believe this nonsense. The bloody monster sneered and continued to play with Moon's wand, his eyes full of greed. It had never seen such a beautiful magic creation before. The material and craftsmanship of the magic wand made it secretly admire, and a satisfied smile appeared on its face unconsciously. Don't worry, I won't kill you directly because you brought me such a good thing. However, my potion is still short of a few wizard blood, and I think yours must be very suitable. Hearing the words of the bloody monster, Lang and Lu suddenly felt a surge of fear in their hearts. The boiling blood in the crucible seemed to foreshadow their near future. However, in this desperate atmosphere, an abrupt voice suddenly appeared, breaking the tense air. It turns out that the magic mirror really shows the future. How? How is it possible? Hearing the familiar voice of the boy, the smugness on the face of the bloody monster disappeared instantly, replaced by a face full of shock. The monster knew very well that no one could escape his blood gaze. But the voice behind him seemed to prove to him that his most proud magic had failed. After waking up, Moon's eyes became more determined. Looking at Lang and Lu, who were besieged by bats and in a critical situation, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. Then, Moon seemed to be talking to an invisible existence, talking to himself. I helped you, you have to help me once. As soon as Moon finished speaking, something magical happened. The old willow wand in the bloody monster's hand suddenly seemed to be injected with life and began to sprout rapidly. The tender green buds grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye they grew into thick willow branches. These willow branches are full of powerful magical power, like a bunch of smart pythons. Before the bloody monster had time to react, the willow branches had already wrapped around its head like lightning. Circle after circle, it tied it tightly. How is this possible? The bloody monster roared in despair. It struggled desperately, flapping its wings vigorously, trying to break free from the willow branches, but everything was in vain. Without giving it any chance to breathe, Moon quickly took out his spare wand. He chanted a spell, and a sharp, God's edge, shot out instantly. On the battlefield, the monsters and the non-believers who were still fighting frantically seemed to have their control threads cut off. Their bodies began to shake uncontrollably, and then they fell down one after another. The islanders were shocked. As soon as they blocked with their weapons, they found something wrong. The non-believers who were so fierce just now had no spirit in their eyes. They didn't move, and they didn't shout even if they were chopped by knives. The islanders didn't understand what was going on with this sudden change. The members of the Gospel Society were also stunned. Some of them even kept their attacking postures, but forgot to continue swinging their arms. Their eyes moved back and forth between the fallen enemies and teammates, trying to find a reasonable explanation. Xilin, a veteran who had been on the battlefield for a long time, was also stunned. After finding that the blood mist began to dissipate, he took a deep breath and shouted with all his strength, "Kill the enemy!" This roar was like a thunder. It broke the silence on the battlefield and awakened many people who were still immersed in astonishment. On the battlefield, everyone was still speculating that all this might be related to the Son of God on the castle. Although they didn't know the specific reason, they firmly believed that with the protection of the Son of God, it was the perfect time to kill the enemy. So, after Xilin shouted, everyone clenched their weapons and rushed towards the remaining enemies. Without the support of the blood mist, the magic power of the unbelievers seemed to be drained in an instant and greatly reduced. The power was far less than when the red mist was spreading just now. The tribal wizards took this opportunity to fight back. Various spells shone brilliantly in the air, whistling towards the unbelievers with powerful power. Even Leighton and Dylan, the two spellcasters who were originally preparing to retreat, now found the opponents who had just humiliated them. Haha, I knew that High Priest Moon could do it. Lieutenant General Xilin shouted excitedly after completely getting rid of a non-believer. His belief in the tribal high priest has now reached its peak. Layton also seized the opportunity and quickly dealt with the other non-believers. At this moment, he no longer had the idea of retreating, and his eyes were filled with joy and worry. In the castle, as the terrifying blood-colored monster fell down with a bang, blood slowly flowed from the monster's eyes and spread on the cold stone floor. The black-robed wizard was standing not far away. After witnessing the scene, he froze instantly, as if he had been cast a spell of immobilization. No, the black-robed wizard's eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. His lips trembled slightly, but he could not utter a complete syllable. However, just as he shouted, a spell was already shot at him. Lang seized the opportunity and cast Thunder Explosion, hitting the black-robed wizard. The black-robed wizard who was running towards the blood-colored monster was instantly blown away and fell heavily to the ground. As the blood-colored monster and the black-robed wizard fell, the blood mist that had been shrouding the castle for a long time seemed to have lost its source of support and began to dissipate rapidly. The light that was originally distorted by the blood mist became bright and clear again at this moment. Without the nuisance of the blood mist, the bats that were controlled by evil magic and became crazy also regained their sanity. They circled in the air and chirped. The sound was no longer as sharp and piercing as before, but with a hint of relief. Groups of bats flew out of the castle. Their figures formed a black torrent in the sky. Many bats were tired of flying and fell under the eaves of the castle. They folded their wings and rested quietly, their small eyes vigilantly observing everything around them. Some bats also flew into the abandoned rooms in the castle and settled down in the dusty corners. For a while, the atmosphere in the castle changed dramatically. From the previous horror and gloom, it gradually became peaceful and tranquil. As for Moon at this moment, he was standing quietly in the castle battlefield, concentrating on observing his own changes. The mysterious black magic energy just now was still raging in his mind. Chapter 281, A Blessing in Disguise. In a slightly dim room in Fort Colin, Moon frowned and carefully examined the strange changes in his body. The atmosphere in the room was tense and depressing, and only Moon's heartbeat was particularly clear. "Where is that strange place?" Moon muttered to himself, his voice full of worry and confusion. Recalling the scene at that time, after Moon absorbed the curse energy, the strange willow tree disappeared without a trace in an instant. Thestral also passed through the scarlet moon and disappeared in the vast night. Only this mysterious curse energy was left to entangle him, like a thorn in the bone. In order to find out the truth of the matter, Moon took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and began to cast Memory Recall. He knew that this magic was the only one related to the curse. Originally, Moon's Memory Recall could completely and clearly reproduce all the things related to him in the past day. Just like last time at the Quidditch games, he used this ability to successfully obtain a crucial list. At that time, he cast Memory Recall, and he could see all the events in front of him accurately, just like playing a movie. However, at this moment, the situation was completely different. No matter how hard Moon concentrated, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he could not reproduce that strange scene. That strange experience seemed to be erased from his memory, as if it did not exist at all. But Moon remembered very clearly the information about the origin of the curse in his mind, and this contradiction made him feel very strange. "This is so strange," Moon couldn't help but whisper again. Because he was worried that the curse energy would bring him unexpected trouble, Moon locked himself in this room and studied it for 3 days. During these 3 days, papers were scattered all over the room, and various magic props were placed in a mess. Moon frowned and pondered from time to time, and sometimes muttered to himself, trying to find a way to break the curse. Slowly, Moon found that this curse was like an insurmountable wall that could not be removed at all. During the Christmas holiday, Professor Snape gave him a precious black magic notebook. It detailed a lot of knowledge about curses. Moon had studied it repeatedly, and the notes also mentioned several methods of removing the curse, such as casting the magic stop curse. But when he chanted this spell, it had no effect. He tried to follow the recipe in the notes and take a herbal bath, but it didn't work either. The curse was still firmly attached to him. There was also resistance from Faith. He meditated in the room, trying to expel the curse with his willpower. However, all this was in vain. As for the more advanced methods recorded in the notes, the potion with phoenix tears as the main ingredient, he couldn't make it now. Maybe he could only wait until he returned to Hogwarts to find a way. Although the curse was difficult to remove, it unexpectedly brought great benefits to Moon. As the first magic created by Moon independently, memory recall. When it was cast before, there were many limitations. Each time, it could only clearly present detailed events within one day, and the range was limited to the range of 10 meters in front of Moon's eyes. Now, memory recall can reproduce events within 3 days, and the process is extremely clear. The range of reproduction has increased significantly. Now, Moon can recall all events about 30 meters around him. Many subtle movements and changes in expressions of others can be captured accurately. Not only that, in terms of senses, memory recall has also been greatly improved. When Moon got the professor's list last time, he only relied on his eyes to see. This time, when he performed memory recall, in addition to vision and hearing, he could even sense the smell in his memory. For example, the disgusting stench of a rotting corpse. There is also the sense of touch in the memory, the severe pain when falling from the flying broom. Now recalling it, it is as if it really happened. Is this perfecting my brain magic? A hint of surprise flashed in Moon's eyes. He has always known the importance of this magic, but he didn't know how to improve it. Now, this cursed energy has entered Moon's mind by accident, just like opening a door to a new world for him. Maybe I can continue to study from these aspects in the future. The cursed energy not only helped Moon perfect the memory magic, but also allowed him to determine the next direction of improvement for this magic. The breakthrough of memory recall made Moon feel the huge benefits. At this moment, he closed his eyes slightly, and he could completely replay the fierce battle that took place 3 days ago in his mind. The thrill of defeating the black-robed wizard. The excitement of stunning the giant turtle. The life and death moment of killing the blood-colored monster. This series of events flashed through his mind as clearly as a movie. This powerful ability allowed Moon to review the battle process in detail. We should have smashed the crucible first that day. Moon frowned and thought seriously, as if he was on the battlefield again. We should have led the blood mist of the blood-colored monster in advance, so that the situation would be more favorable. Leng's spell casting still has flaws and is not accurate enough. Lu Shaman's Beast Exorcist spell is seamless and perfect. From these memories, Moon keenly realized that the problems he encountered when dealing with battles, as well as the strengths and weaknesses of his companions, these experiences are undoubtedly invaluable for him to organize battles and improve his combat capabilities in the future. In addition, the upgrade of this magic made Moon's learning much easier. When he encountered difficulties in learning, he only needed to cast memory recall to recall his memory and study and practice repeatedly within 3 days. In addition, in this process, he could easily find his weaknesses and make targeted supplements. It seems that I have to find more opportunities to go to the library in the future. The change of memory recall made Moon realize that his efficiency in learning magic would be improved. Moreover, the so-called forgetting curve of muggles did not exist for him at all. The power of the curse also significantly enhanced the power of Moon's other spells, especially God's Sharpness. Perhaps it was because this spell and the curse were both black magic. Moon could clearly feel the changes of God's Sharpness. In order to test the power of this spell, Moon asked someone to find the scales of the molten scale sea serpent. In the past, he could only barely lift the snake scales by casting God's Sharpness, and the scales themselves were still intact. But now, he just waved his wand lightly, and the scales were easily cut. And the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. Then, he cast it on the hard stone wall of the castle. Previously, God's Edge could only cut a mark about 5 centimeters deep, but now the depth has tripled. No wonder the last, God's Edge, was able to penetrate the head of the bloody monster. Moon suddenly realized, and in addition to being amazed, he was also delighted. The curse energy has brought him huge benefits, but it also comes with a lot of problems. After 3 days of research, Moon has now roughly figured out the specific content of the curse. This curse is almost the same as the curse of the wizards of the Xinjiang Island tribe. Learning any magic knowledge in this world will not increase your strength. Moon, who has a wizard bar, has long been clear. The growth of wizard's strength is the accumulation of knowledge and experience. And this curse directly targets magic knowledge, so it's no wonder that it will make the tribal wizards depressed. But Moon is not too worried about this curse. After all, his main source of magic knowledge is Hogwarts in another world. This curse will not cause much harm to him. But in this world, combat experience is also an indispensable part of Moon's magic strength growth. After the last raid on Montoya, Moon's wizard bar's strength has obviously increased a lot, reaching 2.5 grids. But this time, according to reason, after such a fierce battle, his strength should be further improved. However, because of the curse energy, Moon's wizard bar is now only 1.5 bars, which is a whole bar down. This strength should exclude the magic knowledge and experience of the current world. According to the results of learning at Hogwarts, Moon's current magic strength is only slightly stronger than Hermione. So this confirms the true content of the curse from another perspective. Fortunately, Moon can feel that the curse only suppresses his strength and does not erase the benefits brought by these experiences. So these strengths are still there, just need to get rid of the curse. However, Moon also knows that it is not easy to get rid of this curse. Before that, learning and fighting must not stop. Fortunately, Moon's strength has not weakened too much, because the power of the spells learned from Hogwarts remains the same. Just as Moon was checking his own situation, footsteps came from outside the room. The Great Witch Xilin and Xilin walked towards his room with his spoils, looking excited. High Priest, this thing is too difficult to deal with. The Great Witch Xilin came in with 2 pieces of soft leather in his hands, and Xilin came in with a whole pile of books. Is this the wings of the bloody monster? Yes, I heard from Lang that the monster wings can offset the attack of the spell, so it must be a good thing, so I brought it to you. After putting the things down, the Great Witch Xilin found that Moon's face was a little wrong. High Priest, are you injured? Oh, it's okay. This injury doesn't affect me much. Moon didn't tell anyone about what happened in the depths of his mind. No one knew what happened specifically. Everyone only knew that it was the High Priest, Son of God, who destroyed the final monster. After hearing the words of the High Priest, and looking at Moon's expression carefully, the Great Witch Xilin was relieved to introduce how he took down the monster wings. Looking at the bloody membrane in his hand, Moon knew that this was indeed a good thing. God's Edge shadowless, couldn't shoot through it, and the defense and magic resistance were very good. And this pair of wings also had flying magic, which was very precious. When Moon first got the wings, he intended to make a magic robe to resist possible attacks in the future. But now it seems more suitable to be made into a cloak, perhaps even surpassing the flying cloak of the Star Tribe. After putting away the wing materials, Moon looked curiously at the books that Xilin brought. This is the magic book of the unbelievers, and the detailed information of the 2 islands. Chapter 282 Inventory of Magical Harvest. In the dim room of Klinberg, Moon was concentrating on studying the magic data seized from the Faithless. In the room, the dim light flickered, reflecting his solemn face from time to time. The Faithless mastered many kinds of magic, most of which belonged to the category of black magic. But the most eye-catching among them were the transformation magic and the evil magic of controlling others with blood mist. When it came to the transformation magic, Moon's thoughts instantly drifted back to the day when he killed Montoya. At that time, Montoya's sudden transformation ability in the battle caused Moon a lot of trouble. After the war, Moon seized some experimental records about the transformation magic. Although the record was incomplete, it also made Moon know that this magic was very evil. But when he saw the entire book preserved here, he realized that what he had obtained before was just the tip of the iceberg. The relevant experimental record books of Klinberg are completely a bloody history of the islanders. Every page records detailed magic data, but every page is the death of a child. It was also here that Moon learned the name of this magic, symbiotic bone art. According to the records left by Guy Cooper, the leader of the Faithless, he obtained this magic through a mysterious transaction. However, the name of the other party in the transaction was deliberately hidden. After watching all the magic learning processes in depth, Moon found that the mastery process of symbiotic bone art can be called a purgatory on Earth. If you want to get involved in this magic field, the first step is to cultivate the so-called new life. This term is just a hypocritical coat that the Faithless put on those poor experimental subjects. In fact, these new lives are innocent ordinary people they captured from all over the island. Later, in the experiment, they were forcibly combined with animals and transformed into unrecognizable mutants. In the laboratory, the Faithless cruelly grafted the limbs of animals onto humans. If humans can still stay awake and rational after such torture, it means that the experiment is successful. But the success rate of this experiment is really pitifully low. Many ordinary people died in the laboratory. And those who survived, most of them became monsters who lost their minds. Then they became machines for the unbelievers to kill at will. Later, in order to increase the success rate of the experiment, the unbelievers became more rampant. They reached out to children with higher plasticity. A large number of children were captured to serve as experimental subjects. But even so, the mortality rate of the experiment remained high. According to the data in the records, only 1, 2 or 3 children out of 10 survived. And this is only the first step in learning the symbiotic blood and bone art. The next step is to obtain the blood of mutants for refining potions. After successfully collecting the blood of mutants, some rare materials such as corpse worm powder and orchids need to be added. Finally, it needs to be refined at a specific time to obtain the transformation potion required by the unbelievers. The level of this potion is closely related to the level of the animal spliced on the mutant's body. Take Montoya as an example. He grafted only ordinary animal limbs such as lions, wolves, and leopards. This made him only gain the speed of a leopard and the keen sense of smell of a beast after the transformation. The unbeliever's leader Guy Cooper is completely different. The potion materials he used were all relatively rare magical creatures, such as bone-winged bats, molten scale sea snakes, and psychedelic horned beasts. Because of this, his strength far exceeded that of ordinary non-believers. After his transformation, he not only retained his own powerful magical abilities, he also gained the powerful defense of the dragon scale sea snake, the magic of the psychedelic horned beast to confuse the mind, and the flying ability of the bone-winged bat to fly freely in the air. Noticing that Moon was watching very carefully, the great wizard Xilin reminded him in a low voice. I have seen it, High Priest. This kind of magic is indeed powerful, but there are also many hidden disadvantages. Although the great wizard Xilin knew that the magic mastered by his high priest was far greater than that of the tribal wizards, he was still worried that this evil magic would have a bad effect on Moon. Moon nodded and continued to read. He was indeed attracted by this kind of magic, but he only paid attention to the knowledge related to the transformation of wizards in the second half. Although the records here are bloody, they are also related to the transformation of Hogwarts, which is an aspect that can be learned from. After reading the last part of the book, Moon found the limitation of learning this magic. The transformation magic mastered by the unbelievers is completely related to the level of the potion. Ordinary transformation potions can only maintain the transformation effect for 1 to 3 hours. The potion used by Guy Cooper adopts the most sophisticated refining method and adds a large amount of mutant blood. Although this potion can give him powerful power after transformation. But long-term drinking is undoubtedly burying a time bomb for yourself. Because according to the records in the book, long-term drinking of potions will cause a strong rejection reaction in the wizard's body. The originally stable magic will also become disordered. It is even very likely to fall into madness and completely lose oneself. In the end, it will become a monster that only knows killing and has no reason. After reading it, Moon nodded solemnly. This thing is not suitable for learning. Seal it first. After that, he carefully handed the book containing symbiotic blood and bone art to the great wizard Xilin. Then, he looked at another magic book, Blood Embrace. This magic is exactly what the faithless use to control the army and monsters. As long as the magic is successful, it can make others lose consciousness, like zombies, and only know how to kill crazily. Moon opened the book and just read half of it. He was keenly aware that there is a very close connection between this magic and symbiotic blood and bone art. The potion refined by the faithless leader can not only help him complete the terrifying transformation. The blood mist it produces is an indispensable key condition for casting Blood Embrace. I really don't know where the faithless got this set of evil magic from. The power is really amazing. In this magic, what shocked Moon the most was that it can control many different creatures at the same time. As long as you master the highest level of this magic and have a large amount of blood potion as a guide, you can control the people on the entire island. However, Moon is very resistant to using blood to control others. But he also understands that there are still some parts of this magic that are worth learning from. As long as it can be used reasonably, you are not afraid of facing a large number of enemies. Similarly, Moon handed the blood embrace to the great wizard Xilin and asked him to seal it. Then he roughly looked through some other specific spells. Among them, there is the Sonic Explosion, which is transformed from the sonic attack of the blood-colored bat monster. There is also the Poison Fire, derived from the molten scale sea serpent. The power of these spells is quite good and there is no limit. Moon thinks that they can be taught at the Xingin Island Magic School. In addition to these magic books, Xilin also brought a book. It records their gains in detail. When opening the book, the first thing you see is a huge amount of treasure coins. But Moon didn't care too much. In contrast, he still likes the magic materials collected by the faithless. Among them, the scales of the molten scale sea serpent are hard and can be used to make armor for tribal warriors. Snakeskin is suitable for making magic robes for tribal wizards. The fangs of the molten scale sea serpent are highly toxic and can be given to Xilin as a weapon. When encountering such dangerous monsters in the future, Xilin can easily kill them with their fangs. In addition, the scales of the blood-colored monster were also successfully peeled off. Moon also planned to make armor for Xilin to increase his defense. Hearing that Moon kept arranging so many precious things for himself, Xilin stood aside and coughed twice, interrupting him. He said with concern, "Let's talk about this later. Now we still have to consider the islanders in the castle and those believers of the Gospel Society." Moon was slightly stunned. He had been in this room for 3 days and knew nothing about what was happening outside. What happened to these people? At this time, the square in the castle was already crowded and lively. Most of the people gathered here were islanders and believers of the Gospel Society who came from all directions. Among them, there were also many poor people rescued from the castle laboratory. They all heard that a wizard named Moon saved them. They were full of gratitude and came here one after another, just to express their gratitude to Moon in person. Even when more people heard the news that the unbelievers were completely wiped out, as if summoned by a mysterious force, they kept rushing towards Xilin Castle. All of them were eager to see the Son of God Moon with their own eyes. No matter how the tribal wizards persuaded them earnestly, they were unmoved and resolutely unwilling to leave. Among them, the elderly fisherman on the seashore once again rejected the tribal wizard's persuasion. "I just want to express my gratitude. I will never leave without seeing the Son of God." A young mother next to him also excitedly echoed, "Yes, the Son of God helped me avenge my blood feud. I have nothing to give, I just want to kowtow to him." There was even a doctor shouting loudly in the distance, "I heard that the Son of God was injured. I still have ancestral medicine here, which can be given to him." The tribal wizards listened to the sincere expressions of these people, and they were moved and a little amused. You know, many people in the crowd were injured, and they still used the medicine provided by the tribe. The wizards knew that this ordinary medicine would not work at all for the high priest. But facing these grateful people, they really couldn't bear to drive them away directly. Fortunately, the amount of food and grass seized this time was not small. It is not a big problem to provide for these people. Lang and Lu have been busy taking care of these people since the war. Looking at the closed door in the distance, their hearts were also beating. "Is the high priest really injured?" a tribal wizard asked in a low voice with a worried look on his face. "I don't know, anyway, he hasn't come out for 3 days, another wizard shook his head helplessly. Many tribal wizards came to Lang and asked about the specific situation of the high priest. However, Lang was also confused and didn't know what Moon was doing in the room. And Shaman Lu was full of sorrow these days. Although she didn't know what the high priest had encountered, she could feel that the high priest must have encountered a very difficult and big trouble just by looking at the high priest's pale face. Chapter 283 The Caster Compromises. Although the war was over, the atmosphere in a room in Fort Collin was still very tense. Lieutenant General Xilin and Leighton, the two spellcasters, were seriously injured in the fight with the Faithless. After the war, they were arranged in a relatively clean room to recuperate and rest. Because of Moon's disappearance, the tribal wizard's magic potions were also exhausted. The two spellcasters had to reuse those federal magic medicines that were not very effective. Lieutenant General Xillin's arm was wrapped in layers of bandages. It was caused by the burns of the Faithless's black magic. The wound still felt piercing pain from time to time, making him frown slightly inadvertently. Leighton's leg injury was not light. Every time he moved, he was accompanied by a faint stinging pain. But the spellcaster leader always endured it, unwilling to show any weakness in front of others. The injury on his leg did not stop Leighton's activities. Every day he got up from the bed, walked to the window with difficulty, and looked at everything that happened in the castle. At first, Lieutenant General Xilin thought that his old friend was appreciating the gains after the war. But Leighton kept sighing at the window. The sighs became heavier and heavier, and Leighton seemed to be shrouded in endless sorrow. This made it even more difficult for Lieutenant General Xilin, who had difficulty falling asleep due to the pain, to calm down and have a good rest. "I'm afraid you sigh 1,000 times a day." Lieutenant General Xilin struggled to stand up with his other intact hand and looked at Leighton by the window. "What happened? We have all won, and we should be happy." Lieutenant General Xilin finally couldn't help but ask. Leighton ignored Dylan, who was still immersed in the joy of victory, but turned his head silently. He cast his eyes out the window and sighed heavily again. Forget it. Seeing that Leighton was unwilling to pay attention to him, Lieutenant General Dylan lay down again. Looking at the stone carvings on the ceiling, he leisurely talked about his arrangements. Anyway, I have arranged for someone to notify the soldiers on Orem Island. In a few days, they will come to take over Andros Island. Lieutenant General Dylan's tone was somewhat confident and decisive. This was what he had planned long ago. As long as the Faithless were eliminated, he would notify his soldiers to come and take over. However, when Leighton heard this, he not only did not agree. Instead, he slowly shook his head again. I think you'd better take back that military order, Leighton finally spoke, his voice low and solemn. It seemed that every word carried the weight of his 3 days of thinking. Why? Lieutenant General Dylan was full of doubts. In his cognition, Leighton was a loyal general who was unwavering and swore to defend the federal territory to the death. Now there is a chance to take back the lost territory, but he doesn't care at all. Isn't this what you have always thought? Dylan sat up from the bed again, staring at Leighton's back. Before the war, Leighton revealed this idea to him. Through this war, the Faithless will be eliminated, and the strength of the tribal wizards will be damaged at the same time. The Federation can reap the benefits and finally take back the territory. Come and take a look at the people in the square outside, and you will know the reason after you see them. Leighton did not give a direct explanation, but slowly stood up from the window. He dragged his slightly heavy steps and walked back into the house. After sitting on the somewhat worn-out chair again, he reached out and picked up the cold tea from last night. He raised his head and drank it all. But the cold tea could not reduce his irritability. Lieutenant General Dylan walked to the window with suspicion. He looked in the direction of Leighton's sight just now. He saw that many islanders gathered densely in the square outside the castle. Their faces were filled with complicated expressions. They were both grateful for surviving the disaster and confused about the future. In the crowd, the figures of several tribal wizards could be seen from time to time. They were surrounded by the islanders, with gentle smiles on their faces. They listened patiently to the islanders' stories. There are just a bunch of ordinary people outside. What's the problem? Lieutenant General Dylan frowned and asked in confusion. Of course there is a problem, boom. Leighton put the teacup heavily on the table. Didn't you notice that there is something different in their behavior? After saying that, Leighton rubbed his eyebrows unconsciously. In the past few days, he racked his brains and tried many methods. But he still couldn't stop the islanders from gathering in the castle. Aren't they just thanking High Priest Moon? What's the problem? Lieutenant General Dylan still didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. In his mind, the Faithless have been wreaking havoc on Andros Island for more than 20 years. Now that Moon has eliminated these black wizards, it is normal for the islanders to want to express their gratitude. It's right to be grateful, but, Alice, don't you realize that the feelings of these islanders for the tribal wizards are already so deep that they are extraordinary? Leighton said, staring at Lieutenant General Dylan. Let's not talk about anything else. Think about it. When you went out for inspection yesterday afternoon, how did the islanders treat you? Lieutenant General Dylan scratched his head after hearing this. He tried to recall the scene of yesterday afternoon. At that time, he was walking in the bustling castle square. The islanders around him cast awe-inspiring glances at him, and even a few old people wanted to come up and kiss his shoes. He stopped them in time, and then received their greetings. The islanders called him Lord God's messenger. Lieutenant General Dylan slapped his thigh suddenly and realized. You mean to say that these islanders have already regarded Moon as the new ruler of Andros Island? Lieutenant General Dylan looked at Leighton in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. Leighton nodded helplessly, his expression becoming more solemn. Then I will immediately dispatch troops to take over the main cities here with weapons. Lieutenant General Dylan was anxious and said without thinking. But as soon as he spoke, he stopped abruptly. Because he knew that this seemingly simple and direct plan would not work at all. He knew that with the current reaction of the islanders in the castle, if he rashly transferred the army, he would inevitably be resisted by them on a large scale. Most of his soldiers came from all over the archipelago, and many of them were children from Andros Island. How could these soldiers bear to turn their swords against their fellow villagers? In addition, there were a large number of believers of the Gospel Society under the castle. They were all very loyal to Moon. Even if the spellcaster army wanted to drive away the tribal wizards, these people would definitely try their best to stop them. Moreover, although the tribal wizards were now damaged in the war, The mysterious tribal high priest had never appeared. The strength that Moon showed in the previous battle made the two high-ranking spellcasters have to be afraid. Do you think that the high priest was really injured? Lieutenant General Xilin lowered his voice and asked Leighton carefully. I don't know, but even if he is really injured, are you sure you can withstand his extremely sharp flying blade magic? Leighton asked back, with a trace of worry in his eyes. When Lieutenant General Xilin heard this, his mind involuntarily emerged with a shocking scene of Moon riding on a flying broom. He was agile and launched, god of war, at the molten-scale giant snake. At that time, Moon showed a strong fighting power, just like the god of war. Oh, forget it. Anyway, these islanders don't have to suffer anymore. Lieutenant General Xilin sighed and left the window. He reluctantly took a look at the scenery outside the castle, and then closed the window heavily. Leighton looked at Lieutenant General Xilin's slightly dejected appearance and couldn't help but sneered helplessly. He found that he felt much better after talking about this thing that bothered him. Yes, this situation has already exceeded our original expectations. Let's just leave this hot potato to those 5 old guys to worry about. After listening to Leighton, Lieutenant General Xilin walked up to him quickly. You won't report me to the Supreme 5, will you? Report? Is that even necessary? Leighton said as he poured himself another cup of cold tea. However, this cup of cold tea was no longer needed to quench his irritability. Yes, losing territory is a serious crime. It seems that I will definitely go to the military court, Lieutenant General Xilin said, sitting on the boat in a somewhat decadent manner, with a bitter smile on his lips. It's not a military court, is it? Didn't you just insult the Supreme Council? Hearing Leighton's words, Xilin looked at him again in confusion. Don't look at me like that. Do you think those 5 old guys really think that the entire Vina Islands are our territory, don't you? Xilin just said halfway and shut up. As the federal governor who has ruled the Vina Islands for the longest time, Xilin is very clear about the actual situation of the Vina Islands. At the beginning of the establishment of the Federation, although this place was under the jurisdiction of the Beast Manila Empire, it was actually in a state of anarchy. The wizard family and pirates were the rulers of the archipelago. Later, the Federation took a fancy to this land and sent troops to recover it. But they encountered obstacles from the unbelievers. For so many years, they actually controlled only 3 islands. In order to show the strength of the Federation, they announced to the outside world that the archipelago was their largest territory. You mean, I won't be punished? Lieutenant General Xilin said with sudden enlightenment. How is it possible? Although these islands were not federal territories before, we also had the opportunity to take them back, but now we have really lost to the tribal wizards, Leighton said, holding up the teacup and analyzing the current situation of the archipelago in the room. Whether in terms of strength or the people's hearts on the islands, we have lost. I think this is what the superiors are most concerned about. Considering that you, Leighton suddenly looked at Xilin. You are still quite powerful. I think they will let you return to the mainland to help resist the attack of the Manila Empire. Leighton's analysis is very reasonable. In his opinion, the biggest enemy of the current Federation is the Manila Empire. Lieutenant General Xilin is one of the few high-ranking spellcasters, so the top 5 should not make it too difficult. What about the archipelago? If I leave, there will be no one to watch over it. Don't worry, I think the tribal wizards don't want to start a war in the archipelago, and what we need to do next is to establish good relations with them. Establish good relations? Xilin took a long time to react to Leighton's rapid and contrasting change. We don't want to work on flying magic and Charmander for the time being, but I think cooperation on potions should be possible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Territory and Governing Personnel. In the slightly dim room of the castle, Moon stood quietly, and the voices from outside faintly penetrated into his ears. We just want to see the Son of God. How is the injury of the Son of God? We can go find herbs, no matter how difficult it is. Lord Son of God will not abandon us, right? Hearing the words of the islanders and the gospel church members outside, Moon's eyes flashed with surprise. He turned his head in disbelief and looked at Xilin and the great wizard Xilin. We have become the rulers of Andros Island. The great wizard Xilin was excited, and his cheeks were slightly flushed with excitement. That's right, but the islanders think that the ruler is you, the high priest. The voice of the great wizard Xilin trembled slightly, full of respect and gratitude for Moon. For 3,000 years, the tribal wizards have been sinking all the way, as if they were trapped in an endless quagmire, sinking deeper and deeper. But now, all this has changed because of the young high priest in front of him. Before coming, the Star Wizard had told him that this would be the first step for the tribal wizards to return to glory. At that time, the great witch Xilin still had doubts in his heart. But when he saw the islanders outside full of respect for the tribal wizard, his doubts disappeared instantly. The great witch Xilin now firmly believed that a curse on the tribe might really have begun to be eliminated. And the source of all these changes was the young high priest in front of him. No, Xilin's voice broke the excitement of the great witch Xilin. His face was calm, in sharp contrast to the excitement of the great witch Xilin. Noticing that the two people in the room were looking at him, Xilin calmly unfolded the archipelago sea map he brought and spread it on the table. To be precise, Moon is now the ruler of Andros Island and Salmon Island, Xilin said, while extending his finger. Pointed to another island on the sea map, Salmon Island. That was the first island that Moon set foot on when he first arrived in the Vina Islands. Once, this place was firmly controlled by the unbelievers. The Bailey family was originally here, and later moved to Xingjian Island. Now, as the tribal wizards wiped out the unbelievers, this land naturally became Moon's new territory. Yes, that's right. Now half of the Vina Islands are under the name of the High Priest. The great wizard Xilin looked at the sea chart, his eyes full of surprise and relief. Originally, he only thought that he could win a little victory in the confrontation with the unbelievers, but he didn't expect to gain such a vast land. Moon looked at the sea chart quietly without speaking. Before setting off, he had never thought that he would have such a large territory. Now, because of the unreserved trust of the islanders outside and the firm support of the Gospel Church members, all this has become possible. Seeing that Moon was silent, Xilin and the great wizard Xilin looked at each other, and a trace of worry flashed in their eyes. High Priest, I know you have always dreamed of building a magic school, but these territories are all won by our hard work. The great wizard Xilin couldn't help but speak. There was a hint of urgency in his voice. However, before he finished speaking, Moon raised his hand to interrupt him. Don't worry, great wizard, I won't give away the things I have for nothing, I'm just not ready yet. Moon's voice was steady and firm. Before setting off, although he was the high priest of Xingjian Island, his influence was limited to the tribal wizards on the island. Even if a magic school was built, the scope of influence was only the small Xingjian Island. But now, tribal wizards are about to occupy half of the Vina Islands. The area of this land is almost as large as the entire Scotland. The sudden and huge changes made Moon both surprised and worried. After all, the great wizard Xilin said that he was the real ruler of these places, but Moon had never thought about how to take on the role of a ruler. Is it like the unbelievers, to implement high-pressure rule here and let the islanders live in fear? Or like some spellcasters, just station troops and let the islanders govern themselves? Both options made Moon a little hesitant. Perhaps seeing Moon's doubts, Xilin coughed lightly and broke the silence. Some things do come unexpectedly, but I think you should always have a good reference. Xilin's words moved Moon's heart. He hesitated for a moment, and then suddenly realized. Moon only told two people about going to another world, one was Xilin, and the other was his uncle Neil. Xilin knew more details, especially after he brought back a lot of books from another world. Xilin learned from these books that in that world, there were also ordinary people living. There were many countries and tribes, and according to the books, the people there seemed to live better than here. What Xilin wanted Moon to learn from was naturally the ordinary people in another world. Is this really possible? I'm worried that I can't handle it at all. Moon frowned, looking worried. He knew in his heart that he not only had to learn magic, but also had to pass on what he learned to the young wizards. Now he had to transform this continent again, and these many affairs made him both nervous and worried that he would not have enough time. Don't worry, we have already understood most of the books you brought back, and this matter is not just your business, Xilin explained patiently. Then he talked to Moon in detail about how to govern a place and the army. According to him, what Moon has to do is to formulate a clear goal in a detailed plan. The specific implementation work does not require him to do it himself. Moon's most important task is to find problems in the governance process and propose solutions in time. After all, only Moon has experienced these things. So, maybe it's really feasible. Moon nodded slightly, and the worry in his eyes gradually dissipated, and he became more determined. He knew that no matter which world, excellent talents are like the stars in the night sky, countless. And what he has to do now is to discover and make full use of these talents. In fact, before this, Moon had a dream in his heart. That is to make this world a world where wizards and ordinary people can live in harmony and live harmoniously. Unlike another world, wizards can only hide and are full of fear of muggles. Now, he finally has the opportunity to realize this dream and conduct an experiment that will change the world. After deciding to accept the new territories of the two islands, Moon, Xilin and the great wizard Xilin sat around the table and seriously thought about the specific personnel arrangements. Each island must be stationed with an outstanding wizard. This is not only to prevent the unbelievers who may flee, but also to protect the legal rights of the tribal wizards on the islands, and to deal with the covetousness of the casters. Of course, the tribal wizards at this stage will definitely not take the initiative to start a war, but they are not afraid of war. After all, the tribal wizards with flying brooms can communicate with each other more conveniently. Once an island is attacked, they can get the news in a very short time and quickly go to support. This alone can make the casters dare not act rashly. After some discussion, Moon decided to let Lu Shaman stay on Andrew's Island temporarily, and Han Shaman went to Salmon Island. For the governance of ordinary people should still be the main focus. But Moon had never considered these two candidates before. After all, he used to focus mostly on magic. Or let the chief of the Bengbeng tribe go to Salmon Island, Great Witch Xilin suggested. The chief of the Bengbeng tribe was the father of Ben, who led Moon to Xingjian Island. On Xingjian Island, this chief was responsible for dealing with foreign sea merchants on weekdays, and he was quite capable. As the island closest to the mainland, Salmon Island has extremely developed commercial activities and needs such a capable person to take charge. As for Andros Island, Albert Suarez can stay. After determining the ownership of an island, Xilin also made his own suggestions. Is it the injured young general? Since the breakthrough of the memory recall magic, Moon's memory ability has been greatly improved. Just hearing the name, he can quickly remember the young man who was carried by the guards and boarded the Thorn with him to the Vina Islands. Yes, he has experience in managing the army, and his family has conflicts with the Federation. As a veteran of the Federation, Xilin considered much more deeply than Moon. Although the tribe has taken over two islands, he is very clear about the style of the Federation soldiers. Letting the Suarez family govern here can effectively prevent federal spellcasters. Okay, what about the lower or middle-level governance personnel? We can't just rely on the four of them, the Gospel Church, Highland Awu and Zolan said almost at the same time. The two high-level officials of Xingjian Island all took a fancy to this new church that believes in Moon. Especially after this war, they found that this group of people are not only very loyal to Moon, and the doctrines they preach are very consistent with the ideas of the Xingjian Island tribe. Equality, freedom, mutual help. Using the Gospel Church can not only help govern the place, but also play a role in rallying people's hearts. In the eyes of the two high-level officials, this is the most important weapon to regain new territory. Okay, since you have decided, do it this way. Moon made a decision after a little thought. He doesn't need to worry too much about the rest. High Priest, since the territory has been decided, do you want to go and see the giant turtle? Giant turtle? What's wrong with it? Moon was a little confused. He knew that the great wizard Xilin was talking about the crystal-shelled turtle of the high-ranking non-believers. However, according to the character of the great wizard Xilin, this crystal-shell giant turtle should be in the material pile now, but he didn't even see the shadow of the turtle shell. High Priest, I really didn't expect that guy's shell to be so hard. The great wizard Xilin explained with a wry smile. After the tribal wizard entered the castle, he wanted to dismantle the giant turtle and take its materials back to make medicine or study alchemy. Unexpectedly, the shell of the giant turtle was extremely hard, and it retracted all its limbs, making it impossible to start. The giant turtle slept for 3 days because it absorbed the spore powder thrown by Moon. It woke up this morning, and then ignored any attacks from wizards, leisurely hid in the pool in the center of the castle, and refused to come out again. Chapter 285, Blood Embrace, Source. On the third day after the war, Moon finally walked out of the room. He first cast a clean up on himself, and his clothes were immediately clean. Then he used the color-changing magic to make his face look healthier. He learned this magic from Hermione. At that time, the little witch only wanted to color her pottery figurines. Unexpectedly, This little magic could be used here. After doing all this, Moon slowly opened the door. The sound of the wooden door was not loud, but it made everyone outside quiet down. The originally heated discussion came to an abrupt end. Whether it was the tribal wizards, islanders, evangelicals, or spellcasters, they all looked towards the door with burning eyes, and their eyes were mostly full of reverence and gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Son of God, High Priest, you are fine, that's great." The voices of thanks rang one after another, and everyone put their right hands on their left shoulders and bowed to Moon. This is the oldest and most sincere etiquette on the continent. There were also many believers of the Gospel Society. After seeing Moon, they immediately took out a picture album and carefully recorded the image of the Son of God in front of them. They were going to go back and make new statues to express their respect for the Son of God. Moon nodded slightly to everyone, and then walked towards the pool in the center of the square. Every time he took a step forward, the people in front of him would automatically make way. Seeing that there were still a steady stream of people rushing here, Moon walked in the center of the square and stopped. "Everyone go home as soon as possible. The Black Wizard will not appear again in the future. You can live a good life in the future." As a person who has lived at the bottom since childhood, Moon knows very well what these people in front of him need. Not a person wearing a crown and name. Not an institution that strictly teaches them how to do things. There is no need for a condescending benefactor to show them a pitying look. What they really need is to hold the seeds and farm tools, fishing boats and fishing nets in their hands. It is a hut and charcoal fire that can withstand the severe cold. It is a medicinal soup that can prolong life in front of the sickbed. It is a fair contract that can exchange sweat for food. But no matter what these people want is just a glimmer of hope that tomorrow will be more promising than today. Moon is not sure if he can give everyone hope, but what he can do is to give everyone here a guarantee. The unbelievers will not come back, and tomorrow's life will definitely be better than today. Moon said a lot in the square, and his voice was still a little immature. But his words surprisingly calmed people's hearts. After Moon finished speaking, the tribal wizards began to distribute supplies to the islanders in an orderly manner. The islanders who received food and clothing stared at the boy in the crowd, as if they wanted to engrave this person in their hearts. Under the persuasion of the tribal wizard, the islanders took a brisk step and left Fort Colin with hope. Looking at the gradually receding back, Moon felt mixed emotions. In fact, he lived like this a year ago. After all the islanders left, Moon walked to the pool in the center of the square. This square pool is not large, with a side length of about 100 meters. The pool water is glittering, and the waves are sparkling in the sunlight. The huge turtle shell in the pool occupied a full third of the space, which was particularly eye-catching. The giant turtle sensed Moon's approach, and its originally lazy body tensed up instantly. It clearly remembered that it was this man who threw a bottle of mysterious potion last time, which made it sleep for 3 whole days. At that moment, the giant turtle whooshed. It quickly retracted its head into the turtle shell, leaving only the hard shell facing Moon. Moon walked to the edge of the pool, gently placed his hands on the railing, and leaned forward slightly. He looked at the giant turtle in the water with a gentle look. "You can understand what I say, come out, let's talk." The giant turtle heard this voice in the turtle shell, and its body suddenly stiffened. Even the turtle shell trembled slightly, causing the surrounding water surface to fluctuate. Moon's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smile. "It seems that you can really understand, come out. I know from the captives of the unbelievers that you have never actively hurt anyone. In this case, I will not hurt you." After a moment, a huge head slowly emerged from the turtle shell. The giant turtle carefully poked its head out, its round eyes full of vigilance. After confirming that only Moon was alone, it slowly floated up from the bottom of the water and looked at Moon curiously. In the long years of the crystal turtle, it has never met a human who can talk to it. "Aang, you won't lie to me, right? The two-legged beasts are too scary." "They bully me." The giant turtle opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. Moon frowned slightly when he heard the sound. I didn't expect that such a big magical creature in front of him would be a little timid. "Don't worry, I never lie to people." "A lying turtle, can you tell me your story?" Although the giant turtle looks docile, Moon knows that its magic defense is amazing. The Black Robe Wizard once used its shed turtle shell to make a shield. It blocks several of Moon's powerful, God's Edge shadowless. This is more powerful than the scales of the molten scale sea serpent. Although the giant turtle is hiding in the pool and refuses to come out, Moon still has to be on guard. After all, apart from him, Almost no wizard here can break the giant turtle's defense. Aang, this is my home. They killed all my masters and controlled me, the giant turtle roared, this time with deep sadness and grievance. Aang, this is my home. They killed all my masters and controlled me, the giant turtle roared, this time with a hint of crying, as if complaining to Moon. According to the giant turtle, it has lived here for more than 300 years. Before the arrival of the unbelievers, this place belonged to the Xilin family, the only wizard family on Andros Island. The giant turtle was originally a magical creature raised in the pool by the Xilin family. It gets along well with the members of the Xilin family, especially the cute little master, who often plays with it. However, after the arrival of the unbelievers, they brutally killed all the members of the magic family. They also used strange magic to control the giant turtle and extract its blood to make potions. The two-legged beasts are so bad. My little master was also killed by them, and I can't move. The voice of the giant turtle was full of grief. Moon's heart tightened. Hearing the giant turtle's experience, he knew it very well. The magic that controlled the crystal turtle was the blood embrace that was searched from the castle. After being controlled by this magic, no matter what creature, it will be helpless. Okay, then what are your plans for the future? Will you return to the sea or stay here? This is my home, I don't want to go anywhere. Hearing the giant turtle's firm response, Moon nodded. I think you should also know that I helped you get revenge. Since you want to stay here, can you agree to one condition of mine? Although Moon spoke gently, the giant turtle still shrank its head back in fear after hearing it. Then he thought that the two-legged beast in front of him really helped him get revenge, which didn't seem scary. So he boldly stretched his head out again. It's agreed in advance that I won't kill people. After hearing this, Moon couldn't help laughing. Don't worry, I just want you to protect the future owner of this castle and don't let him get hurt. In addition, if you agree to this job, he will be responsible for providing you with sufficient food. Oh, but I have a big appetite, don't worry, he's able to provide you with food. Oh, okay, but can I eat something now? Hearing the pitiful tone of the giant turtle, Moon immediately asked people to bring a lot of meat from the kitchen. These are the food that the unbelievers had previously stored to deal with the war, and now they can just be used as turtle food for the crystal turtle. After the food was put down, the sound of splashing water suddenly sounded in the pool. The next morning, the departure of the islanders made the castle quiet again. Only in the distance of the square, the tribal warriors were receiving training from Xilin. When the injury was not serious, Leighton and Lieutenant General Dylan came to Moon's residence to say goodbye. When they saw Moon again, they both looked respectful and nodded slightly. I don't know if the two of them thought it through or did it on purpose. They didn't tell Moon anything about the territory. Moon naturally wouldn't bring it up. High Priest, since your injury has healed, we are relieved. After seeing that Moon could still use God's sharpness easily, Leighton's attitude became more respectful. I'm sorry to have worried the two lieutenant generals. This is the spoils of war captured from the faithless. I hope you can accept it. Moon's attitude was calm, and he asked Shaman Lu to take out the Faithless's magic book. This was a manuscript copied by the tribal wizard, as a reward for the help of the two spellcasters. After Lieutenant General Dylan took the book, he immediately flipped through it. When he saw that Blood Embrace was also in it, he felt relieved and his face showed a relieved expression. After noticing that Moon's eyes were wrong, Leighton hurriedly stood up to explain. We don't want to use this magic, but to verify the guess in our hearts. Guess? Is there something wrong with this magic? Seeing that Moon didn't know, Leighton explained again. High Priest, the source of this magic should be in another continent. To be exact, it should be the Vesto continent in the east. In Leighton's explanation, Moon learned that the Vesto continent was under the control of the Magicians Association. But this organization is very loose and does not have an absolute rule over the magic forces of the entire continent. Under this organization, there are not only human wizards, but also various magical creatures. Among them are many humanoid magical creatures. Blood Embrace comes from this organization, humanoid magical creatures, vampire zombies. Our federal spellcasters have a good relationship with the Holy Church. They have hunted this kind of creature before, so they know something about it. What Leighton said is an internal secret of the federal spellcasters. And the reason why he chose to tell Moon this time is naturally for the consideration of the Federation. After listening to Leighton, Moon fell into thinking. He was originally worried that the spellcaster would use Blood Embrace on federal soldiers. After all, this magic can control a group of monsters that do not know pain, and such combat power is far stronger than ordinary soldiers. And Moon's uncle and cousin are all fighting in the Federation, so he has to guard against this. Now that he knew the source of this magic, Moon couldn't help but feel a little worried. Are there really other forces behind the unbelievers? Will it cause trouble for the tribal wizards? But all this can only be considered slowly. Thank you very much for telling me this news, I will pay attention to it. Seeing Moon's sincere attitude, Layton immediately said the real purpose of today. High Priest, I want to facilitate a deal between the Federation and the tribal wizards on potions. Do you think it's okay? After trying the potions made by Moon, Layton and Lieutenant General Dylan could no longer adapt to their own potions. With the same injuries, their potions have only recovered a little so far. And the potions made by Moon only take one night. The gap is too big. Of course, you can find a spirit tree wizard or Lu shaman for these things in the future. Using potions to communicate with external wizard forces was originally a strategy agreed upon by Moon and the tribal wizard. Although Xinjiang Island has now received the support of the Bailey family. But building a magic school, various infrastructures, and other Muggle factories that may appear later, all require a large amount of funds. This means that the tribe must have dealings with other forces to obtain enough resources. Now we will start with magic potions, and then we can naturally follow up with other products and materials. On Starlight Island, the papermaking and printing workshops that Mimir has always wanted have been built, and it is expected that products will be available this year. At that time, Bailey Lynn can be responsible for sales, so that Starlight Island will gradually become the core of the archipelago. Of course, this is just Moon's plan, and he doesn't need to tell the caster. After getting Moon's guarantee, Layton and Vice Admiral Dylan found Shaman Lu again to discuss the magic potion trade. Moon was preparing to pack up his belongings and return to Starlight Island. After the caster left, Moon took the Great Witch Xilin, Lang, and Xilin away from Andrus Island. It was the night they left. In the abandoned room of Klingberg, a small blood-red bat flew out of the darkness. It flapped its wings and flew quickly to the east. After flying for a while, a small sailboat was seen quietly waiting by the sea. It was already late at night, but there was no light on the boat. The bat fell into the hands of a man in a blood-red cloak, who then whispered a few words. I never thought that such a great discovery could be made in this small archipelago, the man in the blood-red cloak said, holding the blood-red bat tightly. No matter how the little guy screamed, he did not let go. Until the end, the little bat banged and turned into a cloud of blood mist, and the man in the blood-red cloak let go of his hand reluctantly. Don't worry, I will bring the news back. After all, many old guys are very curious about these new things. Before the sun came out, the boat left the coast and sped towards the east. Then, it disappeared into the vast night. Chapter 286 Hermione's Doubt. As Moon's best friend and the pet he has had the longest contact with, Bengbeng immediately noticed something was wrong when he saw Moon. Even though Moon had used transfiguration to cover up his pale complexion, Bengbeng still carefully discovered a problem with his own biped. Chi, what's wrong with you? Bengbeng first jumped onto Moon's shoulder, then scratched Moon's cheek with his claws. It seemed that he wanted to confirm which complexion was real. It's nothing serious, it's just tanned by the sun. After hearing Moon's explanation, Bengbeng always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out. However, this did not prevent him from making his own judgment. After running to the beach and looking at the tanned tribesmen, he was sure that Moon's complexion was not tanned by the sun. He remembered the method he had seen other animals use to make their fur smoother and brighter. Bengbeng jumped directly into the sea, caught a lot of streamer fish, then peeled out the fish liver and gave it to Moon. Shishi, eat quickly, this will make your face look better. In Bengbeng's opinion, just because he didn't go out with Moon this time, his two-legged beast had a big problem. This must be remedied. Moon looked at the bloody fish liver on the golden plate and couldn't eat it. Would it be better if it was heated? Shishi, no. I want to eat it raw. Seeing Bengbeng supervising him with a sharp gaze, Moon picked up a small piece of fish liver with difficulty. Oh, by the way, I found a new friend for you. It lives in a pool in a castle. It grows very big, but it's a coward. Bengbeng stared at Moon's hand at first. Later, when he heard about the deeds of the crystal turtle, he gradually became fascinated. When Moon finished speaking, Bengbeng reacted. Shishi, this timid turtle is so pitiful. Hey, have you finished eating? Of course, Moon said and wiped his mouth. Then he used clean up to wash the golden plate before returning it to Bengbeng. The little fire dragon following behind him still had a little blood on its mouth. That night, after everything was ready, Moon fell asleep in the room with Bengbeng and Zhizhi. Seeing Moon reappear on the chair, Hagrid choked on a mouthful of brandy. "You're back so soon. Has Norbert been arranged?" "Don't worry, it lives very well in my hometown. There is a large group of people taking care of it. It is fed regularly every day, and a lot of brandy is specially transported." What Moon said was all true. When Moon went to wipe out the unbelievers, the Star Wizard organized the tribesmen in the tribe to form a fishing team. Fresh food was delivered to Norbert every day. The brandy was provided by the Bailey family. Not only did they clear out their own inventory, but they also asked the caravan to go to farther places to buy it. Now the little fire dragon's living standard is even better than his. As Moon spoke, he roughly checked the things he brought back this time. After making sure that everything in the suitcase was not lost, he looked at the two people in front of him with relief. "That's good. No one else or a big dragon will bully it, right?" "Of course not. Norbert is a tyrant there. In fact, no matter where it is, dragons are always at the top of the food chain. Even though it is still very small, there will be no problem if it is taken care of by the tribal wizards." Moon had just finished speaking when he suddenly remembered what Bengbeng had told him, and then looked at Hagrid again. "By the way, the little dragon is a girl, Hagrid. Do you want to consider changing its name?" "Girl?" Hagrid was surprised at first, then he held his head with both hands and began to repent as if he had done something wrong. "Oh, damn it, I was so cruel to send a girl away. She was so well behaved and charming when she was here." Seeing Hagrid like this, Moon was stunned for a moment. He never thought that a little female dragon would be such a big blow to this strong man. Moon was about to go up to comfort him, but Hermione reached out to stop him. "Don't worry, Hagrid will get better in a while." After Moon returned, Hermione kept staring at him closely, and her breathing became a little faster unconsciously. Moon spoke only after she was sure that she and Hagrid could still communicate normally. "When you left just now, Hagrid told me that he used to have many animals, but they all left later, and he slowly got used to it. Well, I was really scared. He asked me to bring the little fire dragon back." After hearing that Hagrid had experienced so many separations, Moon gradually felt relieved. Bengbeng and Squeak went to greet Tia, who was curled up in the corner. When Hagrid's crying in the room became quieter and quieter, Hermione told him the problem that was bothering her. "Are you using apparition?" Moon looked at Hermione in confusion at first, and was about to answer when Hagrid next to him suddenly interrupted. "How far is your apparition? Can you take me to see Norbert next time?" Hagrid said, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. "Norbert? Who?" "Oh, this is the new name I just gave to the little fire dragon." "Not bad." Moon did not answer directly. He felt that this was a bit perfunctory. Just adding one word, "Can it be a good name?" But Hagrid said that he could take him to see the little dragon. Maybe he could try it later. But it's definitely not possible now. After all, Moon hasn't tried to bring anyone back yet, so he has to find a way to do an experiment first. Hearing Moon promise to take him back in the future, Hagrid's mood recovered a lot. "What kind of gifts does your family like? Maybe I can prepare it in advance. I have to say that your apparition is really amazing. I have never seen anyone master it in the first grade," Hagrid said, and began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets, looking for a presentable gift. Moon carefully inquired about apparition. Although he doesn't know this magic now. But in the future, maybe he can really use the name of apparition to cover up his special ability. "Although I don't know how you learned it, this magic will not be taught by the Ministry of Magic until the 7th grade is about to graduate." Hagrid didn't care about the source of Moon's magic. In his opinion, as long as his friends are fine, everything will be fine. In such a short time, aren't you afraid that the students won't be able to master it? After hearing Hagrid say that learning this magic may cause the caster to lose hands, feet, or even limbs, Moon couldn't help but feel curious. Learning such an important magic just before graduation is a bit too hasty. In comparison, his ability is much safer than apparition. Of course, many people can't master this magic, and some people even have serious psychological trauma when learning it. You know, this is a taboo in learning magic. After hearing what Hagrid said, Moon nodded unconsciously. Before coming to Hogwarts to study magic, the professors had warned them more than once that only by believing in magic can they use magic well. And people with psychological trauma certainly can't do this. After consulting Hagrid, Moon took Hermione to put on the invisibility cloak again and left the Forbidden Forest hut. It was already late at night, and no sound could be heard except for some animals that often appeared at night. That's definitely not apparition, right, huh? Shortly after leaving the cabin, Hermione directly exposed Moon's lie. Although she couldn't touch the magic of apparition now. But Hermione was also very clear that to cast this spell, it was necessary to chant the spell and wave the wand. And Moon did not do any of these actions when he left. To do this, only a great wizard like Dumbledore could do it. But Hermione didn't expect that Moon would admit it directly, which made her say nothing of the doubt she wanted to say. This is just an additional ability when I awakened my magic. Awakening? Just like before entering school, I would transfer all the chocolates at home to the top of the cabinet. Moon's group of friends had discussed the awakening of magic for the little wizard. Harry once made the glass of the zoo disappear, and an Amazon snake sneaked out. Neville was thrown down from the upstairs by his uncle and then floated in the air. And Hermione would unconsciously transfer chocolate at home. That's right, you can transfer candies, but I can transfer other objects, including animals. Hearing Moon's frank explanation, Hermione recalled that Moon had asked her to buy Muggle books before. After putting everything on, the explanation made sense. No wonder. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you. Hermione seemed to have learned something extraordinary and made a solemn promise to Moon. When the two climbed a short uphill road, a crimson meteor suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Hermione pointed in that direction with surprise, then lifted the invisibility cloak, clasped her hands together and began to make a wish. Please bless me to pass all the exams, and there will be no mistakes or omissions on the test paper. Don't you believe in the so-called prophecy magic? After hearing Hermione's voice, Moon looked at the little witch next to him curiously. Of course this is different. Prophecy is an inaccurate magic, while meteors are a kind of sustenance and hope. Okay, Moon was very helpless. In his opinion, if this little witch had read less books, she would not have thought of such a magical explanation. At this time, in the principal's tower of the castle, two pairs of eyes saw the scarlet meteor through the window. It seems that we really caught this meteor, but it seems a little different, Dumbledore said, taking out a bright red berry and putting it to Fluck's mouth. After a few bites, the bright phoenix made a crisp cry. Really? It seems that he can only solve it by himself. What are you two doing? Moon, who had just made a wish and had not yet put on the invisibility cloak, suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Chapter 287 The Change of Curse. Hearing the slightly hoarse voice from behind, Moon subconsciously wanted to turn around. After all, Moon didn't want to use the invisibility cloak to deceive a person who couldn't do magic. Filch raised the oil lamp in his hand a little further forward, and he found a familiar back. He saw the same back almost every day in the small classroom on the second floor, so he remembered it very clearly. The most important thing was that there was a cute Niffler standing on the shoulder of the little wizard outside the door, blinking at him constantly. These features were enough to explain the other party's identity. Oh, it turned out that I was dazzled. There was no one. Filch quickly put away the oil lamp, pretended to say something, and then walked in another direction. Oh, I was scared to death. Hermione patted her chest nervously, her voice still trembling. Just now, she heard Filch's voice, and she thought she would definitely be caught tonight. Because of the murder of unicorns in the Forbidden Forest last week, Hogwarts issued a very strict ban. If they were caught tonight, the two of them would most likely be expelled. Until she could no longer hear Filch's voice, Hermione carefully took the invisibility cloak handed by Moon and put it on. Why did Filch leave directly? Only Moon could make this strict and stubborn castle administrator leave and turn a blind eye to the students who made mistakes. Such a thing might be something that Hermione was still very surprised. She only knew that Filch's cat was very good to Moon, and she never thought that the castle administrator was the same. I think it might be that I gave him a Christmas present. Alato open, Moon explained while chanting a spell at the iron lock on the castle gate. At Christmas, Moon prepared gifts for all his friends. Filch, who had to accompany him every day and practice spells in the small classroom, was no exception. Because Filch was often seen cleaning the corridors of the castle, and some traces of magic materials were difficult to clean up, Moon gave him a magical plant cleaner. This was a new product created by a senior in the Herb Club. Moon was given some because he helped him take care of the magical plants for a period of time. Gift for Filch. No wonder he's covering for you. After entering the gate, Hermione closed the iron gate and cast a locking spell. In the eyes of this little witch, Filch, who was disliked by all students, must have received a Christmas gift for the first time. In addition, with the existence of the social king Bung, the violations went from big to small, and from small to nothing. When Moon and Hermione entered the castle, Professor Snape also came to the castle gate. "Come out." After discovering Filch hiding nearby, Snape shouted towards the dark corner. "Professor, you patrol really fast." Filch walked out with a flattering smile. "I seemed to hear some noise here just now." Seeing Snape's questioning eyes, Filch's expression did not change at all. "Oh, that was me chasing Mrs. Norris. Don't worry, no one left the school just now." After the death of the unicorn, the professors of Hogwarts strengthened their night patrols. Unlike other professors who only wanted to prevent dark wizards from appearing and harming students, Snape wanted to catch this dark wizard. For this reason, he not only strengthened patrols at night and even in the second half of the night, but also asked Filch to guard the key exits. "Okay. This is today's refresher. If you really can't hold on, you can go back to sleep first," Snape said, taking out a small bottle of emerald green potion from his pocket and handed it to Filch. "Oh, thank you very much, Professor. I can still hold on and will definitely not delay my work." After taking the potion, Filch hugged the bottle tightly in his arms, as if he was afraid of losing the other party. "Okay, just be careful." Watching Snape walk away, Filch carefully put the bottle into his pocket, and then looked in the direction where Moon left. Mrs. Norris would be very happy if she knew. After passing through more than a dozen changing stairs and crossing the portrait door left by the fat lady. After arriving in the common room, Moon dared to take off the invisibility cloak. "Okay, go back and rest quickly, you still have to go to class tomorrow," Moon said as he folded the invisibility cloak and put it in his pocket, then picked up the bonbon and prepared to go back to the dormitory. Hermione subconsciously pulled his arm. "Can I visit Africa during the summer vacation?" "Africa?" Moon showed a puzzled expression. "Oh, that is, your hometown, isn't it on the African continent?" After learning about Moon's special abilities, Hermione became more and more certain that the classmate in front of her should come from a relatively wild place. Not only is there enough space to accommodate fire dragons, but the papermaking and printing techniques of Muggles have not yet been mastered. All these evidences show that Moon should come from the least developed place on Earth. "No, I promised Professor Flitwick that I would participate in the spellcasting competition during the summer vacation." Moon knew very well that Hermione was a little wizard with good logical reasoning ability. Now that she can think that her hometown is in Africa, it is definitely the best explanation. Unless it is absolutely necessary, this little witch must not be taken to another world. "But can't you go back anytime?" Hermione asked subconsciously when she heard Moon's refusal. "Of course not, I haven't mastered this ability completely yet, and I can't take anyone back." "Ah, is that so?" Hermione's expression suddenly became a little depressed. She had originally thought that she could visit the scenery of another continent in a very short time. By the way, she would go and see what kind of place Moon, who made her very curious, had lived since childhood. "Then if you have mastered this ability completely, you must take me to see it." "Don't worry, I will definitely take you to see it when the time comes." Moon turned around casually, raised his hand and waved, and walked towards the stairs of the boys' dormitory. "Master the ability completely? Let's talk about it after I graduate." After returning to Hogwarts, people always feel at ease. Even if this is not their original hometown, sleeping on the velvet bed is still very enjoyable. The next morning, after Moon came back from washing up, he ran into Ron, who was in a hurry to go to the bathroom. Before Moon could say good morning, Ron's screams immediately resounded throughout the dormitory. "Ah! Vampire, vampire!" Where? The huge shouting not only woke up everyone in the dormitory. Even the shouting and cursing of many students next door and upstairs could be heard. "Ron, are you okay?" After hearing the voice, Harry jumped out of bed and helped Ron, who had fallen to the ground. "Oh, Moon, your face is so white." Harry was also startled, and then everyone turned to look at Moon standing at the door. "Very white face," Moon said, and walked to the mirror behind the door to take a look. "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have mistaken you for a vampire." Ron was very embarrassed. He had a nightmare last night and dreamed of something very scary. He was scared by Moon again in the morning, and now he didn't even want to go to the bathroom. "You didn't really get bitten by a vampire, did you?" Seeing Moon constantly looking at himself in the mirror, Ron unconsciously took 2 steps back. "How is it possible? The book says that vampires cannot see the sun." "Isn't Moon fine?" Neville was also awakened by the shock. Although he was also very timid, he saw that Moon had no other abnormalities, so he consciously defended Moon. "That's right," Ron said, loosening his hand that was tightly holding Harry. Moon didn't pay attention to the conversation of his roommates. After being cursed by this strange curse, his face became very pale. In order to prevent others from seeing the abnormality, he cast a small transfiguration on his face. But unexpectedly, after sleeping last night, the transfiguration had failed. But this was not the worst. When Moon looked in the mirror, he directly cast memory recall, and came to the depths of his brain. Since using the old Willow wand to solve the bloody monster, Moon's brain magic has been much more perfect than before. Now he can not only cast it anytime and anywhere, but also enter this strange space with a wand. The original Willow Tree, Thestral and Scarlet Moon have disappeared. Instead, there is a gray sky. No matter which day Moon used memory recall to look through his memories, the sky was always gray. And this morning, Moon found that under the gray sky, there were many darker clouds. Is this the curse constantly eroding? Looking at the dark clouds accumulating in the sky, Moon first cast Wind Prayer. However, it didn't work at all. Then he picked up the wand and cast Stop Curse on the dark clouds. This is a method introduced by Professor Snape in the book to solve the primary curse. Although it has a certain effect, it is not obvious. Fortunately, with the cooperation of the old Willow wand, the dark clouds gradually faded and then disappeared. It seems that we must find a way to solve this curse. Moon thought that this curse would only prevent him from learning magic from another world. But unexpectedly, the curse could still continue to erode the mysterious space in his brain. This has already affected Moon's magic and even his life, and he must find a way to solve it completely. After exiting the memory recall state, Moon looked at his classmates who cared about him. "Don't worry, I'm not a vampire. Indeed, I'm not, but your face looks a lot like Professor Quirrell." Harry walked over first and looked at Moon in the mirror. "Quirrell? That's right, it stands to reason that this professor is also cursed now, and he might have similar characteristics." Moon couldn't help but ponder. But in comparison, his curse is more powerful. After all, the professor's curse is only about the position, not himself. Why don't we go find Quirrell? Thinking that the two of them had something in common, Moon subconsciously came up with this idea. However, as soon as this ridiculous idea came up, Moon was forced to suppress it. Now the most suspected dark wizard is this professor. So it's better to stay away from him. Chapter 288 The Essence of the Shadowless Divine Edge. On Monday, the long table in the auditorium smelled sweet pumpkin. I still remember that not long ago, the pumpkin feast at Halloween made everyone feel disgusted. But as time goes by, everyone feels that it is natural to taste pumpkin now, as if that disgust has never existed. The staple food in the morning is pumpkin porridge and toast. While Moon was enjoying the food, many young wizards also received this week's daily profit. Moon tore the hard bread hard, his cheeks slightly bulging, and turned his head inadvertently to look at the newspaper in Seamus's hand. In the front page photo of the newspaper, a silver unicorn was stretching its head towards the window at Honeydukes candy store, licking the delicious candy inside. The owner of the candy store stood aside, his face full of surprise and confusion. The unicorn actually ran out of the Forbidden Forest. Moon stared at the text in the lower right corner of the photo. In view of the escape of animals in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic plans to block the relevant Forbidden Forest passages. After reading this, Moon exchanged glances with Hermione next to him. They all knew very well what happened in the Forbidden Forest. Until now, the professors have not found the real murderer. The newspaper said that this reporter got exclusive inside information and wanted to come to Hogwarts for an interview, but was rejected. It's Rita Skeeter, the most unpopular reporter. Ron put a piece of fried bacon in his mouth and responded to Harry's words randomly. The most unpopular? Why? Hearing Harry's question, Ron immediately became interested. Putting down the cutlery in his hand, sitting up straight, and began to popularize this terrible female reporter to Harry. He danced and described how Rita did everything she could to dig up news, how she distorted the facts, and wrote simple events one by one in a sensational way. After the two finished talking, Moon suddenly took over. "Do you think this matter involves Dumbledore?" After listening to Ron's description of Rita Skeeter's ability to entangle people, Harry suddenly thought of something. He slammed the table and stood up. "No, Dumbledore must not be allowed to leave the school, otherwise the Dark Wizard thief, Harry, keep your voice down. Hermione was drinking pumpkin porridge and found that many little wizards around were looking at her curiously, so she hurriedly reminded him softly. Oh, okay, but you should understand me. This is a critical moment. Harry also realized his loss of composure and sat down slowly again, his face full of anxiety and helplessness. As the little wizard who cares most about the murderer of the Dark Wizard, Harry has been very busy recently. Not only does he have to actively prepare for the Quidditch competition, but he also has to prepare for the exam in 2 months. Even if he has free time, he will patrol the castle to find out if there are any traces of dark wizards. This is no longer something we can do, Harry. Ron stuffed the last piece of bacon on the plate into his mouth and vaguely comforted his good friend. In Ron's view, the affairs of the Ministry of Magic are far beyond their control. Even Dumbledore may have to cooperate and go for questioning. But the person who disclosed the exclusive inside information is very suspicious. Maybe he is a student in this school. The newspaper recorded the information about the unicorn's murder in detail. Only Moon and his group knew the whole story. When Ron finished speaking, Harry unconsciously looked at Malfoy, who was sitting at another long table. Maybe it was him. He saw the unicorn being killed that night. I think so too. After all, the Malfoy family has a good relationship with Rita Skeeter. Listening to the words of the two friends opposite, Moon just drank pumpkin porridge silently and ignored them. He vaguely felt that the person who informed was not Malfoy, but someone else. After all, this little wizard promised in front of him that he would not tell anyone. But Moon also knew that Harry, Ron and Malfoy had a deep hatred. It would take a while to resolve this suspicion between them. In the herbology class on Monday afternoon, Professor Sprout looked at Moon frequently. Until the get-out of class was over and all the students left. Sprout came over and stopped Moon. What's wrong with your face? Is there some magic? Even though Moon had recast a color-changing spell on his face in the dormitory in the morning, it was difficult to hide it from the professor in front of him. Professor, this is just a small transfiguration spell. After Moon finished speaking, Sprout took out his wand and tapped his face lightly. The magic instantly dissipated into nothingness. Oh. Your face is too bad. Have you seen the school doctor? I haven't had time to go yet. That won't do. Let's go. The class is just over. I'll go with you. Without waiting for Moon to refuse, Sprout took off his apron and led Moon out of the greenhouse. I heard from Cedric that you study very hard, but you must take care of your health. No matter what magic you learn, your health is the first priority. I know, Professor. Professor Sprout kept reminding Moon as they walked. Oh, by the way, the club will hold a party in Hogsmeade next weekend. You must come to attend if you have the chance, Moon had heard Cedric explain when he joined the Herb Club. Every year after Easter, the Herb Club holds a meeting. Many old members will attend, discuss the latest news about herbs, and even reach various herb deals. What is relevant to new members like Moon is naturally the competition for herbal plant products. Although Moon has just joined and has no suitable works, he also wants to visit. In order to prepare for this competition, Cedric specially brewed the little living hell potion. However, as far as Moon knows, Cedric still failed last weekend. The two of them talked and soon came to the school infirmary at the end of the corridor on the second floor. Madame Pomfrey greeted Professor Sprout first, and then looked at Moon behind. Come here quickly, kid. How did you get into this? Pulling Moon over and pressing him on the chair, Pomfrey immediately picked up the wand and cast a detection spell. As the light blue fluorescence flashed all over Moon's body, Madame Pomfrey's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. There are no wounds, but it seems something is wrong. Pomfrey took back the wand and circled around Moon. What? Is it difficult to treat? Seeing the look of the school doctor, Sprout gradually became a little anxious. It's not a question of whether it's difficult or not, but, Pomfrey said, looking at Moon who was sitting on the chair. She found that the little wizard was in good spirits, so she started to explain. To be honest, I feel that he is not injured, but has been hit by some kind of vicious magic. How could it be, Mr. Scarlett has been staying in Hogwarts. When Professor Sprout said the name of the school, Madame Pomfrey immediately looked at her. As old employees of Hogwarts for many years, they all knew that there were countless secrets hidden in this castle. Some of them can bring good luck to people, but some of them will threaten the little wizards. Mr. Scarlett, have you encountered any strange things in school? After thinking of the dangers in the castle, Sprout immediately looked down at Moon who was sitting on the chair. I shouldn't have encountered anything. Moon didn't know what the two witches in front of him thought of, so he could only answer the question truthfully. Well, Professor, Now is not the time to ask these questions. I suggest you go to Professor Snape, who is very good at detoxification. Although Madame Pomfrey is the school doctor of Hogwarts, she is mainly good at magic and trauma emergency treatment. And potions. Professor Snape has made great achievements in various detoxification potions. The two of them often work together to treat patients. Well, this matter is very serious. I must inform Minerva. Hearing that her most cherished students may have been affected by evil magic, Professor Sprout became more anxious. After asking Moon to find Snape, she hurriedly left the school infirmary. Moon could only go to the basement alone as they requested. Before approaching Snape's office, Moon smelled the familiar smell of potion. "Professor, you are really hard-working," Moon said lightly, and then knocked on the wooden door of the office. "Why are you here again?" Seeing the familiar figure, Snape's eyes narrowed unconsciously, and his voice became a little stern. "He has been very busy recently. He has to complete his teaching tasks, patrol at night, and agree to a potion deal that is similar to exploitation. This makes Snape very irritable." "Oh, Professor, don't look at me like that. I came here just to express my gratitude." Looking at the medicine cabinet behind Snape filled with plant growth potions, Moon smiled kindly. "Thanks? No. I will deliver the potion on time," Snape said, and looked at the crucible on the operating table with great concentration. His good impression of the little wizard in front of him has been almost consumed by a large number of repeated potions. "It's not a potion, Professor. I want to say that the God of Swords you taught me is really useful." Hearing Moon praising his spell, Snape showed a barely noticeable smile at the corner of his mouth. "Especially when using this spell to attack the opponent's weak points, such as the eyes, it is very..." Boom. The crucible in front of Snape exploded. Fortunately, he controlled it in time and did not cause greater damage. "Who taught you to attack the eyes?" Without time to clean up the broken crucible, Snape glared at Moon fiercely. "This spell is very sharp, isn't it, to attack the opponent's weak point?" Hearing Moon's words, Snape's eyes became sharp unconsciously. He knew the power of this spell very well. But he never thought of using God's sharpness to attack the enemy's weak point. "I won't accidentally cultivate a dark wizard." Looking at Moon's innocent expression, Snape let out a long breath. Okay, Snape wanted to blame, but after thinking about the scene of the transaction spell at that time, he turned around helplessly and pulled out a piece of parchment from the bookshelf. "At that time, I only taught you how to cast the spell. But the essence of God's sharpness is not to attack the enemy's weak point," Snape said, and threw the parchment to Moon, and he cleaned up the crucible fragments on the operating table. "Did I understand it wrongly?" Moon took the parchment and looked at the familiar handwriting on it. "The essence of the divine wind shadowless is not to simply cut. It is to accurately capture the most vulnerable magic nodes in the wizard's body. Then, like a scalpel, it cuts open these magic nodes, making it impossible for the cursed person's body to heal." Chapter 289. Snape's Thoughts. Moon read the contents of the parchment carefully 3 times. "So, God's sharpness can cut off the nodes on the opponent's body." Yes, although God's sharpness is very sharp, it is not for attacking the opponent's weak points. Seeing that Moon could understand so quickly, Snape nodded slightly. "Professor, in that case, wouldn't it be more useful to use God's sharpness to attack the opponent's knees, wrists, or even neck?" Hearing Moon's surprised voice as if he had discovered a new world, Snape unconsciously tightened the measuring cup in his hand. "It seems that I really cultivated a dark wizard." Bang! As the measuring cup exploded, Snape's roar resounded throughout the office. "You are so young. Why are you so full of thoughts of killing people, attacking people's eyes and necks? Do you know that these are very dangerous behaviors? Are you a stupid lion from Gryffindor? Or should you belong to Slytherin?" At this point, Snape suddenly stopped roaring. He looked at Moon in surprise and gradually came to his senses. "Have you ever thought about transferring to another hospital?" Snape's mind quickly flashed through all the interactions he had with Moon in recent times. He was very hardworking in his studies and was full of desire for knowledge about high-level magic. Isn't this the ambition of Slytherin? He was very smart and could discover Quirrell, who was hiding very deeply, just like him. Isn't this the shrewdness of Slytherin? Every time he made a deal with himself, he could always get the most favorable result through negotiation. Isn't this the cunning of Slytherin? All the images about Moon flashed quickly. Then Snape came to an unexpected but reasonable conclusion. In addition to respecting bloodline, the little wizard in front of him was really suitable for Slytherin College. Seeing Snape staring at him closely, Moon took 2 steps back unconsciously. Oh, Professor, don't joke. I came here for other things and wanted to ask you for help. Hearing Moon's refusal, Snape felt like he had lost a treasure. Then he quickly comforted himself, calmed down, and cleaned up the mess on the operating table again. You didn't agree to my request, why should I help you? Snape took out his wand and cast a repair spell on the broken measuring cup. Then, he slowly prepared various potion materials. Oh, Professor, maybe you are very interested in my problem. Hearing Moon's words, Snape's hand paused in the air, and then continued to operate as if nothing had happened. Let me tell you in advance, if you don't have new rare materials, I won't agree to help. Moon did bring back a lot of rare herbs from the Venus Islands this time. He even obtained golden spinal fluid from the spine of the molten sea snake. However, he didn't plan to trade potions with Professor Snape. Of course, in addition to these materials, Moon believed that his problem should also attract Snape's attention. After all, in Hogwarts, everyone knew that the professor in front of him wanted to be the professor of the defense against the dark arts class. And Moon's problem was very similar to this position. Professor, I should have been cursed by some powerful curse. Snape's hand stopped in the air again. After looking up and making sure that Moon was not lying, he put down the measuring cup in his hand and quickly walked to Moon. Curse? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Are you feeling unwell? In addition to little concern for Moon, Snape's eyes were full of curiosity about the curse. I'm not feeling unwell, but, Professor, can you look at me differently? Snape's eyes were like looking at a perfect experimental subject. His eyes moved inch by inch on Moon's body, slowly sweeping from the top of his head to his toes, without missing any details. How can you solve the curse perfectly without careful observation? Snape ignored Moon's words. He drew out his wand again and scanned Moon thoroughly. Strange, except for some abnormalities in the magic fluctuations in your body, no curse energy can be detected, Snape said, and like Madame Pomfrey, he circled around Moon and looked at him. Professor, I remember that your book recorded a potion that uses phoenix tears as the main ingredient. Don't think about it, this potion can't solve the curse on you. Moon had just proposed an idea when Snape interrupted him immediately. The method recorded in that book can only solve ordinary curses. Snape observed Moon's body while explaining the methods in the book. Whether it was stop curse, magical herbal bath, or potions made with phoenix tears, they only targeted body damage and could be repaired and cured. And the curse on Moon, it seems, did not cause any harm to the body. Moreover, this curse is hidden very deeply. It is not something that can be solved by ordinary magic or potions. Professor, is there no better way? After listening to Snape's explanation, Moon became a little nervous. He was very sure that he was indeed cursed, but neither the school doctor nor the potion professor could see it. This is enough to show that this curse is very powerful. I have a method, but I haven't conducted any specific experiments yet. I wonder if you dare to try it. Moon heard the hidden meaning in Snape's words. The potion professor obviously regarded himself as an experimental sample. Professor, can you tell me what method it is first? Moon knew very well that with his current ability, he could not deal with the curse hidden in his mind. No matter what Snape's method was, he had to understand it first. Perhaps seeing Moon's worry, Snape tried his best to squeeze out a warm smile. Don't worry, I have tried this new potion myself, and it is not fatal, Snape said, turning around and waving at the medicine cabinet in front of the wall. With a creaking sound, the medicine cabinet slowly moved away, and a palm-sized wooden door appeared on the wall. Snape once again took the wand and cast an unfamiliar spell on the wooden door. Click! The wooden door opened, and you can see a bottle of black potion inside. This is the potion I experimented with myself, the spell suppressant. Snape reached out and took out the potion, and shook it in front of him with satisfaction, as if admiring some treasure. To be precise, this is an inhibitor, the main ingredients of which are the cerebrospinal fluid of the thestrals and a mysterious reverse-growth herb, according to Snape's explanation. This so-called sedative is exactly what he wants to obtain the position of Professor of Defense against the dark arts. Snape is very confident that he can use this potion to suppress the backlash of the curse he suffered when he was a professor. However, Dumbledore has never agreed to his request. Professor, is there any flaw in your potion? Moon had long known from Ron that Hogwarts was eager to recruit a qualified professor of defense against the dark arts. And since Snape has this potion, there is no reason why Dumbledore would not use it to solve the most vicious curse that entangled the school. Well, I have to say, you are really very smart, Snape said as he placed the potion on the operating table, and sat aside and explained it solemnly. This potion is called an inhibitor because its main function is to suppress the curse, not to resolve it. Drinking it for a long time will inevitably weaken the efficacy of the medicine. At that time, the curse is likely to erupt instantly, and it will be more powerful than before the suppression. Isn't this equivalent to putting a thunderbolt explosion in your body? Moon looked at Snape in confusion. He had never noticed that this potion professor had suicidal tendencies before. No, I just haven't thought of a way to improve the potion yet. Snape's tone was very confident. I believe that it won't be long before I can resolve the curse. And you, Mr. Scarlett, are you willing? No, Moon answered very firmly. He never thought of becoming Snape's experiment. Moreover, the curse in Moon's body was originally more powerful than the curse of the defense against the dark arts professorship. If you really choose to suppress it with an inhibitor, it is not to resolve the curse at all, but to resolve Moon himself. Snape was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Moon again without giving up. Will you really not reconsider it, Professor? I have thought it through very clearly. Well, it's a pity. As soon as Snape finished speaking, there was another knock on the door. Professor McGonagall was notified and hurried over. Seeing Moon's pale face and the strange potion on the operating table, McGonagall's face instantly turned cold. What's going on, Professor? Professor Snape is helping me check my body. Seeing that Moon's mental state was fine, McGonagall's face improved slightly. Let's go. If it's really a curse, we must go to Dumbledore to see. McGonagall ignored Snape and even ignored his intention to keep Moon. Okay, Professor, Moon said, got up and left with McGonagall. When he reached the door of the office, he suddenly turned around and looked at Snape. Professor, life is actually quite good, don't worry, I have no intention of committing suicide. Snape's cold voice sounded again. It's best if you don't have any. If you really can't get over it, you can help me make some more potions. I won't think it's too much. Snape was about to spit out a swear word, but when he saw McGonagall was there, he swallowed it back. It seems that you really have no intention of committing suicide. I'm relieved. Moon had long been immune to Snape's venomous tongue. After leaving with McGonagall, he closed the door of the office, leaving Snape enough privacy, hoping that he could vent the words he had just swallowed. When the footsteps outside gradually faded away, Snape's voice muttering to himself was heard again in the office. This kind of curse should only be able to be solved by that person. Chapter 290 Dumbledore's Explanation. It's a long way from the castle basement to the headmaster's tower. Along the way, Professor McGonagall stood straight, but her expression could not hide her worry. Since the two of them set out from the basement, she kept looking at Moon, her eyes full of concern. You must tell me about this kind of thing in advance in the future. If Sprout hadn't come to me today, I wouldn't have known that you were injured. Professor, I'm not injured. Moon smiled gently and responded patiently. Whether you are injured or not, go see Dumbledore first. He just wants to see you. Professor McGonagall was walking in front. After seeing her, many students made way and nodded to her. Moon, who was walking behind, was instantly alert. Did Dumbledore want to see him? Did he find something? Or did he make too much noise last night? Or maybe Hagrid, the man with his own truth serum, let it slip. Professor, is Hagrid coming to the castle? Moon asked worriedly. In his opinion, Dumbledore was the most mysterious person in the whole Hogwarts. Especially Ron often spread the word that Dumbledore was the greatest wizard of the time. Moon had always been worried that staying in the same school with someone with such ability would expose his secrets completely. Hagrid? He didn't come to the castle. The Forbidden Forest is very unsafe recently. The unicorns want to migrate away. Hagrid must find a way to stabilize them. Although Professor McGonagall explained it easily, Moon could still see a trace of sadness between her brows. Unicorns want to migrate, which is not something Hagrid can control. Especially this kind of creature, they don't want men to get close, even if it's Hagrid, their neighbor who stays with him. Professor, the Daily Prophet said that the Ministry of Magic wants to block the passage to the Forbidden Forest. Is that true? This is just Rita Skeeter's ridiculous remarks. The Ministry of Magic just wants Dumbledore to explain, and doesn't want to block the Forbidden Forest. Will Headmaster Dumbledore leave? Hearing Moon's words, McGonagall shook her head. As one of the persons in charge of guarding the Philosopher's Stone, McGonagall knew very well the significance of Dumbledore staying in Hogwarts. And now because of the unicorn incident, Dumbledore is likely to leave the school. This must be an opportunity, and it is also very dangerous. The two of them came to the door of the principal's office while talking. Noticing that the stone statue guarding the door did not move, Professor McGonagall sighed and said the door pass helplessly. Cockroach string. After hearing this word, Moon tried to maintain his expression of wanting to laugh. He never thought that Dumbledore would set such a funny door pass. Cockroach string. Ron once talked about it in the dormitory. This is a candy sold in Honeydukes candy store, which is shaped like peanuts. But the color is black, and it is sticky when eaten in the mouth, giving people a very weird feeling. After the password was verified, the door opened with a bang. Professor McGonagall also breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously, and led Moon up the spiral staircase. Dumbledore seemed to be waiting in the study early. Today he wore a loose white wizard robe with stars and moons, and his all-white hair made him look very sacred. However, after seeing Moon, Dumbledore's expression was no longer as kind as usual. The half-moon glasses could not hide his sharp eyes. "Welcome back, Mr. Meteor." Moon's eyes were originally focused on Fawkes on the desk. This phoenix seemed to have lost its usual vitality and became a little listless. Before Moon could observe carefully, he heard Dumbledore's different name. "Mr. Meteor?" Moon subconsciously thought of the scarlet meteor that streaked across the sky that he and Hermione saw last night. "Albus, don't say these incomprehensible words in front of students." Professor McGonagall obviously knew nothing. Out of duty, she kindly reminded Dumbledore. "Oh, Minerva, don't worry, this is a secret between Mr. Scarlet and me," Dumbledore said, looking at Moon again, with a meaningful expression on his face. Moon was now very sure that Dumbledore must have seen the scarlet meteor, and it was very likely that he knew that he had left the school last night. "Yes, Professor, this is a secret between us," Moon also hurriedly explained to Professor McGonagall. Although he didn't know why Dumbledore would help cover it up, Moon knew very well that he must not let others know that he had left the school last night. Especially Professor McGonagall. Although the dean cared about him very much, he was also a loyal supporter of school rules. If McGonagall knew that he ran out in the middle of the night and went to the Forbidden Forest, the punishment that Moon received would definitely be doubled. "When did you two have a secret?" McGonagall's eyes wandered back and forth between the two. A headmaster who was not in tune. A very diligent but incomprehensible student. No matter how she thought about it, she didn't know when the two had a common secret. However, seeing Moon's pale face, Professor McGonagall no longer paid attention to the secret, but looked at Dumbledore anxiously. "Albus, what happened to Mr. Scarlet?" Hearing McGonagall's words, Dumbledore walked out from behind the desk with a smile. "Don't worry, Mr. Meteor just has a little cloud on his head." While Dumbledore was talking, Moon kept staring at the mysterious headmaster. When Dumbledore looked at him, Moon saw a strange scene flash across the half-moon lens. A black mist first appeared on the lens, and quickly gathered into a dark cloud. Just when Moon was curious, a bright flame flashed across the lens. The color was like Fawkes's beautiful tail feathers. The flame just swept lightly, and the dark cloud disappeared immediately. "Professor, do you know what this is?" Moon's voice was a little anxious. The scene that just passed across the half-moon lens seemed to give Moon a hint. "Of course, this is a strange curse, isn't it?" Dumbledore said, straightened up and walked back to the desk, stroking Fawkes. Moon was very excited. So far, Dumbledore is the only wizard who can see the curse on himself. After seeing Moon's expression, Professor McGonagall covered her mouth in surprise. She never thought that it was the curse that caused Moon's current state. "Albus, is this true? You should help him." Hearing McGonagall's nervous words and seeing Moon's expression, Dumbledore just smiled. "It seems that Mr. Scully is very clear to you." "Yes, Professor, it's the curse," Moon answered subconsciously, and then hurriedly added. "Professor, do you have any way?" "Don't worry, I have seen that there is a magical little thing that wants to come out to protect you." "Magical little thing?" Moon frowned. He didn't understand what Dumbledore was saying at all. McGonagall was also very puzzled. Although she knew very well that Dumbledore liked to say these mysterious and unreliable words. But she was still very worried. "Albus, can we use the tears of the phoenix to make a potion? Maybe we can control the curse," because she has been responsible for recruiting professors of defense against the dark arts for the school for many years. McGonagall naturally has some understanding of curses. Hearing Moon's question, she subconsciously thought of the safest way. "It's useless, Minerva." Dumbledore first looked at McGonagall and shook his head, then looked at Moon. "The curse on Mr. Scarlet is not that simple. I think Severus should have told you about it." Professor Snape didn't find out the problem with me, but he took out a bottle of black potion. Moon gave a detailed description of what happened in Snape's office just now. After listening, Dumbledore nodded slightly. It seems that this curse is more troublesome than I thought, but I am very glad that you didn't drink that potion. While Dumbledore was explaining, Professor McGonagall recalled the bottle of strange potion she saw in Snape's office. At that time, the potion gave her a very bad feeling. Severus has told me many times that he has a way to resist the curse, but I didn't agree. After all, his potion is not perfect. Moon now knows the flaws of the potion, and he is not going to use the so-called inhibitor to solve the problem on his body. Especially now, Dumbledore also said that his curse is different from the curse of the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, and it is more troublesome. This makes Moon more worried. After seeing the nervous expression on Moon's face, Dumbledore stretched out his hand to summon a set of white ceramic teapots. Have some hot chocolate. Sweets can soothe people's hearts the most. Moon took the teacup that floated over, and when the brown-black liquid was filled, he drank it in one gulp. Professor McGonagall also took a sip and suppressed her worries. Professor, is there no way to solve the curse? Hearing Moon's question, Dumbledore put down the teacup and stretched out his hand again. A thick tome floated over the bookshelf by the wall. If you want to solve the curse, the most important thing is to understand the curse. While Dumbledore was talking, Moon took the tome. The title page clearly stated the name of the book. The Forbidden Land of Magic, The Secret of the Curse compared to other spells. The curse is not simply black magic, it is more like a magical contract. While Dumbledore was explaining, Moon roughly scanned the table of contents in the book. This book is from a very famous dark wizard, Albus. This is too crazy. Hearing that it was written by a dark wizard, Professor McGonagall immediately reminded. Don't worry, Minerva. I have hidden some of the contents inside. Okay, Professor McGonagall was still very worried, but seeing Moon's pale face, she couldn't bear it and stopped disturbing him. According to the explanation in the book, the author of this book, Xilin, is not only a dark wizard, but also very good at transforming curses. He was sentenced to 10 years in Azkaban by the Wizengamot for trying to improve the Cruciatus curse. It was also during his imprisonment that he completed the first draft of this book. Xilin divided the curses into 3 levels according to the level of curse power. After checking them one by one, Moon found something suspicious. My curse doesn't seem to match any of these 3. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 The Essence of the Curse. After Moon's memory recall breakthrough, he read books much faster than before. He quickly flipped through the entire book The Forbidden Land of Magic, The Secret of the Curse. And he also memorized the 3-level classification criteria in his mind. Level 1, Controllable Curse. It will only cause physical harm to the target. This curse must be cast with a specific medium. For example, the hair and nails of the target. If it is cast successfully and unfortunately caught, then it will be punished by imprisonment in Azkaban for 5 to 10 years. Level 2, Soul Pollution Curse. This curse can already tamper with the memory of others, affect the magic control of wizards, and cause personality split. Even more seriously, it will affect the soul of the wizard. Casting this curse will be imprisoned in Azkaban for life. Level 3, Unforgivable Curse. Casting this curse can not only claim the lives of others, but also cause mass damage. This curse rarely appears. But every time it appears, the Wizengamot will impose the most severe punishment. As for the curse on Moon, after the big willow tree sprouted again, it is completely out of the above 3 forms of curse. According to Moon's understanding, and the impact of the curse on him, combined with the remarks in the book, Moon found that the dark clouds and black air that penetrated into his memory recall were controllable and could be dispelled. This is obviously a first-level curse. And this curse did affect the memory and brain when Moon first came into contact with it. Although Moon finally got a blessing in disguise and perfected the memory recall magic. But it also affected Moon's magic learning in another world. This is already within the scope of the 2nd-level curse. The last point is Moon's guess. Although Moon is not a real tribal wizard, he has a deep understanding of the source of the tribal curse. The curse on him is very similar to the curse 3,000 years ago that the great wizards said. This curse not only caused the strength of the tribal wizard group to continue to decline, it also caused the powerful high priest and even the tribe's subsequent priests to die inexplicably. This is already within the scope of the third-level curse. After thinking this through, Moon was no longer calm. Such a troublesome and terrible curse is completely beyond his ability to deal with. Don't worry, Mr. Scarlett. This book has only completed the first half, and the content is not perfect. After making sure that Moon had finished reading, Dumbledore took the magic book and put it back on the bookshelf. Saplin was sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban because of many experiments on curses. Later, he had mental problems and was unable to complete the final record. Dumbledore sighed helplessly. In fact, he has never recommended letting Dementors guard Azkaban. McGonagall was also a little nervous at this time. She originally thought that there would be a way in the book. But now it seems that things are not as simple as she imagined. Albus, if you can't solve it, then isn't Mr. Scarlet very dangerous? Oh, Minerva, don't say that, there are still many things I can't solve, Dumbledore said, drinking all the hot chocolate just now. McGonagall also consciously didn't speak. As an old partner for many years, Professor McGonagall knows Dumbledore very well. Whether it is the sister who left when he was young, the friend he made in his youth, or the terrible students who used to be, Dumbledore had no way to solve these problems. And now there is a little lion that is even more troublesome. These troublesome things seem to always revolve around Dumbledore. Well, Mr. Scarlet, don't worry too much. Your story reminds me of a Gryffindor student 20 years ago. He, like you, has a huge secret and a vicious curse. After Dumbledore finished speaking, McGonagall guessed who it was. Her thoughts were unconsciously pulled back to 20 years ago. At that time, she taught the most mischievous group of students in Hogwarts. Because of the curse, this student is very afraid of hurting his classmates, so he always wants to leave. I tried to use Phoenix Tears to cure his curse, but it didn't work, and your curse is even more troublesome. Listening to Dumbledore's explanation, Moon couldn't help but feel curious. Professor, did he solve it later? How did he overcome it? It was not completely solved. During the school, I provided him with a safe house and emphasized the nature of the curse to him. After listening to Dumbledore, Moon finally understood what the headmaster in front of him wanted to tell him. The essence of the curse is a magical contract with malicious intent. This is the original words in the book, and it is also what Dumbledore believes to be the key to solving the curse. However, the book does not explain how to remove the curse. Moon turned his head to look at Dumbledore again. The white-haired wizard saw through Moon's thoughts at a glance, and his tone relaxed unconsciously. It seems that you have thought of it. Only by truly understanding the problem can you solve it. Yes, Professor, but I think you should have a deeper study of the curse than me, and I think you know more. With the greatest wizard present, Moon did not think that he could deal with such a dangerous curse by studying for a few more years. Being able to solve the problem with the help of the other party's knowledge is the most important and most reasonable method. Haha, it seems that Minerva is right. Your mind is indeed very agile. Knowing that Professor McGonagall was so optimistic about him, Moon immediately expressed his gratitude to the two professors. Well, in that case, I can tell you about some of my research on curses, Dumbledore said, taking out his wand and gently swiping it on the table. A blue light appeared in the air. Then, the wand gently tapped on both sides of the light, and two blue light balls appeared. If the curse is a kind of contract, then it must be through some kind of connection that it is constantly eroding the cursed object. Just like this light, the longer the time and the deeper the connection, the more troublesome it will be to deal with it. Moon looked at the magic light balls that continued to gather at both ends of the light and nodded. If you want to completely solve the curse, there are three ways. The first is to eliminate the other party who imposed a malicious contract on you, Dumbledore said, taking the wand and tapping the light ball on the left. The light ball instantly shattered and dissipated into nothingness. As long as the other party disappears completely, the curse will naturally be resolved. The second method is to sever this contractual relationship. The magic wand chopped down in the middle of the light, and the link was instantly broken. As long as the contractual relationship does not exist, the curse will naturally not affect the cursed person. The third method is to temporarily protect yourself. When you are strong enough, you will naturally not have to worry about the threat of the curse to you. The magic wand pointed to the light ball on the right again. The light ball instantly expanded several times, and the line between the two light balls also dissipated into nothingness. Dumbledore's explanation was easy to understand. Moon only read it once, and it was very clear that he could only choose the third method now. It seems that you have made a choice." Noticing that Moon's clenched fists were completely loosened, Dumbledore casually waved away the light and shadow on the desk. "Yes, Professor, I choose the third method." After Moon finished speaking, Fawkes, the phoenix that had been standing on the desk, made a crisp cry. After hearing this, Dumbledore nodded, and then summoned a small silver bottle. "Fawkes said he has a gift for you, which should be helpful to you," Dumbledore said as he placed the silver bottle at the corner of the phoenix's eye. After catching 2 drops of ice-blue tears, he handed it to Moon. "Although it cannot completely solve the curse, it should allow you to use the third method with peace of mind." Moon took the silver bottle with both hands, nodded to thank the phoenix, and then bowed to Dumbledore again. "Don't be so polite. If you have anything, you can let your Niffler come to Fawkes. Bounce? Can it come to the principal's office at will?" Moon asked curiously. Although he had only been to the principal's office twice, Moon knew that there were many magical treasures collected here. Isn't Dumbledore afraid that Bounce will take anything away casually? Perhaps seeing Moon's doubts, Dumbledore patted Moon on the shoulder and smiled. "Don't worry, I welcome all friends with good intentions here, and the most important thing is that Fawkes also likes that little guy." Seeing the spirit of the phoenix, which was not as energetic as before, Moon held the silver bottle in his hand tightly and agreed. "I think Bonbon would also be happy to see Fawkes." Moon knew very well that Bonbon was very obsessed with Phoenix. He had expressed his desire to see Phoenix more than once. "Well, since there's a way, there is no need to worry. I have to write a reply to the Ministry of Magic next," Dumbledore said and returned to the desk, while McGonagall and Moon said goodbye and left the principal's office. As the door behind them slowly closed, Moon looked at McGonagall curiously. "Professor, do you know the senior who was cursed? How is he now?" "He is a very good Gryffindor, but he seems to have never been able to accept the curse on himself," McGonagall said and shook her head slightly. "By the way, if you have any difficulties, remember to come to me." Looking at Moon's thin figure, McGonagall seemed to see the student from 20 years ago again. Not only were the experiences of the two people very similar, but they were also very hard-working and smart. This gave McGonagall a kind of suffering, always devoted to the illusion of such people. "Don't worry, Professor, I won't escape." After understanding the nature of the curse, Moon's worries were relieved a lot. "Since this malicious contract has been transferred to me, and there is no way to refuse, then accept it readily. Just like when I first came to this world inexplicably. Accept the reality and live a good life." Moon believes that there will always be a way to solve this strange curse. Looking at Moon's gradually receding back, Professor McGonagall smiled. "It seems different," in the principal's office. After McGonagall and Moon left, Dumbledore took out a book, The Forbidden Land of Magic, The Secret of the Curse. Turning to the last page, Dumbledore waved his hand to remove the cover he had made on it. When the magic disappeared, a dim black and white picture appeared on the book. "This is the pattern that the Dark Wizard Saplin carved on the wall of Azkaban before his death, Level 4 Curse, Wylive." Chapter 292, The Little Thing to Guard. After leaving Dumbledore's office, Moon immediately entered Memory Recall, and wrote down all the contents of the book. Although some of the contents were covered up by Dumbledore, some of the descriptions of curses also gave Moon a good inspiration. In particular, Moon's own curse was different from the 3 levels in the book, but they were inextricably linked. This made Moon more curious about the contents of the book. However, in addition to the contents of the book, Moon was also a little puzzled about what had just happened. According to Dumbledore's deep understanding of the curse, coupled with his own strength, Moon guessed that he was fully capable of solving the curse of the position of Professor of the Defense against the Dark Arts course. Whether it was to cut off the connection with the curse contract. For example, abolish the defense against the Dark Arts course and establish another related course. Or to ignore or destroy the curse contract with his magical strength. Dumbledore should have done it. But for some reason, the principal did not do so. And every year, he had to work hard to recruit new professors of the defense against the Dark Arts course. This puzzled Moon. What is the use of this curse? Moon thought for a while, and after not having any clues, he ignored this question. After all, for him, the most important thing now is to solve the curse on himself. That night, when Moon was about to go to bed, he entered the world in his brain again. A lot of black mist appeared here again. However, the color concentration of these black mists was not high, and there was no trend of turning into dark clouds. This time, Moon did not cast Spell Stop to dispel these curse energies. He first took out his magic wand and used flying spell to pull a wisp of black air to his eyes. According to the explanation of Forbidden Land of Magic, the secret of curse. The curse is to continuously erode the cursed object through a magic contract. But this kind of contract is invisible, intangible, and even magic cannot detect it. It is even possible to be cursed silently and then suffer erosion damage. Even the attack method of the curse is uncertain. How can I protect myself? If the curse is counted as a spell, it stands to reason that defensive spells can block it. For example, Iron Armor spell, and Heavy Obstacles. But Moon had already tested these two spells. In addition to being able to defend against ordinary spells and physical attacks, they had no effect on curses. If you want to protect yourself, in addition to defensive spells, there is another one you can try. What Moon thought of was naturally the Mirror Light Reverse Tide, that he had disassembled and modified. This spell can now be realized with a wand and a spell. The new spell is called Mirror Light Blessing. This spell had been tested when Moon first encountered it. It can not only resist the bullet attack of the hair fragmentation gun, but also has a certain rebound effect on all types of spells. But until now, he has not tested the effect of Mirror Light Blessing on curses. Thinking of this, Moon did not delay and immediately took out the wand and cast this new spell. Lumen Speculatum, Latin translation, Guardian Light of Mirror. As the spell ended, he held the wand horizontally in front of him. In front of Moon, a protective mirror emitting sparkling waves suddenly appeared. The black mist that had just been pulled in was immediately bounced back after hitting the mirror. And the color was still fading. But this ray of curse energy did not completely give up the attack. After sliding back a distance, it attacked Moon again. But it was still bounced back by the mirror. After 3 times back and forth, this ray of black curse energy completely disappeared in Moon's mind. It actually works. Now it seems that there is no big problem to protect myself, Moon said, looking up at the gray sky in his mind. This abnormal color of the sky is caused by the curse energy. Although Moon's current mirror light protection can only solve a small wisp of black air. But he has only completed the first step of the transformation of this spell. The original Mirror Light Reverse Tide has 3 variants. Perhaps the most in-depth research can really solve the curse that bothers him. Of course, this is not something that can be accomplished in the short term. What Moon needs to do now is to eliminate these black energies that are constantly infiltrating. Try not to let them form large-scale dark clouds and completely occupy your own brain world. After determining the response steps, Moon cast Mirror Light Blessing to clear all the black curse energy in his mind. When he woke up the next morning, Moon immediately entered memory recall and found that the black mist had increased a lot. This thing is really difficult to deal with. It seems that I have to clean it twice a day. Moon now knows that the black curse that penetrates into the brain will not endanger his life. Now casting Mirror Light Blessing every day to fight the curse is also a great opportunity to practice magic spells. From this point of view, it is not too bad. After dealing with the curse energy again, just when Moon was about to exit memory recall, a crystal green light suddenly appeared not far away. In this gray world, this green light looks particularly pure and dazzling. It's like the only bright green star in the dark night sky. Moon walked forward curiously, and as the distance got closer, he saw the star clearly. It turned out to be a small sapling. The sapling was emitting green light all over, and the small buds on the trunk were full of vitality. It's actually a willow tree. Moon was full of surprise. When he was cursed just now, he thought that the willow tree had disappeared like the Thestrals and the Scarlet Moon. Unexpectedly, it actually grew back in the depths of his brain. Is this what Dumbledore said, the little thing that wants to come out to protect itself? Moon said, squatting down and stroking the sapling. The branches are too weak now, as if they will fall down if touched. It's too small. Moon couldn't help but have some doubts, but thinking of Dumbledore's words, he still used the summoning spell to pull a wisp of black air closer. See how you protect me, Moon said as he pulled the black air towards the willow sapling. When the black air was 1 meter away from the willow sapling, it actually stopped. No matter how Moon chanted this spell, the black air never moved forward. This is equivalent to supporting a safe area. Moon now finally knew how the little willow tree could resist the curse. It wanted to isolate all the infiltrating black air from outside, and then protect Moon's memory recall from being affected. However, the strength of the little willow tree was too weak at the moment, and the range it could support was only less than 1 meter in radius. Don't worry, little guy, I will protect you until you grow up. With a sapling and his own mirror light blessing, Moon didn't have to worry about the curse in the short term. After withdrawing from memory recall, Moon was finally able to resume his previous schedule and study magic well. On Tuesday morning, Hogwarts was once again shrouded in fine rain. The corridors of the ancient castle were once again filled with a damp feeling. When Moon came to the auditorium in the morning, when he was about to enjoy breakfast, an abrupt figure suddenly stood in front of him. Malfoy, you can't blame Moon for being surprised. Because Malfoy should be the first student who took the initiative to come to the Gryffindor table in decades. Not only Moon, but also Hermione sitting next to him, and even the Gryffindors and Slytherins farther away, looked at this rich young master in surprise. Through Malfoy's eyes that were darting around, Moon could sense that the little snake was also very nervous. However, he still tried to maintain his noble image. Seeing that Moon was staring at him, Malfoy leaned over stiffly. Come out with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. Seeing that there were already senior Gryffindors who wanted to come over, Moon nodded and immediately walked out of the hall with Malfoy. Friends of the six-time champion, you must tell us if you have anything. That's right, we don't care about honor. The twins saw Moon leaving and then shouted from a distance. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Moon just waved his hand and quickly walked out of the hall door. After leaving the hall, Moon followed Malfoy to the corner of the stairs next to him. Seeing Moon's puzzled eyes, Malfoy raised his chin slightly, tried to adjust his posture, and then spoke. I heard that you were injured. Do you need help? Moon raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that his story had been reported to Malfoy. How did you know? Professor Snape told me that he hopes you can transfer to another hospital, so he talked to me about you. Transfer? Moon thought Snape was joking yesterday, but he was serious. Yes, the professor said you are very suitable for Slytherin. Wait, Moon quickly raised his two palms to his chest. I never thought about transferring to another hospital. Don't worry, I won't force you. Malfoy was not discouraged by Moon's refusal. He folded his hands to his chest and showed a confident smile on his face. I came here mainly to tell you that the Malfoy family is very powerful in the magic world. No matter what kind of magic materials you need, just ask. After all, you saved me once before, and I will try my best to help. Hearing Malfoy's words, Moon's originally frowned brows gradually relaxed. Malfoy is not that bad. Just when Moon was about to refuse the other party, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the stairs. Malfoy. You are so shameless that you actually want to lure Moon to transfer to another hospital. Harry and Ron hurried down the stairs. They were both panting and staring at Malfoy standing in the shadows at the corner. Seeing Harry appear, Malfoy unconsciously raised a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Slytherin is where the strong gather, and Moon should belong there. Strong? You even lost to me in the Quidditch game. Hearing Harry's facts, Malfoy's face became embarrassed. Humph, it's just a win. Wait until this winter, I will definitely defeat you. Ron, who was standing aside, was furious when he heard this. Don't dream, you will never be Harry's opponent. Malfoy glanced at Ron with contempt, and blurted out the sharp words like a venomous snake. People who can only use broken branches to make up their ones have no right to say this. Chapter 293 Dual Agreement. Moon had actually felt Malfoy's sharp tongue before. Whether it was on the Hogwarts Express or in the potions classroom. Whenever Malfoy used his sharp tongue to deal with Moon, he would always fight back in his own way. That is, no nonsense, just take action. But Ron obviously didn't expect this. Malfoy's taunting skills were fully utilized, just like a powder keg was ignited. Ron's defense was instantly broken, and his face flushed red. If you have the guts, let's duel, Ron said as he was about to take out his wand, but he searched his whole body and couldn't find it. Wait, you didn't even take your second-hand wand, did you? You still want to duel? Ron's back teeth squeaked, and when he saw Harry's wand in his pocket, he took it. Seeing this scene, Moon stretched out his hand to stop him. Don't be impulsive. Seeing that Malfoy still wanted to speak, Moon shook his head at him. If you really want to duel, then go to the small classroom. There's still time. Not far from the stairs is the faculty cafeteria, where many professors must be enjoying breakfast. If you fight here, you may be caught. Of course, Moon didn't think he could resolve the conflict between the three people in front of him. Especially Malfoy's venomous tongue, which is even more powerful than the legendary Cruciatus curse. The way to resolve the conflict and divert the attention of the young wizard is to have a good duel. Otherwise, the conflict between them will only deepen. Isn't the time a bit rushed? After all, we have to duel. After listening to Ron, Moon looked at him in surprise. Could this Weasley have some unrealistic fantasy about his own strength? Don't worry, there's still half an hour before class starts. 10 minutes to resolve the battle and 20 minutes to eat breakfast are enough, Moon said, taking out the sleeping Bengbeng in his pocket. Please ask it to find Mrs. Norris to get the key. Moon led the three people to the second floor. The duel method that Moon mentioned certainly did not mean to let the little wizards fight directly. After all, he did not know what the normal spell would look like when it was cast by these little wizards. If it was a normal effect, it would be easy to say, and a counter spell could solve it. If it was abnormal, then they could only go to the professor to solve it. This would inevitably lead to severe punishment for them. And it would be safer to let the three of them decide the winner through the terracotta figurines than to duel. The moment he saw the terracotta figurines, Moon immediately stopped in front of Malfoy. Can you not tell Professor Snape about this? Malfoy tilted his head curiously and looked at the terracotta figurines standing in the corner, and then looked at Moon with strange eyes. In fact, the professor is not that annoying, and he is also very good to students. Of course, I know it very well, but this terracotta figurine was not made by me, Moon hurriedly explained. In the nearly 1 year of getting along, Moon's view of Snape has changed greatly. In addition to being very cold and strict, and hostile to Gryffindor, this professor does not have any major shortcomings. Especially this professor, who is making a plant growth potion for himself at the moment. Moon certainly didn't want to have an unpleasant experience with Snape because of a terracotta figurine. Don't worry, I won't tell. After Malfoy agreed, Moon immediately announced the rules of the duel. The game was divided into 3 rounds, and the 3 people took turns to attack the terracotta figurine. Whoever made the terracotta figurine's face change the most and was the most uncomfortable would be the winner. After Moon finished speaking, the door of the classroom was banged open. Ron rushed in like a whirlwind. His hair was messy, he was panting, and his chest was heaving violently. How is it? Has it started? Ron's eager eyes swept over everyone, and Harry smiled helplessly. No, I'm waiting for you. Ron heard this, and a smug smile appeared on his face. He straightened his back, patted his chest, and walked to the middle of the venue. Well, let me go first, Ron said, raising his hand and picking up the wand, and a familiar little evil curse was instantly uttered. Grinning, the terracotta figurine did not react after being cursed. After a long pause, the terracotta figurine finally showed a reaction on its face. What does he mean by that? Is he laughing at me? None of the 3 people standing next to him spoke. Malfoy was curious because it was the first time he had seen such a magical terracotta figurine. Harry was trying hard to hold back his laughter. He wanted to persuade his good friend, but he couldn't help it. Moon was observing carefully because it was the first time he had seen such an expression. Okay, come if you can, Ron said and stood aside, quietly watching the 3 people in front of him cast spells. Malfoy had already figured out the rules. He was the second to come out and took out his wand elegantly. Hot and hot, the same little demon came out, and the terracotta figurine showed a surprised expression. W. Ron's face was very ugly at this time, as if he had eaten a bucket full of slugs. Don't worry, watch me. Harry noticed that his good friend's face was not right, patted Ron on the shoulder, and walked to the middle of the field. You must beat him, Harry, come on. Moon, who was standing next to him, had the urge to escape from here. After experiencing many life and death battles, Moon could no longer adapt to fighting with little demons. Especially since the attitudes of the 3 little wizards were very serious, and Ron was shouting come on, beside them. This made Moon feel an inexplicable sense of shame. Harry also used a small evil spell. The effect of grinning hula la was a little stronger than Ron's, but it did not reach the level of Malfoy's spell. Did Malfoy cheat? Seeing such an effect, Ron hurriedly turned his head to look at Moon. No, Snape will not favor Slytherin. Hearing Moon say this, Ron sighed helplessly. Don't worry, Harry can definitely beat him in the next game. Although he lost a game, Harry did not give up. He was trying to analyze what he needed to use next. But the first-year little wizards did not master many spells, and most of them were not offensive. This made him rack his brains, and there were only a few small evil spells to use. By the way, aren't you going? Noticing that Ron had not moved, Harry looked at him in surprise. I won't go. After the competition just now, Ron was very clear that his strength in spells was indeed not as good as the other two. Malfoy saw Ron's look and did not mock him this time. He just snorted coldly and walked to the center of the field again. Front teeth are like sticks, another small evil curse. Moon had turned his face to other directions at this time, not wanting to see the expression of the terracotta Snape. However, Malfoy's performance was slightly better than last time. Then Harry went on stage again and performed the Tarantella dance. The performance was also a little better than last time. Ron pulled Moon's arm excitedly. Look, is the corner of the terracotta Snape's mouth tilted upward by 0.1 inches, is it? How can you tell with such a small distance? Of course it is, and there is a wrinkle at the corner of the eye. Harry's face suddenly turned red at Ron's praise for such details. Because no matter what Ron said, he knew that he still did not beat Malfoy this time. Do you want to compete again? I've already won both games. Malfoy has already assumed the posture of a winner. With his chin raised high, he squinted at Harry and Ron. Of course we have to compete. I'm just not as good at minor curses as you. Feeling the pressure, Harry made his final struggle. Moon found that the wizard bar above Harry's head actually had a slight fluctuation at this time. Okay, let's compete again. Hearing that both of them decided not to use minor curses, Moon finally became interested. Malfoy took the lead in attacking, and the leg lock curse was cast, and Tao Yuang's face finally turned negative. Oh, and Harry also used the leg lock curse, and this time Snape's face finally changed significantly. Even a little dirt and tears could be seen in the corners of his eyes. Did we win? Did we win? Ron quickly ran to Harry and immediately hugged him. Malfoy's face also became ugly. However, the three of them looked at Moon intentionally or unintentionally. They had all experienced Moon's spells, so they naturally hoped that Moon could make a convincing judgment. It's a draw. This should be the sentence that Harry and Malfoy least wanted to hear. But it was the fact. Malfoy had a slight advantage in the first two games, and Harry turned the tables in the last game. But Harry beat Snape to tears. Ron wanted to argue, but the door of the small classroom suddenly opened. Oh, I heard some noise inside, and I thought it was only Mr. Scarlett. The school doctor, Miss Pomfrey, stood at the door and looked at the four little wizards in the room curiously. Why, are you dueling? No, Mom, do you have something to talk to me about? Moon said as he walked out of the classroom quickly and closed the door. I just came here to ask if your problem has been solved. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me. It's not completely solved, but I have found a way. While Moon was chatting with the school doctor, the three people in the small classroom had already made an appointment for the next duel. On Saturday night, we'll come here to duel again, okay? I hope you'll remember to bring your wands then. You'd better worry about yourself. We'll duel directly, without the figurines. When Moon came back again, he found that the three people were arguing again. But in terms of quarreling alone, Harry and Ron together could not beat Malfoy. I really don't know how a good rich young man can have such an outrageous skill. Harry's quarreling level is the same as his spell duel, like an inconspicuous simmering pot. Normally, he doesn't show his true colors, but once he explodes, he may completely turn the tables. And Ron is a nagging punching bag. Once Malfoy hits his sore spot, the red-haired Weasley will immediately jump up and down. Stop arguing. Your duel only took 5 minutes, and we can still go for breakfast. Chapter 294 Unicorn Crisis. Moon was not aware of the duel between the three young wizards. When leaving the classroom, Harry and Ron were still discussing what had just happened. The expression of the terracotta figurine is too vague. Yes, I think you are definitely better than Malfoy. Don't worry, I will definitely win next time. Do you want to come with me? Harry's words made Ron lose the desire to talk. He quietly put his wand behind him and shook his head helplessly. I won't. Of course I want to come with me. Moon had locked the door and walked up. He put his hand on Ron's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, I have a lot of free time during the summer vacation. I can make a wand for you then. Don't be so surprised. Do you know what kind of wand is suitable for you? Moon had already discovered it in the classroom just now. Ron was very unconfident in both dueling and quarreling. This has a lot to do with his family's financial situation. Moon couldn't do anything about this. However, making a wand was not too difficult for Moon. No, it's too expensive. Hearing Moon's words, Ron first showed a pleasant smile, and then his smile gradually fell. How about I pay? Harry said weakly at this time. No, Harry, a wand is at least 7 gold galleons. Actually, Harry wanted to explain something, but Moon interrupted their conversation directly. Don't worry, Ron, if you really feel bad, you can write me an IOU and pay it back after graduation. Moon's current worth no longer needs to take 7 gold galleons seriously. After selling herbal materials last time, Moon made a lot of money. Although he later supplemented a lot of supplies for the tribal wizards, Moon still has more than 3,000 gold galleons. Of course, in addition to money, Moon also collected a lot of materials for making wands. Especially on Xingin Island. There are thousands of years of planting by the Spirit Tree tribe, and collection by the Bailey family. Moon has now obtained more than 100 magical woods. These include willow, hazelnut, ash, holly, and many other materials for the wand color. Unicorn tail hair, the myocardial tendons of sea snakes, wing bones of bats, and thestrals. Seeing that Moon didn't look fake, Ron was also very interested. Actually, I secretly tested it at Ollivander's. It's a 14-inch willow wand with a unicorn tail hair wand core. After listening to Ron, Moon remembered the wand he bought at Ollivander's. The same material, but the wand length is different. Don't worry, this is not difficult for me, Moon was not exaggerating. After many wand-making experiences, Moon's success rate is no longer the same as when he first went to school. And the first wand he made himself was also made of the same material. Is it really possible? Ron was extremely surprised and his words became incoherent. I'm not doubting you. I want to say that I can ask my dad to write an IOU. Anyway, he is nearby. The IOU doesn't matter. Moon waved his hand, and then looked at Ron curiously. What is Mr. Weasley doing around here? Oh, it's because of the dark wizard who killed the unicorns. Ron had just received a letter from his father this morning. The letter told them to stay in school and not go to the Forbidden Forest. In order to make the naughty twins listen, Mr. Weasley revealed what happened in the Forbidden Forest. Another unicorn was killed on Tuesday night. The unicorns completely fled the Forbidden Forest and scattered in all directions. The Ministry of Magic dispatched 3 teams of Aurors and more than a dozen employees from other departments to help. Mr. Weasley was among them. My dad said that the unicorns have run to the Muggle residential area, and some Muggle Aurors are scared. After listening to Ron's explanation, Moon immediately thought of Monday's Daily Prophet. At that time, the newspaper only said that the unicorns ran to Hogsmeade. I didn't expect that it has not been controlled yet. I really hope that the Dark Wizard can be caught soon, otherwise the unicorns will probably be moved out of the Forbidden Forest. Ron said exactly what his father said in the letter. The Ministry of Magic had hoped that Dumbledore could solve the problem quickly. But now the unicorns are out of control. Many high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic are also suggesting that the unicorns be moved away from the British mainland. In that case, wouldn't a Care of Magical Creatures class lose a learning object? That's right, but unicorns don't like to be touched by boys, so there's not much we can learn. Hagrid had also talked about this with Moon. Unicorns only like to touch pure girls. However, this doesn't delay the little wizard's study. When they returned to the hall, Moon and the others no longer discussed the unicorn issue. After all, this matter was beyond their capabilities. There were Aurors from the Ministry of Magic and professors at the school to deal with it, and they just had to wait for the result. However, Ron brought up the result of the duel just now. He still couldn't accept it. Malfoy and Harry tied. Moon didn't care about the results. He just felt that using clay figurines to determine the results of the competition was not very suitable. It would be best if there was something intuitive and visual. It could clearly judge the size of the power of the spell. But just thinking about such a thing, Moon knew it very well. This was not something he could make. Although Moon mastered many more spells than his peers. But there was still a lot of magic knowledge that he had not yet learned and mastered. Moon had not even learned the second variant of the Iron Armor spell. Not to mention, he had to create a standard for the power level of all spells. Of course, Moon couldn't do this. But it didn't mean that others couldn't do it. After the spell class on Tuesday afternoon, Professor Flitwick originally wanted to test Moon's spell-casting skills today. But before he said anything, Moon asked the question he had been thinking about this morning. Standards for the division of spell power. Flitwick looked at Moon in surprise after hearing the question. He really couldn't figure it out. How did a first-year wizard think of such a question? In fact, the spells learned at Hogwarts have an implicit level division, but you are still a first-year student and don't know it clearly, Professor Flitwick said, listing the spells to be learned in each grade and their classification. Among them, The first-year students learn the levitation spell and the fire spell, which are all elementary spells. As the grade increases, they will also learn the second-level petrification spell, the third-level expelliarmus, the fourth-level blazing flame, the fifth-level thunderbolt explosion, the sixth-level apparition. The grading standards mentioned by Professor Flitwick are mostly divided by grade. Of course, he believes that students can only learn the sixth-level spells at most. As for what the seventh level is, he did not say. But the spell power standard that Moon mentioned is not to distinguish spells according to grade. It is the power level of the same spell after being cast by different people. Professor, didn't you say that the power of a spell depends not only on the spell itself, but also on the spirit and willpower of the wizard? Of course, Professor Flitwick was very happy. Moon always remembered some of his words very well, especially some seemingly insignificant words that are very important to wizards. In times of crisis, wizards can rely on their willpower to burst out magical power far beyond their own. Moon was deeply touched by this sentence. This is due to the fact that he encountered various forms of war in another world. Professor, don't you think it is difficult to encounter crisis situations in Hogwarts, let alone improve the willpower of students? But if we can create a power level division for the same spell, can we let the young wizards know their own strength exactly, and won't this stimulate everyone's interest in learning? Moon didn't know much about the hierarchical system of learning magic before. This concept was born after the establishment of the Star Embers Island School of Magic. Although the young wizards there have already gone to school, they are still using the sequence grading standards of tribal wizards. From the lowest level of mediums, to witch doctors, to shamans, and finally to great wizards. Such a grading standard makes the learning atmosphere of the Star Embers Island School of Magic better than Hogwarts. The learning progress of young wizards is obviously faster. And such a grading standard is not suitable for Hogwarts. So we can only find other ways. Now, a clear and completely fair standard can achieve the same effect. What you said makes some sense. Professor Flitwick paced back and forth on his desk for several times. With nearly 50 years of teaching spells, he knew very well how bold and innovative Moon's proposal was. Only when you have a goal can you have motivation, only when you know your own strength can you know how to improve, turn more fights to the results between the rules and avoid bloodshed. Every time Professor Flitwick turned around, he could think of a benefit of grading spells. Finally, he stopped in front of Moon, his eyes full of light. Mr. Scarlett, I have to say that you always surprise people. Professor, have you decided to grade spells? Of course, this is a genius idea. Professor Flitwick hugged all the textbooks in his arms and stared at Moon with a burning gaze. Mr. Scarlett, I heard that you helped Snape win the Order of Merlin. Well, actually, Professor Snape made the potion himself, and I just provided some materials. Is that so? Flitwick said, nodding to Moon with satisfaction. The materials you provided this time are also very good, Flitwick said, trying to stretch out his arm and pat Moon's shoulder. He is now very confident that the next Order of Merlin at Hogwarts should belong to him. Professor, aren't you going to test me? Moon had just seen the spellcasting test sheet in Professor Flitwick's hand. No need, Flitwick said, controlling his body and floating down from the desk. Both your proposal and your performance in class have proved your strength. In this spell class, Professor Flitwick explained the directional spell. Moon not only mastered it very quickly in class, but was also able to easily point out all directions without any deviation. Chapter 295 Key Luo's Preparation. After the afternoon classes, Moon went to the small classroom to practice spells as usual. At this time, Harry suddenly broke in and said that he wanted to learn a new spell. New spell? Are you going to duel with others again? Moon was a little surprised when he heard Harry's request. He knew very well that Harry's enthusiasm for learning was not as high as that for practicing Quidditch. No, I just think I should learn more. Okay, tell me what you want to learn, Moon said, stopping the abuse of the terracotta figurines and turning to look at Harry. Is there anything I can master quickly and with greater power? And it would be best if people lose their combat effectiveness immediately. Your request. Although he didn't know what Harry was going to do, Moon still tried to think hard. If you want to master a spell quickly, you must know your specialty. For example, Seamus. His fire spell is more skillful and casual than Moon's. And Harry. His talents are almost all related to flying and sports. The related magic has insufficient attack power. Whether it is floating spell or summoning spell, they can't cause direct damage to the target. But there is one that should be very suitable. This spell is not on the textbook. You must promise me that you can't spread it around. I promise. Tell me quickly." Harry was actually very anxious. There were only 4 days left before the appointment with Malfoy, and he had to master a killer move as soon as possible. Hanging Bell. This is a magic that can control people and float in the air. In Moon's opinion, this spell is very suitable for Harry. Whether it is athletic talent, flying talent, or manipulating objects, these skills are helpful to learn. Hanging Bell. And this curse also meets Harry's requirements, which can make people lose their fighting power in an instant. Okay, I'll learn this. Seeing that Harry is so eager to learn, Moon did not postpone it. In the small classroom, a study plan was made for Harry. Start practicing with toothpicks. After mastering it, practice with hand warmers, then chairs, and finally real people. Harry's learning progress is also very fast, which is completely in line with Moon's conjecture. That night, when the two left the small classroom, Harry was already able to easily make a chair hang upside down in the air. Teaching Harry to learn spells is just a small episode in life. For Moon, the best situation is to study magic without interruption every day. However, this ideal learning state was broken in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class on Wednesday. At the beginning of the class, Quirrell was out of character. Not only did he frequently lose focus, but he also mispronounced many words in the book. Moreover, his eyes would drift in the direction of Moon from time to time. After noticing that he was being watched, Moon also looked up at Quirrell. When the two looked at each other, Moon clearly saw that Quirrell's eyes were filled with an indescribable eagerness. It was as if he had some rare treasure on him. When the bell rang, Quirrell couldn't wait to push aside the students who were packing their bags. He walked to Moon in a few steps, panting, with an attentive smile on his face. "Mr. Scarlett, I have noticed you for a long time." Quirrell's tone was very anxious. "Professor, I have noticed you for a long time too." Seeing Moon, with a playful smile on his face, Quirrell waved his hand. "I'm not kidding you, Mr. Scarlett. Only I can help you with your problem." Hearing Quirrell's words, Moon was shocked. He looked at the professor in front of him warily. Quirrell's previous impression of cowardice had all disappeared. And it seemed that he really knew something. This made Moon subconsciously alert. "Thank you for your kindness, Professor, but I already have a solution, so I don't need to bother you for now," Moon explained calmly. Whether Quirrell learned about his problem from others or saw something, Moon did not plan to bother him. He has now found a way to temporarily deal with the erosion of the curse. Naturally, he would not have too much interaction with Quirrell, whose identity is suspicious. But Quirrell refused to give up and continued to persuade him, with a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. Seeing this, Moon decided to test the other party. He pretended to be scared and spoke with a serious expression. "Professor, you may not know that only Voldemort can solve my problem." As soon as Moon finished speaking, the classroom fell silent. The students who were about to leave opened their eyes wide in fear after hearing the word Voldemort. Some of them subconsciously moved away from Moon and knocked over the tables and chairs. Moon stared at Quirrell to see how the professor would react. Quirrell's behavior was extremely strange. He first stiffened his body, and his eyes flickered, as if he was pretending to be calm. Moon was even more confused. "Professor, aren't you afraid?" "That's Voldemort." In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone turned their eyes from Moon to Quirrell. "Yes, that's Voldemort. No one would not be afraid. Even this name shouldn't be said." Everyone was looking at Quirrell's reaction. After Quirrell noticed the exposure around him, he pulled a stiff smile at the corner of his mouth. "Should I be afraid?" Quirrell's tone revealed a trace of guilt. Moon's expression became more solemn. This professor who was often teased by the twins and dared not say a harsh word in class. It was unreasonable that he reacted so strangely to the name of Voldemort. Perhaps seeing Moon's suspicion, Quirrell pretended to be terrified. "Oh, I'm scared to death. Stop talking quickly." Quirrell waved his hands in a panic while sneaking a glance at Moon's expression. Moon had no other ideas at this time. He just packed up his textbooks and left the classroom quickly. Staying with such a strange person made Moon feel uncomfortable. Looking at Moon's leaving back, Quirrell stood there. A trace of complex emotions flashed in his eyes, and then he quickly went to his office. A moment later, a painful groan came from the airtight office of the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Quirrell covered his head tightly with both hands and curled up. Like a wounded puppy, he knelt on the cold floor. His body couldn't stop shaking, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking the ground in front of him. Master, Master, I won't dare to do it again, please let me go, his voice was crying, and his tone was full of fear. Remember, a hoarse and low voice came. What I need is real fear, not the false expression on your face. The hoarse voice was very angry. Every word in the tone was like a sharp ice cone, piercing Quirrell's heart. I know, Master, I am really afraid of you, not a bit false, Quirrell nodded hurriedly, his voice trembling. After a long time, the hoarse voice snorted coldly. Quirrell then trembled all over and collapsed to the ground. After a long time, he slowly recovered some strength, tried to raise his head, and spoke carefully. Master, is the curse on that little wizard really only you who can solve it? Of course, for me, all black magic is easy. The hoarse voice was full of disdain. Master, you are indeed the greatest demon king. Quirrell tried to please him, but he didn't get any response this time. Because this hoarse voice was not completely sure, he was secretly beating his drum in his heart. For the owner of this voice, the reason why he wanted to get close to Moon today was because he had never seen such a strange curse. The energy contained in this curse was much stronger than the curse he had set in the defense against the dark arts class to prevent others from taking office. But the owner of the hoarse voice would never show it in front of Quirrell. In his current state, he would not allow his majesty to be questioned in the slightest. Quirrell didn't know what his master was thinking. After dealing with a whole day of teaching tasks, he returned to the office and walked directly into the kitchen. This place had been transformed into a secret laboratory by him. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled a pungent smell coming from the laboratory. Quirrell's eyes swept across the room, and saw a large number of trunks of magical plants scattered on the laboratory table. They were of different colors and twisted shapes, and some of them had been carved by him. On the cabinet in the corner, there was a large jar of unicorn blood. This was the life-saving medicine he had finally obtained 2 days ago. In the corner of the cabinet, there were 2 small bottles of spore powder. This was what he stole. Seeing that the room was still the same as when he left, Quirrell came to the experimental table with confidence. He picked up the stolen glue and began to glue the arms of the puppet. The body of the puppet had taken shape, and the thick and strange appearance made people shudder. Master, these puppets can really avoid the 3-headed dog. Quirrell's voice was particularly abrupt in the silent laboratory. Don't worry, it's just used to block the attack. If it doesn't work, use the 2 bottles of powder. It is guaranteed to make the big dog sleep for a whole day. Hearing the answer from his master, Quirrell breathed a sigh of relief, and his worries were also reduced a little. As an outstanding student who graduated from Ravenclaw, Quirrell was not worried about the next level. Whether it was the Devil's Snare, the Flying Broom, the Wizard Chess, or the Potion Riddle. As long as you study hard in Hogwarts, you will be able to pass these knowledge-based levels. Besides, Quirrell has a mysterious master who is 10 times smarter than him. These levels are easy for them. The only difficult thing is the 3-headed dog guard in the first level. If you want to pass it, you must have enough magical power. Snape's injury on Halloween is enough to prove the power of this big dog. Quirrell does not think that his strength is stronger than Snape. Now he knows that the 3-headed dog has been strengthened, so he can't force his way in. Fortunately, his master is smarter and thought of a new way to pass the level. After gluing the puppet's arms, Quirrell asked again carefully. Master, everything is ready. When do we start? Wait for Dumbledore to leave? The hoarse voice was also very satisfied with his new work. But Master, how can I know when Dumbledore will leave? After all, don't worry, just write a letter as I instructed and send it to Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley, and someone will naturally do the rest. Yes, Master, Quirrell was secretly shocked. He used to think that he was the only one the Master could rely on. Now it seems that there are more people outside, waiting for the return of the king. Chapter 296, Bengbeng is an honorary member. Moon's prediction was correct. Harry was good at manipulation and flying magic. After returning to the common room that night, Harry was able to use the hanging bell to make the sofa in front of the fireplace stand upside down in the air. On the next morning, Harry was able to successfully make his pet, Hideaway, stand upside down in the air and unable to fly. Several young wizards in the same dormitory also praised him. In the end, if Moon hadn't rescued Hideaway, the owl would probably have been scared to death. Harry's learning speed has completely surpassed Moon's progress in practicing hanging bell. Being able to achieve such an effect is actually closely related to Harry's athletic talent. Harry can now not only make the cursed object hang upside down in the air, he will also try to ride a flying broom upside down in the air to experience the feeling of being cursed. This method of learning spells is the same as when the twins gave it to Moon to experience the leg-locking curse in person. You have to experience it first before you can master it. Moon has always kept this sentence in mind. Harry had been training very hard to prepare for the duel 3 days later. Even in flying class, he had been riding a broomstick, hanging upside down in the air, feeling the feeling of being upside down. As Harry felt better and better, he unconsciously increased his flying speed. However, it was not easy to control the direction when flying upside down at the beginning. Many classmates who were in class together suffered from unexpected disasters. Be careful, get out of the way. Harry hung upside down and quickly passed through the crowd of broomsticks gathered together. Many young wizards were directly blown away, and some even kept spinning in the air. Oh, Harry, you are being chased by the Hungarian tree peak. After being blown away 10 feet, Hermione helplessly yelled at Harry, who had already flown far away. Sorry. I'm practicing a new move. Hearing Harry's shout, Seamus, who had fallen to the ground, instantly lit up his eyes. Oh, I've seen this move in football. That's something that only top players can master. Football? It's a game where a lot of muggles run and grab a ball. Ron also got up from the grass at this time, with a puzzled expression on his face. He already knew the reason why Harry learned this spell. Naturally, he would help his good friend to cover up. How boring this game must be, Ron said, patting the grass clippings on his body. No, this sport is also very attractive. Harry's weird flying method couldn't help but cause a debate among the little Gryffindor lions. It also caused the Slytherin students who were in class together to pay attention to it frequently. Especially after hearing that this was a new move, they all silently memorized Harry's flying method. The first game of this year's College Cup Quidditch event. It was because Harry grabbed the snitch that they lost the game. Now that they have the opportunity to observe the opponent's new moves, the little snakes will naturally not let it go. But in this chaos, there is a figure that is particularly conspicuous. That is Moon. He sat steadily on a sweeping 7 stars. It was as if his body had merged with a broom, and was not affected by the airflow created by Harry. Not only that, he was sitting astride the broom, leisurely flipping through a book and reading it carefully. Neither the fast-flying Harry nor the quarreling little lions in the field could affect him. Such a scene seemed to be in a quiet corner of the library instead of a flying class. After Harry completed a high-speed flight around the field, he discovered such a strange scene. He flew to Moon with curiosity. How did you do it? I was less than 2 inches away from your broom just now. Harry hovered behind Moon, panting and looking at the broom under Moon's crotch. What? How did you do it? Moon was just studying a set of ancient runes in the book. After the curse was temporarily suppressed, he also had more thoughts to learn new magic knowledge. Broom, you fly too steadily. Wood may not be able to do it like you, Harry said, and continued to control the broom, turning around Moon. He wanted to see how Moon did it. Oh, this Moon said, patting his broom. He naturally couldn't explain to Harry that he had mastered such a skill because he had experienced several battles on a flying broom. Looking at the book in his hand, Moon's mouth corners slightly raised. Well, read more books, and you will naturally be able to fly well. Harry frowned when he heard this, and he was obviously not satisfied with this answer. I don't read much, don't lie to me, how could it be? If you don't believe me, go ask Hermione. Harry immediately shook his head and rejected Moon's proposal. Because the exam was approaching, Hermione had been urging him and Ron to review their lessons during this period. She even listed a detailed and large number of review plans. This made them complain bitterly. Now they can finally have a good time in the flying class. Harry naturally didn't want to go to Hermione again and make himself uncomfortable. Just when Harry refused, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Moon, your flying skills are so good, do you want to join the Quidditch team in your second year? Although Harry has not been on the team for a long time, he is very talented. On the field, whether it is the grasp of timing or the cooperation with teammates, it is very perfect. Sometimes he can even predict the direction of the snitch's movement just by looking at it. And Moon's performance has indeed surpassed Wood in the 5th year. This makes Harry curious and also hopes that Moon can join the Quidditch team. As long as you join, we will definitely have a greater chance of winning the championship. Malfoy, who originally wanted to get information for the Slytherin team. At this time, he was slowly controlling the flying broom and approaching Moon's position. When he heard Harry invite Moon to join the Quidditch team, Malfoy's face instantly darkened. Malfoy should be the little snake in Slytherin who knows Moon's strength best. Whether it was Moon's spell in the stairwell, or later heard from Professor Snape in Diagon Alley, Moon escaped the persecution of the Dark Wizard with the help of the flying broom. Such ability is far beyond that of ordinary little wizards. He stared at Moon at this time, afraid to see the sturdy little lion agree to Harry's request. Compared to Quidditch, I still think it is more important to read 2 more books, Moon said and shook his head. By the way, he shook the book he had just read half of in his hand. Harry still did not give up. He controlled the flying broom to block in front of Moon. Even Bengbeng has become our honorary team member. In fact, you can also come in this year's College Cup competition. Gryffindor has won 2 games in a row. In order to ensure the good luck of his own college team, Wood, after seeking Moon's consent, engraved Bengbeng's image on the Gryffindor team uniform. Since then, Bengbeng has become an honorary member of the Gryffindor team. Since someone from the Scarlett family has already participated, I don't have to go. The Scarlett family? Harry scratched his head. He tried to recall the British wizard families that Ron had introduced to him. It seems that none of these families have the last name Scarlett. Yes, Bengbeng's full name is Bengbeng, Lucky Sniff, Charmer, Social Master, Scarlett. Harry subconsciously analyzed Bengbeng's name. He found that he couldn't find anything to refute. Well, I think with Bengbeng here, we will definitely win the next game. The next game of the College Cup will be against Hufflepuff in a month. By then, the exam will be almost time. After hearing Moon's refusal, Malfoy secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Harry looking at him, Malfoy's face instantly regained his arrogant expression. Until Harry left upside down again, he pondered again. In recent times, Malfoy has carefully analyzed everything related to Moon. Especially the magical sniff that Moon raised. The popularity of this animal in Gryffindor is even higher than that of Harry, who won the game. Malfoy naturally couldn't figure out the logic. He could only connect these seemingly very strange things with Moon. In his opinion, everything that has something to do with Moon seems to no longer conform to the original logic. Should we suggest that the Slytherin team also have an honorary member? I remember Moon also has a pet, which seems to be a snowy owl. After the flying class, Moon and his group returned their brooms and were about to leave. They saw Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout hurriedly walking over. Behind them were 7 or 8 senior schoolmates. After passing the first-year wizards, they hurriedly walked out of the castle. See, I said that the problem of the unicorns is not easy to solve. Ron received another letter from home yesterday. It warned him not to go to the Forbidden Forest. Even in the letter, his father revealed that the unicorns have become increasingly out of control. More than a dozen muggles have seen them, and their memories have been deleted by the Ministry of Magic's memory cancellation personnel. What are these seniors doing? Harry, don't think about Quidditch every day. Think about the life characteristics of unicorns, Hermione said helplessly beside him. Why do we need to know about them? We don't have magical animals in the exam. It's not a question of whether to take the exam or not, but you should know that this is common sense. Moon did not listen to his companion's quarrel. He knew very well that these seniors must have been arranged to appease the frightened unicorns. After all, this pure magical animal only accepts these girls to get clothes. I hope they are fine. Don't worry, the Ministry of Magic has sent more people now. They will definitely be fine, and there are professors. Ron and Moon's concerns are completely different. After all, he only cares about the seniors, while Moon is worried about the group of unicorns. That night, in the common room, the news of the failure to appease the unicorns has spread to various colleges. Even a Hufflepuff student was accidentally injured during the appeasement process. Is the situation of the unicorn so serious? It must be very serious. I heard that a deputy minister of the Ministry of Magic has arrived in Hogsmeade. In fact, it's not the unicorn's fault. They have suffered such a big threat. It's nothing to want to run out of the Forbidden Forest, listening to the worried discussions of classmates. Moon also frowned. He knew very well that there was only one way to completely solve this situation. That was to catch the black wizard who persecuted the unicorn. But such a thing was obviously not something he could do. Now he could only hope that the professors of the school could catch the murderer quickly. Chapter 297 Snape's Obsession. No matter how the unicorns outside will be dealt with, all Moon can do now is to study hard. However, there are always some people who come to disrupt Moon's learning. In the potion class on Friday, Professor Snape explained the new potion, Insect Bite Swelling Agent. This is a potion specifically for magical insect bites. It will be more effective when used with cold compress spell. In class, Moon was still in the same group with Neville. Because of Professor Snape's excessive attention, after 13 small accidents, Moon finally succeeded in refining a qualified potion. Snape did not make any comments on this. After nearly a year of teaching, he had already discovered that Moon did not have a particularly outstanding talent in potions, although he was able to successfully refine potions every time. But the level of the potions he refined was just the same as the content in the textbook. And Snape knew very well that the refining methods in the textbook actually had many shortcomings. He could vaguely perceive it in the first grade and made improvements. And Moon is still studying step by step. He has no talent, but he can always get rare potion materials. Merlin is really blind. After class, Snape called Moon into his office again. After communicating with senior students, Moon knew that he had broken the record of the Gryffindor little lion who entered the potion professor's office, including the Weasley twins. In the first year, no one was like Moon, who was summoned by Snape several times a week. Coming to this room that was more like a laboratory than an office again, Moon subconsciously waved the air in front of him. I don't know what potion Snape has brewed again, and the whole room is filled with a pungent smell. Ahem, do you want some odor shielding agent? After noticing Moon's little action, Snape showed a complicated expression on his face. Moon was stunned when he heard it. He had never enjoyed such treatment in other professors' offices. Even in the principal's office, Dumbledore would entertain people with sweet drinks. Snape made guests drink potions. This was the first time Moon encountered this. Professor, if there is no drink, you don't have to force it. I can tolerate this smell. Snape's performance today was a little abnormal. Not only was his movement a little slow, but his language became awkward. This was completely different from his previous vigorous way of doing things. Okay, Snape took a deep breath and looked at Moon again. I want to know, did Dumbledore help you solve the curse problem? No, Moon answered readily. Oh, that's good, huh? Seeing the puzzled expression on Moon's face, Snape tried to force a smile. Mr. Scarlett, if possible, I would like to invite you to solve the curse problem on you together, Snape said and took out another bottle of potion from the hole in the wall. This is my 31st improvement of the curse inhibitor, and the effect is definitely much stronger than before. Moon kept staring at the potion in Snape's hand. He had seen the same type of potion on Monday. The potion at that time was just a bottle of black potion. But today, there are some dark green shadows in the black potion. This time, I not only added horn powder and belladonna rhizome to neutralize the curse energy, but also added Horcrux saliva to seal and suppress the curse. After Snape finished speaking, he opened the bottle cap with a bang. A wisp of dark green smoke slowly floated up from the mouth of the bottle. Professor, I refuse to participate in the experiment. Looking at the strange potion, Moon refused without thinking. Compared with the erosion of the curse on himself, Moon was more worried about the side effects of this strange potion. Why? This new potion can suppress the curse for a longer time, and it may be effective for more than a year. Professor, you don't have to say anything more. I have found a way. Huh? Snape's hand holding the potion froze in midair. A look of surprise appeared on his originally gloomy face. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Moon curiously. Is it the method that Dumbledore told you? As soon as the words came out, Snape immediately shook his head. No, that's impossible. If Dumbledore had a way to remove the curse on you, he would have already removed the curse on the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Seeing that Snape was still guessing, Moon immediately explained. It's not Professor Dumbledore. I found a magical plant myself that can temporarily resist the erosion of the curse. Moon was talking about a magical willow sapling in his mind. Although it is not clear what form the willow sapling takes to take root in the depths of his mind, Moon has tested it. The willow tree can indeed block the approach of the curse energy. And as the willow tree continues to grow, the safe area it supports is also expanding. Magical plant. Snape's eyes were full of disbelief. There was also obvious surprise and doubt in his words. As he spoke, he paced around Moon, his eyes fixed on the little lion in front of him. He tried to find a trace of lying from Moon's expression. But Moon's expression was very natural. And Snape also noticed that Moon's originally pale face had a blush. The blush made Moon look less sick than before. Did this little lion really find a way? Seeing Snape circling around him for several times, Moon had no choice but to stop him. "Professor, can I leave now?" Snape was a little abnormal today. And he was still holding the bottle of strange potion in his hand. This made Moon have to think more about his safety. Wait a moment, Snape was unwilling to let Moon leave now. He had spent so many years trying to develop a curse inhibitor. It was to be able to solve the curse on the position of Professor of the Defense against the Dark Arts class. However, because Dumbledore did not agree with him to be the professor of the class, he could only guess the potion formula himself. And now, encountering a more advanced curse on Moon, Snape naturally wanted to experiment. "Are you sure your method is feasible and you are not lying to me?" "Of course, Professor, otherwise I would not sit here peacefully." After Moon finished speaking, he noticed Snape's struggling expression. He instantly became a little more curious. "Professor, why are you so obsessed with curses? Is there something bothering you?" "This is not something you should ask." Snape hated others asking about his past experiences. But Moon's words instantly brought him back to his memories. In the first few years of attending Hogwarts, Snape had promised a girl that he would teach her defense against the dark arts. But now he no longer has such an opportunity. And Snape himself could no longer tell. In order to fulfill this promise, he wanted to atone for his sins and be redeemed. Or did he want to add a shackle to himself? "Okay. Professor, if you don't want to say it, then I'm leaving." Seeing Snape's resistance, Moon no longer had much interest. He just wanted to leave this dark office now. While there was no class in the afternoon, he would finish all the homework for this week. Then he would take a large block of time on the weekend to learn new spells. Seeing Moon's relaxed look, Snape became more and more curious. He had already looked through all the books about curses in the library. There was no record of a certain plant that could resist the erosion of the curse. But Moon's expression didn't seem fake. Watching Moon's relaxed state, Snape recalled the first time he made a plant growth potion. At that time, it was Sprout who came to ask him. It was said that a little lion had planted 3 magical plants in the Forbidden Forest. Is it really feasible? Just as Snape was about to ask further questions, the door of the office was knocked open with a bang. "Oh, you are really here? Come on. Follow me." Hagrid's huge body appeared at the door. He was panting, his forehead was full of sweat, and there were some grass clippings and earth on his clothes. "What happened?" "Hagrid." Snape suddenly felt an unknown fire when he knocked the door of the office open without permission. "Oh, Professor, I'm sorry." Boom. Before Hagrid finished speaking, the door of the house instantly fell to the ground. Snape's face became even gloomier. "Teacher, it's the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. They have begun to attack people crazily." As Hagrid spoke, he lifted the door of the house and leaned it against the wall. Unicorn. Snape had been brewing potions this week. Whether it was brewing large quantities of plant growth potions or curse inhibitors, he had no time to find out what was happening outside. Hagrid roughly explained the specific situation of the unicorns. Because of the persecution of a monster, all the unicorns fled to the Forbidden Forest. Some of them had already run to the Muggle residential area. The Ministry of Magic dispatched a large number of Aurors and memory cancellation agents for this. When they finally drove the unicorns back to the vicinity of the Forbidden Forest, the frightened unicorns attacked the wizards of the Ministry of Magic. In a hurry, Professor McGonagall asked Hagrid to return to Hogwarts to find Dumbledore to deal with this emergency. Since Dumbledore has gone, I believe it has been resolved now. Although Snape had a lot of opinions about the headmaster, he was also very clear about Dumbledore's magical strength. Knowing that the unicorn problem would definitely not be difficult for the headmaster. "That's not the case, Professor. The headmaster is not in the office, so I can only come to Moon," Hagrid said as he took out the pom-pom that he was feasting on from his pocket. It was because he found this greedy little guy in the principal's office that Hagrid thought of Moon's ability. After asking Hermione on the way, he came to Snape's office. After seeing Moon, Bengbeng put down the sticky worms that Hagrid prepared for it and quickly climbed onto Moon's shoulder. "Dumbledore is not here, what can he do if he goes?" As soon as Snape finished speaking, he saw Bengbeng running to Moon's shoulder, chirping and talking non-stop. Snape consciously shut his mouth. Although he had never really seen Moon's ability, he had heard about it from many students. The little lion in front of him was very good at communicating with magical animals. "Well, since the problem is urgent, then you should follow Hagrid quickly." "Thank you, Professor," Hagrid said, pulling Moon out of the office quickly. After Snape put the curse inhibitor back to its original place, he recalled Moon's words. "Magical plants? Growth potions, forbidden forest. This kid must have a bigger secret. It's better to keep an eye on him. Don't let him get into any accidents. He cast a floating spell and a repairing spell to fix the office door. Snape immediately walked out of the basement and headed towards the Forbidden Forest. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, Deputy Minister of Horseshoe Print. When Hagrid dragged Moon out of the basement, he ran into Hermione. The little witch was standing at the stairs with 2 broomsticks in a panic. Let's go. The broom I took is the one you use most. After seeing Moon coming out, Hermione handed him a broomstick without hesitation. Are you going far away? Moon took the broom subconsciously and looked up at Hagrid who was walking in front of him. Yes, in Hogsmeade, Hagrid said while continuing to walk forward quickly. Then what are you riding? Seeing Hagrid's empty hands, Moon asked subconsciously. The distance from Hogsmeade to the castle is not close. It takes nearly an hour to take a carriage. Don't worry, I asked a Thestral to help. Oh, be careful. Child, Hagrid said as he supported the little wizard who was almost knocked down by him, and then continued to stride forward. We have to hurry, or Professor McGonagall may not be able to hold on. Hagrid's words made Moon even more curious. What does Professor McGonagall mean by not being able to hold on? It can't be because of a fight with a unicorn. When Hagrid led Moon and Hermione out of the school gate quickly, Moon saw the Thestrals feasting on the roadside. Hagrid walked over, patted the Thestral's neck gently, and then turned his head to look at Moon. You guys ride your flying brooms and follow me closely. We have to hurry, Hagrid said, and immediately stepped on the back of the Thestrals. The thin magical animal was instantly pressed down a lot. But fortunately, the Thestrals tried to hold on again. Then, it flapped its wings and slowly ran forward 2 steps, and instantly flew up. Hagrid, what happened? Why are you so anxious? Moon still rode his sweeping 7 stars and flew quickly to Hagrid's side. Because he was in the air, every time he opened his mouth to speak, air would be sucked into his mouth. So Moon controlled the flying broom while putting his hand in front of his mouth and yelled at Hagrid. There's nothing we can do. The unicorn kicked the Deputy Minister of Magic, and Professor McGonagall is trying to appease him. Hearing Hagrid say this, Moon understood instantly. Although he had just heard Ron say yesterday that the unicorn started to go crazy and even attacked wizards. But he didn't expect that the injured person was the Deputy Minister of Magic. Such a thing would inevitably intensify the conflict. I'm very sorry, I shouldn't have involved you, but there's really no other way now. Seeing Moon's thoughtful expression, Hagrid tried hard to maintain the shape of the Thestral and apologized to Moon. It's okay, but haven't you been with the unicorn for a long time? They don't listen to you either. After spending some time with Hagrid, Moon got to know the Forbidden Forest Guardian better and better. Hagrid knew almost all the animals in the Forbidden Forest like the back of his hand, and they got along very well. Logically speaking, the unicorn should not refuse Hagrid who had taken care of them since childhood. There's nothing I can do. The unicorns have developed a stress response to the Forbidden Forest. As soon as I get close, they will run away, Hagrid said, and took out a piece of fresh steak from his pocket and stuffed it into the Thestral. He was also worried about the little guy and couldn't carry him to Hogsmeade. Well, I can go and see first. If I can't persuade them, then I can't do anything. Moon had never encountered such a situation before. It can even be said that he had never really come into contact with a living unicorn in this world. The only time he came into contact with a unicorn was when he was in Snow Eagle Mountain in another world. Just try your best. If it doesn't work, I'll send you back. Although Hagrid comforted Moon, he was also very worried. He had been monitoring the unicorns for a whole week. He knew that if the unicorns could not be appeased this time, then this group of magical animals would most likely be moved away by the Ministry of Magic. And all Hagrid could do now was to trust Dumbledore. In fact, when Hagrid went to find Dumbledore, he not only saw Bengbeng, he also saw a note on Dumbledore's desk. Moon's name was written on the note. It was because of this note that he thought of going to Moon to solve the problem. Don't worry, we can do it. Hermione was also controlling the flying broom at this time, trying to follow Moon. The reason why she followed this time was, first, because she wanted to help deal with the problem of the unicorn. Second, she was also worried that Moon could not solve the problem. After all, it had been a week since the unicorn ran away. Hundreds of adult wizards, including school professors and Ministry of Magic Aurors, could not solve it. And now Hagrid actually asked for Moon by name, which made Hermione very worried. Looking at Moon flying very easily in front, Hermione's expression became more and more nervous. She didn't know if she was right to tell Hagrid that Moon was with Snape. At this time on the main road of Hogsmeade Village, the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic have divided 3 danger zones. Honeydukes Candy House, the 3 Broomsticks Bar, and Madame Puddifoot Tea House. These 3 places have become the territory of unicorns. There are 4 Aurors guarding outside each room, and no one is allowed to approach. These beasts must be relocated, in the center of Hogsmeade Village. Umbridge was arguing with Professor McGonagall, with a red and swollen horse hoof print on her face. Her voice was very loud, almost like a roar. Even from a very far distance, the anger in her words could be heard. Deputy Minister Umbridge, you should calm down. It's not time to relocate the unicorns yet, Professor McGonagall. I'm very calm now. Umbridge's hands were shaking as she spoke. She was trying her best to suppress her anger. Now Hogwarts is no longer able to take care of these beasts. They have occupied the property and houses of Hogsmeade wizards, and were accidentally seen by a dozen muggles. Umbridge roared wildly, listing more than a dozen crimes committed by the unicorns. This is a serious violation of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy and the Wizarding Property Preservation Act. In view of the above actions, these beasts must be relocated to the Hebrides. The archipelago that Umbridge mentioned is located off the western coast of Scotland and consists of more than 40 small islands. The Ministry of Magic used magic to expel muggles to occupy 10 of the islands above and use them as gathering places for some rare magical creatures. This is absolutely not possible. The Hebrides are not suitable for unicorns to live in, and long-distance migration will inevitably result in casualties. McGonagall knew very well that Umbridge did not really want to abide by the laws of the Ministry of Magic. The Deputy Minister of Magic, who was kicked by the unicorn leader, just wanted revenge. If he really agreed to let the unicorns migrate to the Hebrides, it would be equivalent to announcing the end of these magical animals. There is no Hogwarts garden there. These rare magical creatures will inevitably be hunted by desperados. After all, the materials on unicorns are very precious, and a unicorn can make a dark wizard earn thousands of gold galleons. Now, just knowing that the Ministry of Magic and the Forbidden Forest unicorns have a conflict has attracted many dark wizards to Hogsmeade. If these unicorns leave, it will definitely be even worse. I have asked Hagrid to find Dumbledore. I believe that as long as he comes, he will be able to solve the problem. Hearing Dumbledore's name, Umbridge tried to suppress her anger. Professor McGonagall, I also recognize Professor Dumbledore's ability, Umbridge said, stretching out her left hand and covering her face. She wanted to cover the purple-red horseshoe prints, but she couldn't cover them completely. Then, she threw away the mirror in her right hand angrily. If Dumbledore can handle the problem of unicorns, he would have come long ago and would never let these beasts go crazy. So it is best to do it according to the Ministry of Magic's method. McGonagall was also frozen on the spot when she heard this. She had gone to Dumbledore to discuss how to deal with the problem of unicorns. But she couldn't meet him every time. The unicorn's behavior this time was too abnormal. Such pure magical creatures would not eat anything made by wizards at will before. After all, to them, these foods were not truly pure. Not only that, these unicorns also began to attack wizards. In addition to the Deputy Minister of Magic, 3 Aurors were also kicked away by the unicorns. This has never happened before. Deputy Minister Umbridge, even if Dumbledore can't handle it, I have already sent a letter to Master Newt. I believe that as long as he comes, he will be able to properly place the unicorn. After finding that Professor McGonagall was a little hesitant, Professor Sprout immediately stood up. In fact, it was Sprout who first discovered the problem of the unicorns. She was repairing the damaged magical plants in the Forbidden Forest at the time. Unexpectedly, she saw the unicorns running around and escaping from the Forbidden Forest. Recently, Sprout has been following McGonagall to deal with the unicorn problem. Master Newt, Umbridge knew very well who Professor Sprout was talking about. Newt Scamander, the most famous magizoologist in the wizarding world. Even the Dark Lord was once captured by Newt. Okay, I'll give you one day. If you can't solve the problem, I can only move them all to the Hebrides. One day. How is that enough, Professor McGonagall? You should know that unicorns have caused great damage to the wizarding world. If they stay here for one more day, it will cause greater harm. We must hurry up." Hearing Umbridge's words, McGonagall couldn't refute it for a while. And Professor Sprout next to him was also a little worried. She just sent the letter this morning. Logically speaking, the owl should be able to deliver the letter to Master Newt's residence tonight. As long as the letter can be seen, the apparition can solve it. But Master Newt is not a person who likes to stay in one place steadily. Sprout is not sure whether Master Newt will receive the letter and come immediately. "Professor, I'm back," just when the two professors were worried. Hagrid's voice suddenly came from the sky. Chapter 299, Ministry of Magic's Methods. If you were to ask who contributed the most in dealing with the unicorn incident, Moon would undoubtedly think that it was the Thestral carrying Hagrid. It only takes about 10 minutes to fly from Hogwarts Castle to Hogsmeade, but the Thestral flew for an hour. And on the way, every 2 or 3 minutes, Hagrid had to take out food from his coat pocket to feed the Thestral. After the Thestral finished eating, he had to pat its neck to comfort it. Moon, who saw this scene, was not only curious about the Thestral's ability to bear, but also curious about how much Hagrid could fit in his coat pocket. On the way here, Hagrid had already taken out more than 20 pieces of raw steak. All of them were bloodshot. As soon as it landed on the road in Hogsmeade, the Thestral collapsed on the ground, motionless. White air was still snorting from its nose, and its tongue was hanging out of its mouth. Hagrid stroked the Thestral's head with heartache, saying sorry repeatedly. "Where's Dumbledore? Why didn't he come?" Professor McGonagall had already come over anxiously. After observing the surroundings and not finding Dumbledore, her face suddenly became ugly. "Professor, I'm very sorry, the headmaster is not in the office." Hearing McGonagall's voice, Hagrid immediately stood up and rubbed his hands in embarrassment. In order to prevent the people in the Ministry of Magic from hearing, Hagrid even deliberately lowered his voice. But his voice was loud. At this time, Umbridge had also come over. "Dumbledore is not here? It seems that we can only follow the plan of the Ministry of Magic," Umbridge said, with a triumphant smile on her face. Moon only noticed at this time that the Minister of Magic, who was walking towards him in pink clothes, was the Minister of Magic. The reason why he could judge that the other party was the Deputy Minister of Magic was because there was a purple-red horseshoe mark in the middle of the witch's eyebrows. At first glance, it looks like a clown in the Muggle world. The more critical the moment, the less people can be seen. "He must be in school." Professor McGonagall's face turned livid. Especially after seeing Umbridge's smug smile, her tone became even more unfriendly. "We have just said that Deputy Minister Umbridge, Master Newt will definitely come, and it is not yet the time we agreed on." Sprout came out at this time. She knew that she must not panic at this time. Even if Dumbledore did not come, they must find a way to save these unicorns. "Professor Sprout, I also want to agree to your proposal." Umbridge raised her round chin and her eyes were almost squeezed into line. "But Dumbledore didn't come, and we can't let the unicorns go and destroy the property of the Hogsmeade wizards all the time. The best way is to use potions to stun these beasts, and then let the Aurors send them to the Hebrides." "Potions to stun? No, this is definitely not possible." Hagrid stood up immediately. He has been taking care of these unicorns for decades, and the relationship between them is very deep. Naturally, I couldn't bear to see these little guys suffer so much. Although Dumbledore didn't come, but I also found other people. Hagrid panicked and pointed at the two little wizards who came with him. Umbridge automatically ignored Moon. She looked at Hermione, who was standing next to her and laughing with her mouth covered. She knew very well that this little witch was just laughing at the horseshoe mark on her face. Umbridge clenched the wand in her hand again. Trying to force a sneer, she looked up at Hagrid. "Rubo Hagrid, Professor McGonagall has tested it yesterday. The little witch couldn't calm the unicorn down, and this one," Umbridge pointed her wand at Hermione, and then snorted contemptuously. "Huh? It should be a freshman. Are you sure she can?" Seeing Umbridge's attitude, Hermione's little face flushed red. Whether the other party is the Minister of Magic or not, Hermione hates her tone and way of speaking very much. "How do you know if I can do it before you try?" Facing an older witch, Hermione didn't even use the so-called honorifics. Her reckless character like a little lion was clearly revealed. Umbridge was stunned when she heard this. She put away her sneer and looked at Hermione with contempt. "Okay, I don't mind ordering the Aurors to make way so that you can go in and try it," Umbridge said, stepping closer to Hermione. Moon subconsciously took a step forward and blocked her. But please remember that if there are any casualties, our Ministry of Magic will not be responsible. After Umbridge finished speaking, she glared at Hermione coldly, and then ordered the Aurors to open the road to the block area. Noticing the concerned eyes of the professors and classmates beside her, Hermione held her wand and walked forward resolutely. Professor McGonagall sighed helplessly and followed immediately. Although she didn't think Hermione could really appease the unicorn. But as the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts, she had the responsibility to protect her students from harm. And now, McGonagall had no other way. Can Miss Granger really do it? Sprout's eyes were full of worry. Yesterday, she and McGonagall led 7 or 8 senior witches who had taken a Care of Magical Creatures class, but they failed to successfully approach the group of unicorns. Now a little witch who was less than a year old made her even more uncertain. I don't know, but it's true that unicorns prefer to contact some younger girls. Hagrid was a little uncertain for a while. But looking at Moon, who was still standing next to him, he felt more at ease. After Umbridge returned to the team of the Ministry of Magic, she immediately arranged for people to go to Diagon Alley to buy potions. In her opinion, the professors of Hogwarts were just a waste of time. This group of unicorns will definitely be moved by her to a colder place with a more difficult living environment. Once the unicorns move to the islands, she will not send people from the Ministry of Magic to guard them. In this way, there will naturally be countless dark wizards who go to poach and help her get revenge. Hagrid was not sure whether Hermione could succeed. When Professor McGonagall accompanied Hermione into the Honeydukes candy store, he immediately explained the current situation to Moon. There were 27 unicorns running out of the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps they sensed that the source of danger was in Hogwarts Castle. After being frightened, they all ran in the opposite direction of the castle. At first, they just stayed in Hogsmeade, enjoyed some candies and fine wines offered by wizards. This was not a big problem. Even some wizards from far away heard that unicorns appeared in Hogsmeade. They all rushed over, wanting to have a close contact with this magical creature. But later, as the range of unicorn activities became larger and larger, and even ran to the Muggle village, the Ministry of Magic got the news. Memory cancellation officers were sent to delete the memories of the Muggles. After Hagrid learned the news, he drove the unicorns back to the vicinity of the Forbidden Forest. Because of Dumbledore's reputation, the Ministry of Magic did not interfere too much in this matter. But for some reason, the unicorns have gone completely crazy since the day before yesterday. Not only did they ignore Hagrid's dissuasion, they ran to the Muggle residence and destroyed the crops there. They even wreaked havoc in Hogsmeade. Because the wizards living nearby knew that these unicorns were the property of Hogwarts, they did not dare to hurt the unicorns. This made the damage caused by the unicorns worse and worse. The most serious of them were Honeydukes Candy House and the Three Broomsticks Bar. Later, the Ministry of Magic received the appeal of the wizards in Hogsmeade. A large number of Aurors came and finally surrounded all the unicorns near the Forbidden Forest. However, because the Aurors' methods were more intense, the unicorns were frightened and began to counterattack violently. Then the village of Hogsmeade suffered again. That is, when the unicorns clashed with the Ministry of Magic personnel. Umbridge and the 3 Aurors were kicked hard by the leader of the unicorns. Perhaps it was because he saw that Umbridge's status was not ordinary. She was kicked in the face, while the other Aurors were kicked in the abdomen. What about those wizards wearing black clothes and black hats, hiding at the edge? They shouldn't be from the Ministry of Magic or Hogsmeade, right? When Moon got off the flying broom, he noticed a group of people gathered at the farthest point. They were not like other wizards. They were either wearing wizard robes or Muggle suits. They were all covered with black linen, and most of them covered their faces, so they couldn't see their appearance at all. Only a pair of sharp eyes were exposed. They were like vultures catching prey, ready to attack at any time. Oh, don't look at them. They are all notorious dark wizards. They just come here to get some benefits. Hagrid looked in the direction of Moon's eyes, and immediately showed a disgusted expression on his face. How can you get benefits here? Aren't there Aurors from the Ministry of Magic here? Hearing Moon's words, Hagrid's face became a little embarrassed. In fact, the relationship here is quite complicated, and Aurors don't take care of everything. Moon is not very clear about the structure of the Ministry of Magic now. But think about the Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley. You can know that the wizarding world in Britain is not black and white. This reminded Moon of the Venus Islands in Another World. The spellcasters did not bring all wizards under their rule, so many dark wizards were born on the islands. Later, many ordinary people suffered. However, in the British world, wizards were strictly prohibited from showing magic in front of ordinary people. Therefore, there was no large-scale persecution of muggles. Well, what benefits can these dark wizards get here? Moon still couldn't figure it out. Besides, killing unicorns will be cursed. After being cursed, Moon read a lot of related books in the Hogwarts library. He is now very clear. The curse of killing unicorns is the most serious one in this world. And this curse will accompany the poacher for life. It can only exist in a weak and inhuman state. The soul will become more broken and evil. Most importantly, this curse is completely unsolvable. They don't come here to hunt unicorns blatantly. Both the horns and the hair are very valuable, and these dark wizards won't do it themselves. They will even use dark magic to manipulate others to hunt unicorns so that they won't be cursed. After listening to Hagrid, Moon suddenly realized, compared with the poaching methods of these dark wizards, Moon's method of obtaining materials is still too immature. Chapter 300 The Dark Wizard's Plan. There were far more than just dark wizards gathered in Hogsmeade. Some of the reporters from newspapers and radio stations who heard the news also came early. At this time, they all stopped at the front of the safe area. They rushed to take pictures, record, and collect first-hand information. The expressions of these reporters were very excited. If it weren't for the Aurors guarding them, they would have already gone into the store to take pictures of the unicorn. After all, for them, such a big news event is rare. Among this group of reporters, the one who spoke the loudest and dressed the most seductively was Rita Skeeter from the Daily Prophet. After receiving the news that the unicorn had injured someone, this notorious reporter immediately gave up her trip to Easter Island for an exclusive interview and rushed to Hogsmeade. After arriving here, she happened to witness the scene of Umbridge being kicked by the unicorn. This made her very excited, but she had to face Umbridge's threat. Miss Rita Skeeter, our minister is really sincere and wants to invite you to dinner. Don't be so polite. Please rest assured, I won't release the photo. Oh, that's great. By the way, if the Ministry of Magic has any news, please tell me in advance. Please rest assured, Miss Rita Skeeter, the news you get is always first-hand. After the Ministry of Magic staff left, Rita Skeeter showed a contemptuous smile on her face. Humph, how much sensation can your photo bring? I want a reputation of the entire Hogwarts, Rita Skeeter said, flipping through the news release she had just written. Recently, a shocking incident occurred in the well-known Hogsmeade. Because Hogwarts failed to properly control the unicorns on campus. As a result, these magical creatures that should have been docile got out of control, which in turn caused many muggles and wizards to be injured. According to many witnesses, the scene was chaotic at the time. Unicorns were running wild in Hogsmeade and surrounding muggle areas, as if they had gone mad, according to a horrified description by an anonymous muggle. Those monsters with long horns suddenly rushed out at an astonishing speed, leaving a mess wherever they went. There was no time to dodge. It is reported that the unicorns are usually looked after by Rubeus Hagrid, the Forbidden Forest Warden of Hogwarts. He should have ensured the safety and tameness of the unicorns. But this incident undoubtedly exposed Hogwarts' serious negligence in management. Is it improper feeding or something wrong with the magic training? It is still unknown. But what is certain is that Hogwarts must be held responsible for this incident. The Ministry of Magic has intervened in the investigation. They said they will thoroughly investigate the matter and give an explanation to the muggles and wizards. Some of the injured muggles and wizards are receiving treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Some are still struggling in pain. This incident has also caused wizards to question Hogwarts' teaching and management capabilities. Are the professors of Hogwarts still competent for their positions? What measures will be taken in the future to prevent such incidents from happening again? This newspaper will continue to pay attention. Rita Skeeter reports. Listening to Rita Skeeter, who was reading her news release in a proud voice like an old hen, Hagrid curled his lips and muttered softly, "Humph. No one was sent to St. Mungo's." Hagrid had been tracking this group of unicorns for a whole week. He remembered all the losses caused. Naturally, he knew very well what happened to the injured Auror. The shop owners in Hogsmeade were completely different from the excited newspaper reporters. They were all dejected at this time, talking about their losses. Whether it was because their own goods were destroyed or because the Ministry of Magic Aurors blocked the road, resulting in the failure to do business. These have caused them to suffer considerable losses. Some of them are already discussing the calculation of losses and plan to claim compensation from Hogwarts after this disaster. There were also acquaintances of Hagrid who came over to ask him about Dumbledore's news. Compared to compensation, they are more worried about how to deal with this group of unicorns. Will they run out again in the future and delay their business? I am very sorry, Madame Rosmerta, Headmaster Dumbledore is not in school. The one who came to inquire was the owner of the Three Broomsticks bar. She was a witch in her 30s with a good figure. This is really terrible. If these unicorns don't leave, my newly brewed violet honey wine will be ruined, Ms. Rosmerta said as she took out a white handkerchief and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. When Hagrid saw this, he suddenly became flustered and didn't know what to say. Glancing at Moon standing next to him, Hagrid suddenly remembered something. Don't worry, Mom, with Moon here, he will definitely be able to solve the problem and make the unicorns calm down, Hagrid said and patted Moon on the shoulder. Hagrid, you are so mean. Moon didn't say anything, but his eyes were sharp. After hearing Hagrid's assurance, Ms. Rosmerta took off her handkerchief and looked at Moon curiously. Then she shook her head helplessly. If the little witch can't do it, how can the wizard do it? Madame Rosmerta had witnessed a failure of the little witches yesterday. At that time, 7 or 8 little witches were scared away by the unicorns. She no longer had any confidence in this method of dealing with things. Even though Hermione had just volunteered to enter the Honeydukes candy shop, she knew that it would be in vain. No, Moon is different. He is very good at communicating with magical animals, just like Master Newt. Master Newt, hearing Hagrid's words, Madame Rosmerta looked at Moon curiously again. And the Niffler who was lying on Moon's shoulder and looking around. No, Hagrid, no matter how talented he is, this Moon, his name is Scarlett, Hagrid added quickly. Well, this Mr. Scarlett is too young, and now the unicorns have started to hurt people. This is totally not a situation that the little wizard can handle. That was when Ms. Rosmerta was narrating. In Honeydukes Candy House, there was a sound of a cabinet collapsing. Accompanied by a loud bang, Hermione's scream suddenly appeared. Just as Moon and Professor Sprout were about to rush in. Professor McGonagall had already protected Hermione and slowly retreated from the door. Hermione was now tightly blocked behind her by Professor McGonagall. Her already fair face was now bloodless, and her eyes were full of fear. Professor McGonagall put her wand in front of her, looking vigilantly at the unicorn in the house that was looking at her. Moon ran over quickly and supported Hermione. At this time, he also saw the unicorn flash by in the house. Professor, are you okay? Moon looked at McGonagall in front of him worriedly. It's okay, but Miss Granger should be scared. She will be fine after a little rest. McGonagall said as she quickly covered Moon and Hermione and left to the rear. The Aurors standing by stood far away, without any signs of moving. Moon supported Hermione and walked to a small chair in the crowd and sat down. Seeing this scene, Madame Rosmerta sighed helplessly. Everything seemed to be just as she expected. Professor McGonagall, forget it. At this time, Umbridge came over triumphantly again. Knowing that Rita Skeeter promised not to release her photos again, and that the Hogwarts plan had failed again. Umbridge is very happy now. I have sent someone to buy potions, and they will be back in an hour. Then we can completely get rid of these beasts. I don't allow you to use potions, it's harming them. Upon hearing that Umbridge was really planning to feed the unicorn with potion, Hagrid stood up immediately. His loud voice startled everyone around him, including Umbridge. Rubo Hagrid, I warn you, you are now obstructing the enforcement of the Ministry of Magic. Umbridge would not have a good face towards Hagrid. The reason why she had been forbearing was because Professor McGonagall was present. She didn't want to fall out with the Deputy Headmaster of Hogwarts yet. After all, Umbridge knew that McGonagall and Fudge had a good relationship. And Hagrid, who was just the guard of the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts, was not taken seriously by her. Hagrid was also frightened by Umbridge's words. He stammered and didn't know how to refute. And Moon is here. Moon will definitely be able to calm the unicorn down. Moon. Umbridge followed Hagrid's gaze and turned to look at the little wizard who was supporting Hermione. Oh, are you kidding me? Let the wizard get in touch with the unicorn. Umbridge didn't listen to Hagrid's advice at all. She turned around and continued to urge the Ministry of Magic staff behind her. Tell the people who bought the potion to come back as soon as possible. These unicorns are completely out of control and must be sent away as soon as possible. Hearing Umbridge's arrangement, Hagrid immediately stood at the door of Honeydukes Candy House in a panic. He shouted not to let anyone in. Don't come over, I don't allow you to feed potions to unicorns. Rubo Hagrid, you'd better get out of the way, or I will let the Aurors take you back to the Ministry of Magic, and even send you to Azkaban without trial. Azkaban? You don't seem to have such a right, do you? The sudden appearance of the wizard's voice made everyone around stunned. Then everyone saw Snape, who appeared by casting apparition. Noticing the arrival of the professor, many dark wizards hiding in the dark around them became fierce. Of course, there were also many who quietly hid at the back, fearing that they would be recognized. Why is he here? In a dark corner of Hogsmeade, 3 dark wizards quickly gathered together. One of them looked extremely nervous, especially when he saw Snape. He couldn't stop trembling. What are you afraid of? Has he discovered you? A tall wizard in the middle shouted harshly. But he teaches potions, if he finds. Shut up. The dark wizard in the middle instantly pulled out his wand and pressed it against the chin of the wizard who was speaking. So what if he teaches potions? Will the unicorn let him get close? No, no. After feeling the threat of death, the dark wizard who spoke first tensed up instantly and became stuttering when speaking. He knew it very well. This wizard who could open a dark magic shop in Nocturne Alley for 30 years without being wanted is definitely not easy to provoke. That's good to know, the tall black wizard said, and withdrew the wand in his hand. We just need to follow the master's instructions and complete this task. If any of you messed things up, I don't mind putting a new skull in the store. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.